suggests that this is the venue that fast bowlers enjoy the most. First class cricket, everybody wants to come to Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium and bowl quick and seam the ball. And normally there's a bit of grass that helps you through, especially in the first day. The first day is where the real pacers get something out of the pitch, or the historically, the Pindi Cricket Ground is the one venue where the fast bowlers look forward to bowling at. Especially in December, there's a bit of moisture early on, there's seam movement, and the ball goes through as well. Faster bowlers, especially the taller ones, like to smash it in and get some movement through that. Even there's a bit of swing in the air early on. But normally, you come to Rawalpindi and you look at the pitch and there's a bit of moisture. Today, it looks slightly different. If I just look at these cracks, there are cracks, they're quite wide, they don't really open up, but the cracks suggest that there's not a lot of moisture in the surface right now. So that effect of the fast bowlers wanting to just come in and bowl with the new ball, get that seam movement, exaggerated movement, I don't think it's suitable today. There will be a bit of movement because it's Rawalpindi and it is December, but otherwise you look at it and it looks like the batsman would want to bat first. Oh, sorry, bat first. Historically, Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium is the one venue where the fast bowlers love to bowl at. And that is because, especially in winter, December, there'll be a bit of moisture to work with. There'll be seam movement, there'll be a bit of bounce, but exaggerated seam movement, especially in the first couple of hours. But today, as I look at this pitch and I look at these cracks, this suggests that it is quite dry. Not necessarily that these cracks will open up, but it just suggests that there's not a lot of moisture to work with. So the fast bowlers who will be excited coming to Rawalpindi will just have to curb that excitement a little bit. I think there'll still be a bit of moisture to work with. There'll be a bit of seam movement early on, obviously fresh pitch, but otherwise you look at this pitch and you think that I'm going to drive the ball through extra cover all day. Historically, Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium is the one venue where the fast bowlers love to bowl at. And that is because, especially in winter, December, there'll be a bit of moisture to work with. There'll be Historically, Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium is the one venue where the fast bowlers love to bowl at. And that is because, especially in winter, December, there'll be a bit of moisture to work with. There'll be seam movement, there'll be a bit of bounce, but exaggerated seam movement, especially in the first couple of hours.
Slow ball. Corner slip. Yunus Khan takes the catch. Shoaib Akhtar's done the trick for Pakistan. Elation around the ground.
That was 17 years ago when England last played a test match in Pakistan. Since then, the world has changed and so has the game of cricket. But there's no dearth of excitement as some of the famous names in world cricket resume their rivalry today in Rawalpindi.
We are looking forward.
Yep.
Tell down karo ye. Tell down.
Hi, 1, 2, 3, Rory.
Yunus Khan takes the catch. Shoaib Akhtar's done the trick for Pakistan. Elation around the ground.
That was 17 years ago when England last played a test match in Pakistan. Since then, the world has changed and so has the game of cricket. But there's no dearth of excitement as some of the famous names in world cricket resume their rivalry today in Rawalpindi.
We are looking forward an historic series, and first of all, welcome to England team.
Well, a matchup I'm very much looking forward to seeing is Naseem Shah, the young fast bowler, against England's best batsman, Joe Root. So I'm looking forward to seeing the next generation of Pakistan fast bowlers, and Joe Root remains England's outstanding batsman, the wicket they will all want.
My favourite memory of touring Pakistan was the famous win in Karachi in 2000. No England team had won in Karachi and we'd played a pretty turgid series until that last evening. We'd won the game, we went absolutely berserk. Team spirit and winning in Karachi was my favourite memory of that trip.
Well, we know England will be confident. They won the T20 series in Pakistan, then they won the World T20 in Australia. It's a different team, a different squad for the test matches, but we do know that Ben Stokes wants to be as positive as he possibly can. It worked in England last summer. Whether it works here in Pakistan under different conditions will be fascinating to watch, but it will be great to watch.
Hello and welcome from Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. It is the DAFA News KFC presents Pakistan versus England Test Series, and we're here for day one of the first Test match. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Pitchside Show. Lot to look forward to. It's taken 17 years for this test series to happen. And don't forget, more importantly, it's a special occasion today. We're all wearing these red badges. It's World AIDS Day today, so stay safe. I've got a special guest of sets here next to me who are all very excited for this test series. Waqar Yunus and David Gower join me in the studio. David, plenty to look forward to, like I rightly said. It's always special when England is touring Pakistan. What are you looking forward to the most in this series?
Well, I'll tell you the one thing that I alluded to just there is that England's style of cricket last summer in the UK was radically different to anything that we'd ever seen anywhere before. They don't like the term Bazball, so I'm not going to use the term Bazball. It's just positive, brilliant cricket. Now, if they can reproduce that here, that gives them a really good chance of getting what's known as a very rare win in Pakistan, because traditionally coming to this part of the world, England struggles. Conditions, all sorts of things seem to play against them. So they will be going against history, but they will be trying to do it in a very, very different way.
Well, a lot has been spoken about Bazball, Waqar, about England's approach. I mean, how is Pakistan going to tackle that approach if that's the way they go? Because they have spoken about it, that is something that they back, that kind of approach.
Look, I think first of all, welcome, David. You probably got a place here now.
My pleasure. You know that,
and it's good to have you back. And welcome to the English team. It's been a long wait, and of course they're playing a different brand of cricket. They will be tested, because once you start playing in that fashion or aggressive fashion, the bowlers will test you. They will, put you under pressure at times, and from the media also, you are going to be sort of put under pressure. If you keep winning, that's a different story. But once you not win, or once you play not that good, then there's going to be a problem. 4
debutants for Pakistan as well.
Yeah, I think there will be. I mean, Pakistan have announced 18 members squad. That's a big squad. So, it was expected. We were hoping that there might be like 2 or 3, but they've just given more opportunities, more chances to these boys. Haris is getting his cap. Saud Shakil getting his cap. Zaid is getting his cap. I mean, this is a great moment for these boys. This is what they play for this green cap with the star on, and of course Test match cricket, which we all love.
David, quick thoughts. What do you think about the opportunity that some of the England players are going to get? Somebody like Ben Duckett, and obviously you've got a different team that's going to be fielding on today.
Yeah, Ben, for instance, has played here in T20, PSL and T20, so he knows the country, he knows something about conditions, and he's regained confidence. His Test career stalled 6 years ago. He probably thought he was never going to play again. So for someone like him, that sort of confidence, being given the chance again, will be, again, very interesting to watch. But yeah, new faces, new styles, it's all different.
That's all what we're all looking forward to. New faces, plenty to look forward to. New faces from the Pakistan camp and the England camp. We'll take a short breather and be back just in a bit. Welcome back to the Inverex Pitchside Show. Plenty to look forward to in this test match as Pakistan is playing 4 debutants today. Muhammad Ali's done really well in the domestic side, and some of the others also have an opportunity to do well against this important, competent England side. We're ready with the toss, so it's over to Arooj Mumtaz.
Toss brought to you by Inverex.
The wait is finally over as I welcome you all to the Dafa News presents KFC Test Series Pakistan versus England 2022. I'm in the middle for this iconic test match, the first of this 3-match series at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. As always, joined by the 2 captains. Firstly, to my right, Andy Pycroft, ICC match referee, home captain for Pakistan, Babar Azam, and of course for England, Ben Stokes. Boys, are we ready?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
You've got to tell. Okay, we're going back.
England have won the toss. Ben, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a bat. I think it's pretty obvious why. But look, no, I think coming out here in the subcontinent, obviously always looking to get the best use out of the wicket early on is always best.
Firstly, how are all you feeling?
Yeah, we've obviously got a bit of illness rocking around the camp, but we're all pretty keen to get this game started. And yeah, lads are dead keen. Obviously not ideal to start the series off like this, but hopefully we'll all be good.
A beautiful ground, lush green outfield. Generally, you've had a bit of a practice session. What do you make of the overall conditions here?
Yeah, obviously it's very good. The wicket, as I say, it doesn't look like there's too much grass on it. It looks like it's going to play quite nicely. So hopefully we can take advantage of that and put on a big innings first score.
Any changes to your announced first 11?
Yeah, we've had to bring in Will Jacks for his debut. Unfortunately, Ben Folkes wasn't well enough to play, so Ollie Pope's going to take the gloves for us this game. So yeah, really exciting to have another dynamic and versatile cricketer in our ranks to go along with Liam Livingstone, who's also making his debut.
We're probably going to see plenty of baseball.
We're trying to cancel that name, but yeah, no, it's an exciting team to be a part of at the moment, and hope we can go out and entertain.
Thanks for talking to us and have a good one.
No worries, thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Babar, had you won the toss, what would you have done?
We would batting also first, but the toss is not our hands, but we will try to go take early wickets and put pressure on them.
Does it look like a typical Pindi wicket or something?
Look like good wicket, and I think first 1.5 hour I think is help the fast bowlers, so we are utilize that set also.
And what does your team look like?
Our team is 3 fast bowler, 2 spinners, and rest of the batsmen.
Oh, fantastic. We'll find out what the names are. Good luck for today, Babar.
Thank you, thank you.
And the news from the centre is that England have won the toss and they will have a bat.
Toss brought to you by Inverex.
Yeah, a lot of the England players were down and out. But it's also, like I said, an opportunity for some of the other players. Will Jacks will be making his debut today, David. Seen him a lot at the 100, just generally as well. He's a big hitter. But in this particular format, how do you see him coming through?
Well, the thing about him is, yeah, he suits all formats. Unlike, for instance, Liam Livingstone, he plays much more red ball cricket at home. So he is familiar with all those formats, and he fits the bill the way that England like to play their cricket at the moment. But he is a good player. I mean, it's not just someone coming in to try and give the ball a bash. It is someone who's coming in to try and play properly.
From a Pakistan perspective, so many debutants, Waqar. I mean, like I said, somebody like Muhammad Ali, he's taken so many wickets in the domestic scene. Zahid Mahmood has been waiting for his opportunity. So all these changes are happening, but at the same time, it's an honor to be playing against England in Pindi. Beautiful day. So great opportunity, right?
It's a massive opportunity, and also it's a great moment. It's a proud moment for the boys, and it's good to see Pakistan giving these younger lot a go. They just want to see what they're made of. It's a big series. Pakistan's got more on stake than England. England is out of the World Championship. Pakistan still got a small chance, but they can really come in and play hard and try to win this series. Yes, they have given 4 boys a go, which is good. Muhammad Ali, I've heard a lot about him. I've seen a little bit of first-class cricket. He's a steady bowler, balls that good lines and good lengths. He's not quick like Naseem or Haris, but he will just keep asking those questions. Haris Rauf, good to see him. Good pace there. And and of course, Saud Shakil comes in and Zahid comes in. Saud Shakil will bat in the middle order. Normally bats at 3, but he will probably bat a 5 or 6. And then Mohammad Azad, as you said, he's been waiting for his turn. He's performed really, really well. Good to see, the youngsters getting a go and opportunity. Especially when you perform really well at this level, at the first level, you deserves a go, and I'm really happy for them.
Well, we're talking about Pakistan fielding 3 fast bowlers today. Haris Rauf is also making his debut. But is the pitch going to be assisting those fast bowlers? Let's find out from Bazid Khan.
Pitch report brought to you by Invirex.
Historically, Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium is the one venue where the fast bowlers love to bowl at. And that is because, especially in winter, December, there'll be a bit of moisture to work with. There'll be sea movement, there'll be a bit of bounce, but exaggerated sea movement, especially in the first couple of hours. But today, as I look at this pitch and I look at these cracks, this suggests that it is quite dry. Not necessarily that these cracks will open up, but it just suggests that there's not a lot of moisture to work with. So the fast bowlers who will be excited coming to Rawalpindi will just have to curb that excitement a little bit. I think there'll still be a bit of moisture to work with. There'll be a bit of sea movement early on, obviously fresh pitch, but otherwise you look at this pitch and you think that I'm going to drive the ball through extra cover all day.
Pitch report brought to you by Invirex.
Quick thoughts on the pitch, David, from whatever you've seen, whatever you've heard of Baz.
I always love listening to Baz when he does his pitch reports. I love listening to Baz on anything he talks about. And I'd love to see his cover drive. But you got the impression very clearly from Ben Stokes what he thinks of the pitch, because Ben Stokes of England said all last summer in the UK, we'll chase anything. Here they said absolutely straight away, they're going to bat first, because they obviously think the pitch is really good now, and if there are any problems, they might be in 4 or 5 days' time.
Yeah, we're talking about the pitch, we're talking about the conditions, but it's also time to find out what these guys think about how many wickets are they going to be able to take in that first session. It's time for expert predictions.
Expert prediction brought to you by Invirex.
As we know, the first session is always crucial in a test match, Waqar. I mean, you've seen the pitch, you've heard Bazid Khan, what he thinks about it. Just a prediction. How many wickets do you think they'll be able to take, Pakistan?
Look, not only the test match, but it's a start of a series. So there will be nervous moment. There will be people very, very nervous, bowlers, because there are so many debutants also. So you are going to sort of see some nervousness also early on. Whoever controls the nerves will do better, of course. Fresh pitch, I would say, I'm not really sure how many wickets, because if I look back the Australian game here, it was very flat. There was nothing really for the fast bowler. So and there's a less grass on this pitch, and it's very, very dry. So I would say there'd be more runs than the wickets.
I hope so.
Anything about the length that the Pakistan bowlers should be bowling in these conditions? You've played a lot here.
Look, Test match cricket is all about being disciplined, and if you can bowl disciplined lines and lengths, and as you just earlier said that English team, they just want to play aggressive cricket. So if you are disciplined, you will get wickets, because you really got to come out of your comfort zone to play those shots. So it is going to be good to see, especially the Muhammad Ali. I'm really looking forward to see him, how he goes about his business. Of course, Haris also playing for the first time.
How many wickets then, David? What's your prediction?
None. None. It's not one. Come back in 2 days' time for a wicket.
Extremely partial and biased views coming out of this camp here, but yeah, that was the expert predictions for you.
Expert prediction brought to you by Invirex.
Yeah, we're talking about expert predictions and what we've heard from this camp in particular, but we've also got somebody on the pitch side waiting for us in terms of how is England going to be playing those fast bowlers from Pakistan. Let's find out from Sikandar Bakht and Michael Atherton.
Expert advice brought to you by Invirex.
All right, 17 years in waiting, and we've got Michael Atherton alongside me. Firstly, welcoming you to Pakistan once again. Lots of talk about this all-important series. Hasn't really gone or started the way one would expect. England's been struggling, of course, with the illness. First question would be, how do you approach in a big test match like this with the side struggling a little bit?
Well, it wasn't ideal yesterday. There was this virus bug going around the team. But the good news is that they were all here at the ground this morning. So it seems as though it's a bug that is a 24-hour thing. You quickly get over it. And everybody fit to play bar one person, Ben Foakes, the wicketkeeper. So England have had to make a last-minute change to the team. Not ideal, but far from the disaster that we thought it might be yesterday.
More or less, you were expecting this 11, apart from the force change, that England would play in the first test match that we know now that England is batting first.
Yeah, they announced that team 2 or 3 days ahead of the game, which is an optimistic thing to do in the subcontinent, which you never know if that illness is going to strike. And so they've had to make that one change. Ben Foakes is out. So it means that Ollie Pope will keep wicket. He's a part-time wicketkeeper, really, although he's done it once before for England, and a couple of debutants, Will Jacks from Surrey and Liam Livingstone from Lancashire. But it's quite a well-balanced side. The miss is Mark Wood, and we knew he wasn't going to be available for this first test. He'll play in Multan and then Karachi, one assumes. But he would have given the team a bit of extra pace. So they'll miss him, but it's generally a well-balanced side with a lot of options.
You talk about Pakistan. What are you expecting from them? Now, we know first time they're playing 4 debutants in their side. They've lost a toss, yes, but that's not in their control. But how do you see them approaching? Of course, their fast bowling is always something to talk about.
Well, of course, I'm looking forward to watching Harris Rauf, who'll make his debut here, and Naseem Shah, two, exciting fast bowlers. And what interests me, actually, is not so much the 22-yard strip, but the ones either side, which are quite bare. And so there might be some reverse swing. People who were here a year ago in the Australia Test match tells me that there wasn't a great deal of reverse swing because the outfield is quite green and lush. But it's bare on the ends either side of the pitch now, so there may just be a bit of reverse swing for these fast bowlers as we get through the innings, 30, 40, 50 overs old. And of course both Harris Rauf and Naseem Shah have the speed and the ability and the skill to reverse swing the ball.
In terms of expert advice, you say England winning the toss, batting first hour and a half is a bit tricky. You pass that, and then you take on with the plans.
Well, there's certainly nothing in the pitch to concern you at the start. It looks very bare. The players have been saying in the cool mornings the ball has swung a little bit at the start of the day. Whether it will do today, who remains to be seen. But it looks the right decision to bat first, particularly with that illness around the England team. So it will give them an extra day or two to make sure that everybody's fit to field and put big runs on the board if you can, and try and control the game from there.
We're just talking about if England is going to be struggling. You've got lots of batsmen available in our squad as well. You could have brought in your Wise, Nasser Hussain is there, even David Gower.
Well, they were saying if England, if push came to shove and about 8 of them couldn't play, what kind of order could they put out? Marcus Trescothick, Paul Collingwood, the coaches, Brendan McCullum, although he wouldn't be available for England, not being English. But I think myself and Nas would have been very much last resort because we do not play Bazball style.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the expert advice from Michael Atherton, and this is what we are talking about. England winning the toss, batting first, and that's the approach according to him.
Expert advice brought to you by Invirex.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if that approach gets them the all-important points, because we're looking at the World Test Championship table. And Pakistan still very much has a chance to qualify for the finals. Obviously, we'll be looking at winning most of their test matches in this home season, and also expecting some of the other games going their way. England, well, they are in the race, but they're kind of out of the race, actually, because it is going to be tough to be getting into that top 2. From an England perspective, when we talk about approach, I know Bazball is there, but the first hour, it's always crucial. Would you expect a bit of caution from their batters at the top?
I would expect, and I'd advocate just playing what I would call proper cricket. Yes, someone like Zach Crawley, for instance, in fact, both these batsmen are positive batsmen, but there is one unchangeable rule about this game, is you cannot make runs if you're in the pavilion. So you have to look at what's going on. If there's a little bit of something going on, if there's movement, if there's swing, if there's anything there for Pakistan's pace attack, you've got to pay it respect initially. Crawley is one of those people, if you give him a half volley, he will go for it. He'll try and hit it for 4, whether it's through extra cover or through mid-wicket. So he's going to be looking to make those runs if he gets the opportunity. But what he has to learn is how to stay at the crease more often for longer, because that's been his really big problem. When he's playing well, it's beautiful to watch and he makes lovely runs. I mean, Duckett, on the other hand, is in an unfamiliar place, opening the innings in the Test match. So he'll have those, in effect, first Test match nerves. It's not his debut, but he'll have the same sort of first Test match sort of anxieties. So he'll want to settle. And again, if you give him a loose ball, well, he will try and score runs off it and try and get himself going.
From a Pakistan perspective, Haris Rauf is making his debut, right? So we've seen him in the T20 format, but talking about the Test cricket, obviously it's slightly different in terms of how you'll be bowling in these conditions, and it's a different format as well. He's not played a lot of first-class cricket, couple of matches, but do you think that's going to have an impact? I mean, how should he adjust moving from the T20 or the shorter format, white ball format, to the red ball format?
Look, it's been a while that Pakistan Test squad is sort of keeping him with him and hasn't really got the opportunity in the past. So I think it's a massive opportunity. It's a home ground. He'll be playing in front of his own people in Rawalpindi. So. He has got the capability. I think the big question is, will he bowl a new ball and what lengths he bowls, because he's aggressive. He likes to, bowl that T20 length. And if you haven't played too much of a 4-day cricket or 3-day cricket, and it can really play a role in your bowling. So he's got to be very cautious and maybe wait for the ball to get really old, which Athas was just talking about, that once it gets a little bit older, reverse comes into play, then I think Naseem Shah, him, and even Muhammad Ali, they will be effective.
Ben Duckett at the top, he's played a couple of games in the subcontinent and Bangladesh. And I mean, how do you see him in this format? Somebody who plays spin really well.
Well, yeah, okay, the problem with playing spin really well and opening the batting is that the first thing you have to do is get past the new ball.
Yeah.
So that's the skill he needs to work on or think about right now. And as an opening batsman, you have to look and see if the ball's swinging. Is it, what's happening with the ball? And there is a bit of pace there. I mean, Haris Rauf, for instance, we know he's quick. I mean, one of the questions about him is going to be stamina, surely. A long day.
Yeah,
It's not just 4 overs of T20. It's spreading that energy over the long day.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen, because we're only moments away from the action. We'll see you right after the short break.
Welcome to Rawalpindi. Welcome to the DAFA News Presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. It's been 17 long years since England toured Pakistan for a Test Series. They are here, they are ready to go, they are well enough to start this Test match. We don't have to wait one day longer. It is a good pitch, conditions ideal for Test match cricket. And a 3 Test match series. We are here in Rawalpindi for this first Test at the start of December. Then we move to Multan, the 9th to the 13th of December, and then the final Test match in Karachi from the 17th to the 21st of December. And as ever, they are playing for points in the World Test Championship. There is the table. Pakistan basically need to win 4 of the 5 Test matches they have and hope results go for them in the 4 above them. England struggling to make it through to the final. Usually an excellent pitch here, sometimes too good. Last time we were here in the Australia series, it was pretty flat. That looks very flat. And the pitches next to it as well have been shaved, so we may see some reverse swing. Ben Stokes was fit and available. He was out there in the middle. He won the toss. And in England, he likes to bowl first and chase. In Pakistan, on this surface, he wanted to bat first. He got his wish. And England had a few problems yesterday medically. There were quite a few that were ill. Only 5 of their team practiced. And in the end, Ben Foakes was the only one that was ruled out because of sickness. So Livingston and Jacks will make their debut. And Anderson will continue his amazing career. Pope will be at 3. He will keep wicket. Bazid Khan is next to me. Bazid, what did you make of the Pakistan side?
Well, 4 debutants. Not often do you see that. You've got Muhammad Ali who'll come in. He's come off back of a couple of seasons where he's bowled really well. He's the bowler that will sort of glue the bowling unit together. Haris Rauf, very excited with that. We know he's got pace, but how he pulls up after that first spell, second spell, even third spell. And Zaid Mahmood, the leg spinner. The batting well, more or less the same. South Shakil, well, he's also making a debut. Left-hander, played in England. Quite a stylish little player. But you look at the bowling attack and you think Naseem Shah has to fire and then the rest can bowl around him. Mahmood will be interesting with leg spin as always.
Well, the players are just about ready. It is time for the national anthems of both nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthems of England and Pakistan.
welcomes, as ever, sung passionately by both sides, and the spectators there are in. Hopefully a few more that will come in. There's a bit of doubt, as I say, about this game. Meetings late last night between the ECB and the PCB, and 7:30 this morning the announcement was made that England were well enough to play, and they just one player, Ben Foakes, has missed out. It'll be a fascinating series because generally in Pakistan, in Test match cricket, the pace of play is slow, and it's a slow build. One thing about Ben Stokes' side, it is far from slow. They take the attack to the opposition, so a real challenge for Babar Azam. 4 debutants. Interesting to see how they go. Do we expect to see anything different from England, David Gow? You'd have seen them under Ben Stokes. They've been very attacking, haven't they?
Well, this is going to be the fascinating thing, because everything we saw last summer, 6 wins, 1 loss, and they predicted, actually, didn't they, that they'd probably lose one along the way somewhere with this positive approach, was based on chasing. And you quite rightly said, here we come to Pakistan for the first Test match. You look at this pitch in Pindi, and they say straight away, no, we're going to bat first, because the problems might well be day 4, day 5. The one thing that stands out for me here in this first session is it should be a first session as normal in Test match cricket, where you've got a man, Ben Duckett, coming back into the game after a 6-year gap. You've got a man, Zach Crawley, who is yet to really prove his worth at the top of the order, but plays the sort of cricket that suits England in this current era. But what they have to do is look at the new ball, see if it's doing anything, work out where the runs are coming. I know and suspect, or I know, that they will play shots as and when they're offered. So if there's a half volley, first ball, Zach Crawley will go at it. We know that. But if Pakistan maintain their lines and lengths, keep the pressure on, well, that'll be the proper start to a proper game of cricket.
Yes, and Raza. Experienced umpire, especially in T20 eyes. Joel Wilson is making his way to square leg. David Gow was saying that it should be a normal start, but England don't do normal.
They do. I tell you what, this myth. Every now and again they have to. They have to. I mean, I've seen them even in, I'm going to use the word baseball once for the final time, but even in this positive era, there have been times where the likes of Zach Crawley have had to rein it in, have had to judge, basically, how to play a Test match inning. So, yes, they will always say if the opportunity is there, they will try and be positive, but they've got to see what's going to happen next, as have we all. So, Ben Duckett, I mean, this is a fascinating thing. He comes in because he's good against spin, but the first thing he's got to do is be good against the new ball, because you ain't going to play spin unless you get past the new ball. And we'll see what happens. But he's a much more confident player, a much more rounded player now in terms of his potential as a Test player than he was when he first played.
Play! So Nazim Shah, he was 2 years old the last time England played a Test match in Pakistan. He has the first delivery, and it is pretty gun barrel straight. It is a good place to bat in this part of the world at the top of the order. Ball comes on to the bat. We shall see if there's a bit of early swing. Nazim Shah bowled an incredible over, didn't he, in that World T20 game against Butler, where he went past Butler's edge 5 times and still went for 11 in the over. And he showed his skills. High quality player, as is Duckett, who's had a fine season in domestic cricket at the top of the order. Edge, but soft hands, and that will be the first runs, down to third man for 4. Crawley off the mark.
Well, it's always a relief, isn't it? Any batsman, start of a new series, day 1, new ball. Doesn't matter how you get them, whether it's a flowing cover drive or just the outside part of the bat where he keeps it down. He just plays those soft hands, keeps it down, and there's enough there to get it past the slip. So a relief to be off the mark. Early impressions after 2 balls, very little pace in the pitch, very little bounce in the pitch.
That's where he's very strong, Zach Crawley. Very strong off his hip, off his pads. Signs are, as David Gower just said, this is a low pitch. Eventually you're going to have to bowl straight here. I'm not sure how many slip catches you're going to get.
And normally in first class cricket they leave a little bit of grass on that pitch to help with the pace, with the bounce. Early doors there's a bit of seam movement, but it looked quite barren as we stepped out in the morning, and the cracks appearing straight away. These cracks normally don't widen, but just the pitch gets slower and lower as the day progresses or the game progresses.
Punch down the ground, and that'll be the second boundary. Crawley quickly into double figures.
So you mentioned something about T20 a moment ago, and the only difference so far is we've seen the sort of runs from a T20 over, and not that ball going past the outside edge. This is sort of Zach Crawley at his best, where he just leans into it. There's no overt effort, it's just timing. And with the ball not as yet doing anything particularly at all, you can just play through the line.
And again, and I reckon that'll go away. Mid-off gives chase. Excellent start for Crawley and England. 14 from just 5 deliveries.
Yeah, David Gower just saying it'll be a normal start. 14 of the first 5 deliveries. But tell you what, Zach Crawley will enjoy these conditions. He likes getting on the front foot on the drive, and even on the up he likes driving through the line. Not often in English conditions where you're able to just punch the ball straight down the ground or through covers with the new ball. And that change of field Nas we're talking about, slip's gone out.
Yeah, short leg's gone to square leg. First over done. 14 for none, England.
Well, Baz, just to make a point here, it was normal cricket for 2 balls. He left one outside the off stump, guided one to the vacant third area, and then just took advantage of good length balls coming on nicely to the bat. I'd bowl the spinner now.
There are the two sides, 4 debutants for Pakistan, 2 for England. Generally in England, opening the batting is hard work against the Duke's ball. England openers over the years since Cook and Strauss have struggled at home. Away from home in these conditions, it is the place to bat. Here is one of the debutants, Muhammad Ali. No Shaheen Shah Afridi. That's a massive blow for Pakistan. And the boundaries continue well. He got half a hand to it, but I reckon that will still just get to the rope. It does.
Yeah, a bit of a nervy start from Muhammad Ali, just short and wide. Dug it onto it quickly. Diving stop almost made.
A bit harsh calling it nervy. I just thought it was, it's one of those normal, dare I use the word again, normal balls where you just sort of a length a little bit wide. It's just the nature of the pitch. Nice bit of timing from Duckett. It'll be tough to predict a score at the end of the day, isn't it? There you are, normal. See that? Normal.
Muhammad Ali comes with a reputation of being very consistent. He's the type of bowler who bowls long spells, and that was the theory behind his induction into the side. You've got Haris Rauf, you've got Naseem Shah. This guy will bowl long spells and make sure that he doesn't leak a lot of runs. With the new ball, normally he gets the ball to swing away from the right-hander and probably just swing it back into Duckett.
First one that's gone past the edge of the bat.
Well, that's something you really want to avoid, isn't it? As an opening batsman, any batsman on a pitch like this, day one of the series, you do not want the left-hander's waft. Trust me, I know what I'm talking
an
about.
expert.
Yeah. Your memory. How old were you when I was last wafting? Shall we offer you the first new fact for this series? 14 off the first over. It's the most England have scored in the first over of the innings in tests this century. Just sit on your seat, or try and stay on your seat. Just think about it.
Maybe if they'd come to Pakistan earlier and not left it 17 years, maybe that record wouldn't be broken earlier.
Well, it looks an absolute road, it really does. And already in the space of 11 deliveries there have been 4 boundaries, one where the bowler just won a mini battle, but after that it has all been off the bat and all been off the middle of the bat really. 4 boundaries in just 11 deliveries. And that's been played with soft hands. It will just go for a couple. The outfield's quick. 2 overs gone, 20 for none. Muhammad Ali has bowled his first over in Test match cricket. That'll ease the nerves. Always good to get through that first set. Azim Shah, who's never taken the first over in a Test, now into his second to Crawley. That's good. That's very good. And a big appeal. At the moment, there's a problem with DRS. We don't have DRS at the moment.
Well, you've got to say it would probably have come into play were it in play. The virus seems to have struck DRS as much as it has the England camp. I mean, looking at it there, there might just be a whiff of height, if I can put it that way. Otherwise, dead straight.
Yeah, height probably at best a bail trimmer, and with the on-field umpire's decision being not out, probably DRS wouldn't have changed the decision. We'll never know really, because DRS wasn't in play then. Immediately you can see whether Naseem Shah's done it on purpose or not, is he's gone a little bit straighter to try and bring LBW into play. That obviously plays into Crawley's strengths. Barber will have to maybe adjust his field accordingly. If you are going to bowl straight, have one more on the leg side.
I think it's a good ploy. I think it's a very sensible thing to do. There's very little movement that we've seen so far. Not much bounce, just enough bounce maybe to have seen that decision be not out rather than out. But of course it means there are incredibly fine margins. That actually had a little bit of shape off the pitch towards off stump from straight.
Now, I don't think that's done enough. They're going to go up again. Don't think it's come back enough.
That's my impression as well. Good leave, close, yes. Close but no cigar. But this is a good line. So this line, give or take around what? It's probably what? Another stump, isn't it? Another stump outside off stump. And it certainly hasn't done enough to come back and hit the off stump. But these are good deliveries given the conditions. These are testing deliveries because that's the sort of area where there will be just that little bit of doubt in Crawley's mind.
Yeah, very good from Naseem Shah, and his development as an international player, just coming to the front here with that ball just nipping back. He's now working on just predominantly getting the ball to seam back in or attack those front pads. He knows that there's not enough pace to go the other way. That'll just be a change-up. But his strategy or line of attack very straight now.
This is a good comeback from Naseem Shah. He's straightened his lines, he's just dragged his length back. There's no point bowling the big floaty ones when it's not swinging. You'll see Anderson do that really well, where he just drags his length back if it's not moving. So a good adjustment from the first over. Babar Azam's captaincy is going to be under the spotlight as well on these pitches. Bowler and captain have to be singing off the same hymn sheet. Really good comeback over, targeting Crawley just on off stump, 22 for none.
Well, that is the art, isn't it, at this level? Trying to work out conditions as quickly as possible, be you bowler or batsman. And for the bowlers, I mean, the early signs are very, very obvious that there is so little pace, so little bounce in this pitch that tight lines at all times are going to be your only chance to sort of try and keep things under some sort of control.
And that just gets a glove of Rizwan down the leg side. They'll get a bye. Duckett's quick. He's very quick. Comes back for two. Good running.
Yeah, it's almost sort of habits from the one-day game, which is so good at Ben Duckett. But it makes equally good sense at this level as well, at test match level. Every run, as they say, counts. Nas, you're familiar with that phrase. Every ball counts. Every run counts. You know, the same thing. Everything counts in this match. He's pushing to get back on strike, and why wouldn't you want to get back on strike?
Beautifully clipped for four.
Yeah, that's the risk when you attack the pads. Muhammad Ali trying to get that ball shaping back in, trying to attack that front pad, but with this pitch and with this ground, anything off line, you pay the price. It's a very quick outfield too, so just a little bit leg side-ish and turned away.
Well, Babar's just moved himself out of the slip cord, not for a change of feel, but Babar's gone to mid-off just to talk to his debutant, just to make sure that they are on the same page. What are your lines? What are we trying to do? So it's not a change in feel, just Babar wants to be closer to his bowler. Key is lines. Naseem Shah got his lines spot on, where you're around about off stump. And often you tell your bowler to bowl straight. And here you can see Babar talking to his bowler. Going to get that ball, he'll go up to him. When I say bowl straight, it means off stump, not middle and leg. Especially you've got a little bit of swing coming in. Straight means off stump. That's two straight, and that's just bread and butter for Ben Duckett.
Yeah, two straight with a little bit of shape, though. I'll use the phrase again, the words fine margins yet again, because if you do get that little bit of shape, then you've got to start it in exactly the right place. Otherwise, you know, you can see that Duckett has time to play. You know, he's not going to be frightened at this stage of anything rearing up at him. He's not really worried about the back put shots particularly. Just easing himself forward, and then you do seem to have more time.
Change of angle. He goes round the wicket now. That's a decent line. He's got to make sure he runs off that pitch. The umpire will just have a look at him there, and a word as well. He looked fairly straight in his follow through.
Yeah, the ump just had a look at the line actually, didn't he? So the front foot rather more. He was apparently rather more worried about the front foot and the position of that than he was about the follow through. He will no doubt look in due course at the latter.
Over. 30 for none.
I love it. You think back to the good old days, or the bad old days actually. Anyway, the old days. You're at 30 for none, you'd be thinking, well, that's maybe a good first hour. Imagine Jeffrey boycott Nasser. Just imagine dear old Jeffrey, you know, and John Edridge and people like that. You know, 30 for none after a first hour's play, the drinks just coming out, be racing away with it, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Boycott was the first name that sprung to mind when you were going down that road of the good old days. 30 for none. That would have taken an hour and a half. It is a very flat pitch though.
Now that swung about 3 yards in front of the keeper. We need to see how this ball does react, because so often we see a brand new ball does very little. Even Jimmy Anderson will tell you that sometimes. The brand new ball does nothing until you just shake it up a little bit, take some of the lacquer off, just start the process of the shiny side, the rough side, and give it a chance to do something. So it's quite often, you know, 6, 7, 8, 10 overs in, so should we say, when things start to happen.
Yeah, this is a good line of attack. Hurrying Zach Crawley. He's got a quick arm, hasn't he, Nazim Shah? As often Pakistan bowlers have. They've got that skiddy action. And that hurried Crawley.
And just seems that he's hitting the pitch harder now. Just short of a length, but he's actually running in and hitting the pitch. He's gone away from actually trying to swing it. He just wants the ball to seam off the surface.
Yeah, just going back to that topic of how the ball will evolve, even in these early stages. It's a long time, longish time before we start talking about reverse swing. But even when it's brand new, when it's the same on both sides of that ball, when it's absolutely pristine, it's sometimes different when the wear just starts to appear.
Bazid, from what you know of this venue, and looking out there now, you've got those 5 pitches to either side of the main pitch that look very dry, but the outfield fairly lush. Would you see this as a reverse swing venue?
Not really. The venue is sort of, Karachi really supports reverse swing, but here, because it's quite lush, especially because it's December, and early morning there'll be that moisture on the outfield, so that takes a lot out of the dryness which the bowlers like to work with.
Oh, inside edge. A bit of fortune there for Crawley. He's had an outside edge for 4, now he's had an inside edge for 4.
Well, each and every batsman will take whatever luck is going their way. That is for sure. This was mighty close. It's kind of typical Crawley in the sense that you see a length ball, you see him playing through the line, and there's just enough movement back off the seam there to get the inside edge, and luckily for Zach Crawley, both it misses the stumps and it goes for 4.
.34 for none after 5.
Well, I think Naseem Shah has worked it out that anything floated up, as you said just now, Nas, is basically meat and drink for a batsman. So he's pulled the length back. So he's now basically short of a length. We saw one bounce enough actually to well, clear the pads, would have cleared the stumps comfortably. That's been the rarity. That's been the unique ball for the day. But dragging that length back and keeping it roundabout off stump like that will give him just that little bit of control.
Jumper on for Naseem Shah as a bowler and jumper off for Ben Duckett. The mornings and the evenings here are very cool by Pakistan standards, so the jumper for the bowler, it's perfect conditions really, 22 degrees and lovely conditions for cricket.
So that's Pakistan, for the first time in 19 years, are playing 4 debutants. Now, 3 of them are bowlers. Muhammad Ali, who's bowling right now. The challenge for Babar Azam will be how does he quickly involve those 3? You have a temptation to get Haris Rauf on, but do you then cut short Muhammad Ali's overs?
It's a good question. You'd like to get your debutants into the game ASAP, just to give them some confidence and show them that you believe in them. Which is easier to do when you have maybe 1 or 2, but when you have, you know, maybe 3 bowlers, or get Haris Rauf into. I'd always like to introduce Haris Rauf. He's got a massive heart, and I'd like to introduce. He's had to wait a long time. You know, I was amazed that he hadn't played a Test match actually, because I'd seen so much of him in white ball cricket. He's got pace, but his most valuable asset is his ticker, his heart. And on this surface and in this situation, I'd like to introduce him ASAP. Nicely played. He knew exactly what he was doing. Now that's classic Duckett. Opened the face and eased it away for 4.
Yeah, this is what is tough for any bowler, but including, of course, here Muhammad Ali, because he will feel he's not done much wrong with that. As that ball leaves his hand, it's a length, it's just a little bit outside off stump. It's nicely played, beautifully played. For Duckett, just by letting it come to him, playing it late and just using the pace to guide it away easily for 4.
And the overcorrection, he really hasn't got his lines right at all. Outside off and then 2 straight.
Well, this is part of the dilemma you were talking about for Babar Azam, because Muhammad Ali's got a sort of nice, easy, it's not a particularly strenuous action. So you'd say, well, he could be the one that could bowl you a longer opening burst and use the 2 quicker men in shorter bursts. But actually, he's the one who's looking to have least control. So maybe he's the one you need to just take out of the attack and say, right, come back, we'll see you later, no problems.
Also how you word it as a captain, isn't it? You don't go up to him and say, look, you haven't got that right, I'm taking you off. You just go up and say, look, I'd really like to get Haris Rauf into the game. He's also making his debut. Maybe you can follow Naseem at the other end. You bowl me longer spells. So you pump his tyres up, basically. You don't knock him in his first game. This is his action. It is an easy action, isn't it? He just runs in and all the effort comes right at the end.
Yes, good braced front foot, but we're not talking about extreme pace here, are we?
Six overs done, 40 for none.
Yeah, you can imagine Muhammad Ali with, in different conditions, with a pitch with a bit of grass. I mean, shall we use the cliche of English conditions, say, where a little bit of grass, a little bit of carry. You can see from the hand positions that he is trying to get one to go into the left-hander. That last one was an attempt to try and get it to go the other way. See the wrist position, finger position. He was trying to bowl the one that just slides away from the left-hander. But there's so little happening with that ball for anyone so far. But as I say, it might just be that a bit of Harris Ralph will be seen soon enough, because as a fielding captain, you might as well explore all your options rather than just waiting for things to drift.
This is it. Sensodyne, because life's too short for sensitive teeth. Ice cream early morning.
Man has gone out leg side, not so much for the short ball. We haven't seen one yet, just in the back of Crawley's mind. That is a man out. It's also a run-saving position. A good battle between these two. Any other battle so far has been bat dominant, but you'd say in the last 3 or 4 overs, the Nazim Shah-Crawley battle is just a bit more even. There is the short ball, and it's gone fine, and it goes away for 4. There was top edge from that. The surprise bouncer came from Nazim Shah. He's not impressed.
Well, for bowlers on a pitch like this, you want each and every chance or half chance to count. A lot of effort went into that. It's still only chest height. A little less effort went into the effort on the boundary's edge, but worth a go because you've got the surprise element. Worth a go because he does have that fluid, whippy, pacey action. Didn't quite get what he wanted.
There is a battle, but the other thing here is that Crawley is just taking strike to Naseem Shah, and they haven't crossed over at all. So maybe Naseem Shah is thinking maybe he can give him a single and get work on Duckett with the left-hander, the angle across. And even Muhammad Ali will be thinking maybe the right-hander bowl better to him. But at the moment, it's just been Naseem to Crawley and Muhammad Ali to Duckett.
Good solid block from Crawley. 44 for none after 7.
Squeeze up as much as that. Kind of hazy morning here in Pindi. It was quite cool at the start of play. It's just warming up now. England have made a bright start on what looks a very flat pitch there. 44 without loss after 7. And a ripple of applause for Haris Rauf, the local boy, making his Test match debut. Been around, of course, in one-day cricket, principally T20 cricket, for a fair while now, but gets to go in Test cricket. And Waqar and Arouge, I can think of better pitches to make your debut on as a fast bowler, at least at the start of the first day.
Hello, Ethers. Good morning, viewers. Yeah, kind of slow pitch in the first half an hour belongs to England. There have been few boundaries been hit. Bowlers are still sort of finding the right length on this ball. It's a pitch where you can really stand on the front foot and play every delivery.
As Duckett does there, yes, you'd say these kind of conditions look tailor-made for somebody like Crawley, whose game is based on front foot drives, as Pakistan's bowlers saw for a long time in Southampton a couple of years ago. He's had a good battle against Naseem Shah so far. It's Naseem who's looked the likeliest of the bowlers to make a breakthrough. Muhammad Ali didn't quite get things right in his first 3 overs, hence Haris Rauf. But there's not much there, Arouge, as yet. No swing. One or two of the England bowlers said that in practice the ball swung at the start of the day because of the quite cool conditions, but we've seen nothing yet, and there's certainly no bounce. 45 for none.
Middle. Off stump.
Yeah, I don't think Pakistan's seam attack will be a happy bunch. Haris Rauf does have the pace. Probably one of the best white ball cricketers going around. See what he can deliver here.
Well, we most recently saw Haris Rauf in action in the T20 World Cup final, of course, where he bowled with great pace throughout that tournament. He was amongst the quickest bowlers there. And he's got a bustling kind of run-up and action. And as that ball gets older, he will come into his own with that fast arm and will get it reverse swinging, Waqar.
Yeah, still looking for the right length for Test match cricket. He bowls nice and full in T20 cricket and one-day cricket, and uses his pace to his advantage. But on this pitch and in longer version of a Test match cricket, you have to really find the right length and find the disciplines. And I think in the first half an hour or so, Pakistani bowlers were just too full at times, and easy runs were just given. Yes, Haris will probably wait for this ball to get older and get reverse, and then he might be a little bit more useful. But at the moment, it's gun barrel. It's nice and straight and easy to bat against.
Just a misfield allows Crawley to scamper through for the single. 47 for none from 8. And what about this crowd? We heard optimistically that there was going to be a full house here this morning. It isn't the case by any stretch of the imagination. Would we expect to see things fill up throughout the day, and then through the Friday and the weekend a bigger crowd than we have now?
Yeah, that's what we normally get. Normally, you know, people wake up a little late here, so have a breakfast and come, have a lunch here, and probably this will fill up. I'm not sure if it's going to go 100%, but you will see a lot of people coming in. Test cricket is coming back to Pakistan after a long time, and of course England coming back to Pakistan. It's a big day, first day of the Test match, first day of the series, so it's a massive day for Pakistan.
Clipped nicely into the leg side by Ben Duckett, who will pick up a couple. First time that England's batsmen have changed ends, so Duckett gets a look at Naseem Shah, who's looked the most likely bowler so far. He's had a couple of LBW shouts. Would just remind you that DRS is not in operation, so there was no opportunity for Pakistan to send that one upstairs. The first one certainly looked closer than the second.
I think the first one was definitely would have gone upstairs, and if you closely look at the umpire, when the appeal was going in, his right hand sort of moved a bit, so I thought it's coming out, that finger's coming out. I was looking at live and I thought he's going to give it, because it looked quite nice and straight, maybe a little high. That's probably the umpire thinking, but you know, I'm a bowler's umpire, so for me this was maybe hitting middle leg. Maybe the bails.
Height was the only thing. It was certainly straight. As Duckett slashes away, but with no great conviction this time. It goes off an outside edge, but England's 50 now is up. It's in the 9th over. England rattling along.
Yeah, this first England 50's come up in quick fashion, as we'd expected that. A bit of a slash outside the off stump. Lucky not to land into the slips, flies through that vacant area behind.
You wouldn't see this shot back in the 90s, anything outside the off stumps. The batters just sort of allow the ball to go to the keeper. Not anymore. They played so much T20 cricket, one-day cricket. They see the ball, anything outside the off stump, they look to score runs.
And it's a terrific opportunity for Ben Duckett, who I was there. He played 4 test matches in 2016, 2 in Bangladesh, 2 in India, and he got turned over by Ravi Ashwin in India, but played on a couple of very spin-friendly pitches, I might say, in Chittagong and Dhaka. Very, very tough circumstances. So for him now, this is a real opportunity on what looks like an absolute belter.
Yeah, I guess it'll be a matter of if a mistake is made and when it is. It doesn't look like the ball's doing anything at all. The one thing that we did see in Australia was still a little bit of more bounce. On day one, doesn't seem to be the case. Naseem Shah did bowl 1 short. Even that didn't get quite high. So, tailor-made situation here for the England openers who've gotten off to a flyer.
53 for none from 9. So that game against Australia was a different time of year, wasn't it, Wakam? March. And how would that affect conditions and a pitch, say, generally at this ground and more generally in Pakistan?
Well, normally when you play here or when you come to Pindi, you see a lot more grass on the square as well as on the pitch. The game you're talking about, the Australian game previously played, that was in March, and there was a little bit more grass on it. It was a lot cooler than this, what we're having right now. And a little bit more bounce. It was very flat. It was a tough work for the faster bowlers. Nothing much in it for the quick bowlers. Hard work. But this one is, there's no bounce. That's my worry. When it's new, the ball, it is going to come onto the bat. But once it gets old, I'm a little bit worried that you might be struggling to score runs against also.
Yeah, it looks very much like this is the best time to bat, actually, and that's one of those fascinations, really, is how the game changes between, say, English conditions and Pakistan conditions. In England, this is the most difficult time to bat for the openers against the new ball. Many England openers in recent times have had massive difficulties against the Duke's ball in swinging and seaming conditions, but it's topsy-turvy here. This is the best time to bat, and it might get harder later on against the old ball. Driven firmly by Zach Crawley. That has met the middle of the bat. He's hit a variety of boundaries today. 3 have come off the middle. There have been 3 edges as well, but that one as good as anything.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the delivery. I thought it was a good length delivery. It was just going away from Crawley. But because the nature of the pitch is such good, and he can just plant his front leg and just hit through the crisp through the cover for 4. A good looking boundary.
And the middle of the bat again. This is delicious from Zach Crawley, who follows a lovely cover drive with a very firm clip through mid-wicket. The outfield is fast. That's his 7th boundary of the morning. And England really racing along here. 61 for none now. We've not had 10 overs. We've barely had, 40 minutes of play. This is a terrific start from these 2 openers. The race is on, and Naseem Shah does very well with a bit of fancy footwork to save what would have been Crawley's 8th boundary.
Yeah, good effort at the boundary by the youngster Naseem Shah. Putting the dive, using his legs eventually. The 3 nicely timed shots by Zach Crawley.
Real effort ball, and that's what the bouncer has to be here. That was a good way to finish for Haris Rauf. 63 for none. Ten overs bowled, nothing happening for Pakistan's 3 seamers that we've seen in operation so far. No swing, no bounce, no movement off the seam. It's been straightforward for Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. There were a couple of LBW shouts against Crawley, no DRS in operation, and 3 of his boundaries have come off the edge, but no hint of a chance given as yet. And I guess it's a bit of a waiting game for Pakistan, waiting maybe for that ball to get a little older and start to reverse. And whilst the waiting game is on, it's an early introduction for Zahid Mahmood, the leg break bowler, one of 4 Pakistan players making their debut today. Quite a changed look to Pakistan's team. So with nothing happening for the quicker bowlers, time to look a bit of spin, a slip and a short leg for Ben Duckett, who has a reputation at least of being a good player of spin and an attacking player of spin, somebody who likes to put to use a vast array of sweeps and reverse sweeps.
Yeah, Athers, we saw a lot of that during the recent white ball series where England had recently toured September. And Duckett was pretty much sweeping, reverse sweeping.
Yeah, I think on one of his social media posts when ahead of this tour, he posted a picture of himself reverse sweeping, and above it wrote the words "when in doubt," i.e. he's not going to be blocking the spinners, because he had a torrid time, as I mentioned earlier, and his first go as an England Test player in India and Bangladesh, albeit on some pretty spicy pitches. But I think he's come here now to Pakistan determined to play what he'd say is his natural game and try and attack.
He's also had a very good first-class season. A little bit of spin there. 72 is averaged in 2022 back home.
Yes, he has, but that was in the middle order. He's generally batted 3-4 for Nottinghamshire, so he's got the opportunity here at the top of the order because England left out Alex Lees at the end of the summer. And even from these early deliveries from Zahid, you can see that Duckett is keen to try and put the pressure on the bowler straight away. There he goes with a reverse sweep to Zahid's 5th ball, and that is a crunching reverse sweep. Quite a statement from Ben Duckett.
Yeah, we've seen this before earlier this year, and he gets into a position very early and he plays that shot so well. He controls it really well, and especially in Test match cricket with the fielders up in the circle or closer to the bat, this ball is going to travel every time he hits the shot.
Yeah, just watch Duckett. He's got so many options with this shot. I think we've already seen in this over a hard hit sweep, a reverse sweep, now a fine paddle for 4. 75 for non-England from 11. Very skillful, and a real problem for bowlers because he's got the ability to just hit the ball wherever the fielders are not. In fact, in his pre-match press conference, Stokes referred to Duckett as a captain's nightmare. And what he meant by that was you never know where to put the field.
We've got 3 bowlers who are debuting this game, and an England batsman. They know that, and they're gonna make sure that they don't settle. They play these sort of shots where the bowlers will struggle to find the right length.
Yeah, there's a worth looking again at that fine sweep or that scoop shot from Duckett, who at the non-strikers end now is going through his whole range of sweep shots. We've already seen him play 4, I think, in that opening over from Zahid. One crunching reverse sweep, and the final ball was just flicked really delicately, using his wrists and getting the ball fine for 4. Now this will be 4 more. It's not a good ball from Haris Rauf because it was misdirected down the leg side or leg stump and just outside, and Crawley helps it fine for 4 more.
Yeah, that's easy pickings. You get offline, and Crawley is in such a good form. He's going to really punish you. He's been hitting boundaries on good deliveries, and this was an easy one to just hit away for 4. Boundaries are flowing. Things are getting very, very difficult, tough for Pakistan very early in the game.
If I could, I mean, if I would recall playing against yourself and Wasim on a pitch like this, you would kind of play a bit of a waiting game, wouldn't you? You'd wait for that old ball. You'd maybe bowl a lot of bouncers to try and scuff the ball up and try and get it reversing as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think that should these bowlers think also, because you know, we have seen so far every time the ball's been pitched up, it's been driven, and you know, all these boundaries been hit. I think the idea is to just bowl back of the length and create that pressure by bowling dot deliveries, creating maiden overs. We haven't seen a maiden over yet, so I think that's the only way to sort of go about on this pitch. Slips are out. There's only one slip now, so just bowl that back of the length and wait for the ball to get old and then maybe try bowl that fuller length.
Terrific from Zach Crawley. That's the length that Waqar Younis was talking about, really. Just slightly short of a length, but Crawley is so quick, and that's a problem for the bowlers. If he drives you when it's a bit fuller, but then can pull you off that slightly back of a length, where do you go?
Yeah, it was quick. It was 150 Ks the previous delivery, but it sat up nicely for Zach Crawley. I think just Pakistan just haven't been consistent amounts of pressure, with the lines and length being a little bit wavered this morning.
So 50 minutes into play, and those attacking fielders have dispersed now. Just a slip and a gully. So much more defensive feel. So the first 50 minutes to England, they've got rid of a few fielders close in. They've put some pressure on Pakistan's attack, inexperienced as it is, and they've set a good platform in the opening hour. Four more, pulled again in front of square, and this is a real problem for Haris Rauf. He can go shorter than that and try and get it over Crawley's head, but short of a length and on a full length, he's getting dispatched. 87 for none. Well, if you're just joining us, it's been quite a dramatic start by England's opening pair, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, who've raced to 87 from 12. Crawley already almost to his half century, 47 from just 37. Duckett back in the side after a long absence, a 6-year absence from Test cricket. He's played confidently, 38 from 35. And as you can see from that reaction from Haris Rauf, Pakistan's attack under early pressure here in Rawalpindi.
Can you move, please? Thank you.
Mazhar scorer telling us that in the World T20 final, Pakistan were about this mark after their 12 overs. So England in T20 mode on the first morning of the Test match in Pindi after a long absence, 17-year absence from the country, trying to put on a show. And just a slightly ambitious sweep from Duckett on this occasion, misreading the length.
Yeah, good from Zahid. He's pulled the length back a touch, a little bit extra bounce, and almost getting the edge. It's not happening for Pakistan at the moment. They desperately need to break this partnership.
Man out is just behind square, so there'll be runs here for Duckett, at least 2. And Crawley scurries back for 3. So the leg spinner will get a crack at the right-handed Crawley now, which he may prefer, actually. Duckett is a difficult man to bowl to. Crawley will play differently. Because he's such a taller man, you can see there the difference in height between Crawley and Duckett. He won't sweep like Duckett, or he won't sweep as frequently. So he'll look to play more, perhaps orthodoxly and down the ground. Having said that, Crawley dabs one fine as well, and that's his 50. And a very fine half century it has been from Zach Crawley. He's enjoyed the conditions this morning here in Rawalpindi. He's put the pressure on Pakistan's bowlers, And he has moved swiftly to 50 from just 38 balls.
Yeah, Zach Crowley likes Pakistan. Last time he played Southampton, he got double there, double 100. And he is looking really, really good, striking at 134. And he wants to get runs and get quickly.
Balls ahead. Oh yeah, good ball, Zaida.
A little bit more flight from Zahid gave enough time Zach Crowley to just stab it down to fine leg for another boundary.
And again, Baba will maybe try and cut this shot off, but by doing so it will create opportunities elsewhere.
It's just the nature of the pitch allowing the batsman in the middle to play these shots. Again, gets into position early, picks up length. On both occasions, he just looked to dab it fine. Haven't seen a lot of spin from Zahid yet. 13 done, England 97 for no loss.
Well, there's a terrific bit of commitment in the field from Haris Rauf, not dissimilar to that diving stop that he made at the MCG just a few weeks ago in the T20 World Cup final. And it looks like Muhammad Ali is going to get his second spell. So Haris Rauf's 3 overs have been expensive. He's gone for 25. Babar is trying to ring the changes, to try and separate this opening partnership, but also bring some control. Looks to me like Ali's the one he's going to turn to bowl longer spells compared to Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf, who will be bowled in shorter bursts, I imagine. Just strikes me Waqar as more of an English style bowler than a Pakistan style bowler from what I've seen.
Yeah, he's a late bloomer, played first class at the age of 25. He's 39. He's played a couple of good seasons. Picked up 32 in the previous one, 24 in this season, and I feel the pitches he has played on had a little bit for the faster bowlers. Swings it away from the right-hander with the new ball. But on this surface, it's been a big struggle, what we have seen so far. Yes, he gives you that look that if he's bowling at Headingley, he might just get a little bit more out of the pitch and will get that seam movement. But playing on these conditions, this surface, especially with this Kookaburra cricket ball, it is a tough job.
So in domestic cricket, the pitches would have a little bit more grass on and a bit more life in them. Is that right?
Yeah, what I have seen, I've seen few games. I haven't seen the entire season, but they had a little bit more bounce, and he does control the ball really well. He controls the run rate of the team also. Bowls long spells. But what I'm seeing here at Rawalpindi, this surface is very, very slow. It might just break. Later on, the spinners might come into play a bit more, but at the moment it's very, very flat.
It looks like that will be his role, to probably bowl long spells and keep the batters down, which essentially all of Pakistan's bowlers haven't been able to do this morning. But fill in those gaps of probably picking out one end and give Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf rest. The ball starts doing a little bit more. We'll probably see him back in action.
It may become harder time the ball as well as it gets a little older. So Duckett and Crawley have taken the sensible option while the ball is hard and new and coming on nicely. This may be the best time to bat. Make use of it.
Well, another thing will be tested is Babar's captaincy, because things have just gone not his way in the first 13.4 overs. So he's got to find a way or find a method to pick up a wicket or two. And at the moment, it's just boundaries coming left, right, center. This might just be stopped. Yeah, good job. Well done. Stopped quite nicely. He's probably looking for the fourth one. And that also brings England's 100 in the 14th.
Yep, given all the drama yesterday and the news out of the England camp about the virus and players falling down ill and uncertainty about when this game would start, England will be absolutely thrilled with the start that they've made. Only one player from the original 11 that they selected missed out with illness, and that was Ben Foakes. Captain Ben Stokes won the toss, and now Duckett and Crawley have put on a 100 partnership in just 13.5 overs. So the best possible start that England could have hoped for.
Well, the last delivery was a no ball. Well, whatever bug they had is working well for them.
Yeah. Runs flowing yesterday, runs flowing today.
Luckily today, the ones that matter. Ending England off to a prolific start. And there's that previous delivery, overstepping by quite a bit. Muhammad Ali, last ball before drinks.
First hour is done. We've had 14 overs. England are 103 for none. Crawley already past the half-century mark. It is drinks time.
Excellent start for England and their openers. Duckett has 42 in just 43 deliveries, and Zach Crawley has his 7th Test 50 to go with 200s. 58 for him in 42 deliveries, 103 for England. Plenty of time to rock onto that back foot. He's got a lot of time, Crawley. He's a good player of spin.
Start में रहना, start में नसीमा single पकड़ दे, start क्यों सा single होने के बाद क्यों सा खैर गलत. Oh yeah.
A little bit of drift there for the leg spinner. Very good half century. Started well. Early boundaries of Naseem Shah down the ground. Very strong through the offside and very strong on the pull and the leg side as well.
Ball, shabash.
Played the sweep well. It's a tall man with a long reach. A couple of sweeps away. Just to think about all those times in England with the Duke's ball nibbling around and moving around. Great opportunity to go big. He already has a Test double 100 against Pakistan at the Aegis Bowl.
Yeah, Pakistan just need to slow things down. We don't often talk about slowing things down in a test match, first session of a test match.
Oh yeah.
But just take time out of the game, make sure that they just get back into the game. But at the moment, England running away with it. And David Gower has a start. He's loving that start. He's so happy.
I've been offered one here. England, after 14 overs for 103.
In the air, but lands safe of the man on the sweep.
A comparison was offered between that and the T20 World Cup final last month, with Pakistan after 14 overs were a mere 98. It tells you a lot about the way England like to play their Test cricket nowadays, as we saw last summer back in the UK. It tells a lot about conditions in Rawalpindi this morning.
Nice drive, doesn't get past mid-off, fielding is good. 106 for none.
The other thing actually which is relevant is this, well, it's no longer new, but the style we've seen England play their Test cricket in this year, since Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum took over, has encouraged positive cricket. So this 100 here without loss against Pakistan, 83 balls. Against South Africa, 104. Against India, 119. So 3 times since the Stokes-McCullum regime was initiated, England have made hundreds without loss. Every time at a good pace. But this is by, what, 19, 20 balls the quickest.
Just wondering about the makeup and the balance of this England side playing on these sort of surfaces in Pakistan, and this one in particular in Rawalpindi. Always feel in Pakistan you need the extra bowling option. David, what do you make of the balance of that side? If you look all the way down to Livingston coming in at 8. I mean, we've got him as an all-rounder there, but he's a batter who bowls a bit of part-time spin. Same with Jacks. But England have got an extra bowling option in there. I know Wood's not ready. He's going to be ready for the second test, they hope. But maybe another spinner, Rayan Ahmed, a front-line spinner.
Yes.
Thanks, David. 8 batters seems a luxury on the surface.
Yeah, you're on the right track, I'm sure, because, I mean, 2 things. One is Ben Stokes obviously read the conditions at the toss by changing his mantra of chasing. Wants to bat first. It's a very, very good pitch for batting. So on that basis alone, you don't really need to cover yourself for runs down the order. We know Jax is in because Folkes basically is unwell today. I mean, Folkes himself would have been a very good batting option at that same spot.
Pulled well. There's two men out there. Go straight between the two of them. Crawley's been quick on that pull.
Yeah, he always is. It's one of his favourite shots. It's not the, shall we say, the Ian Chappell style back and across and just put the ball away. He's very much got the weight on the front foot, just rocks back. It's not really a short ball. It's just short of a length, and he just takes it on the line as much as anything else. But going back to your topic, yeah, we've got far too much batting. And if you're going to sneak any chance of getting people out, then the extra bowling options on a pitch like this have to be more viable.
The one thing, obviously, to get 20 wickets on this pitch, you're going to need time, and obviously the pace at which England bat will buy them that time. Always go back to a double hundred that Kevin Peterson made in Australia. I think it was 2010. When he scored a double hundred in about 250 deliveries. And 2 minutes after they won England, a massive storm hit. You score your runs quickly, you'll have more time to get 20 wickets. And they are scoring quickly, that is for certain. Slightly on the up from Crawley. Good bit of fielding, but they might just scamper one now. They do.
Yeah, the other thing now is just looking at the squad that England had selected for this 3-match test series in Pakistan. Look, it just comes back home easily. Just going on the series previously where Australia toured, they had two bowlers who basically won them the test series, was Stark and Cummins, and that space through the air. And look at this England squad. Yes, Wood is injured. That's your bowler who can really ramp it up. But you just thought that maybe they need another one. Obviously, Archer being not yet ready, but you still need another one sort of nearing that 90 miles an hour mark.
Could come back for two here on the misfield. They do. England get off Nelson, 111. They move to 113 for none. Yeah, they have Jamie Overton in the squad as well. Unfortunately, Jamie Overton is one of the casualties of the virus that's going through. He was not available today. He was one of the ones with Folkes that the doctor said couldn't make the team. There is that England squad. They like to name their side early. 2 days ago they named the side.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that squad, it would have been remarkable for Rayan Ahmed to make a debut here. Coming not quite from nowhere, but coming very rapidly up the ladder and added to the squad after the initial selection was made, added after their trip to the UAE in their warm-up. I mean, you can see here, Zaid Mahmood, you know, he is a decent leg spinner, but there's no pace, there's very little turn. What little turn there is slow. So if you don't literally put it on that legendary sixpence, or whatever the equivalent coin is here, I'll just check with Bazit as to what the small coin is you could place on a length here and try and hit. If you don't do that, anything like this, which is just slightly short, is so much time to put it away. Go on, give me a coin, Baz. I don't mean literally. I mean, that's unlikely.
Double-headed one on this pitch. Well, we've gone away from coins. 25 paisa was 25 for us. 25 paisas.
No, just an inside edge. There's the drift from Zahid. Just makes you clip to leg side. Great Shane Warne used to do that to batters over the years. The ball drifts in, so you go with the drift leg side. And luckily for Crawley, it was going down the leg, maybe a hint of inside edge as well.
Maybe in this modern era, instead of using a small coin, we just use a credit card or a debit card. Just place it in the right place.
They're also virtual cards, so maybe just a virtual card.
Maybe. We'd have to place it with the numbers on the top side, so there might be just a little bit of grip on the card, you see. We're talking about something NASA has absolutely no clue whatsoever.
He's strong there, isn't he? Just that forward press, and then he rocks off the front foot and clips through the leg side. He moves into the 70s, Zach Crawley. 121 for none.
Well, wherever you are in the world, and whatever you do, bat or bowl, you want to try and start on the right note. Definitely a batsman's day. Zach Crawley is loving every moment of this. He's had the odd tiny streak of luck, the odd inside edge, that one inside edge that went early past the leg stump, but he just looks in absolutely commanding form, just loving every moment of this.
Yeah, if you're trying to improve your playing of spin, Zach Crawley is a good one to watch. He'll just use a little press onto the front foot and then rock back and clip. Babar Azam not happy with his leg spinner there. Maybe wants it a bit fuller. Such a slow pitch. Crawley with lots of time.
Well, I'm going early here. Zach Crawley, 73 of 57 deliveries.
If you mention
go on,
100 before lunch,
no
and he gets
no
out.
Englishman has done it before.
If he gets out now.
He's got plenty of time the way he's playing. Maybe block a few now.
It's an interesting tactic, as Barbara asked you to invoke the commentator's curse as assistance for his efforts out there.
Nearly got Ducky out. Your old man got 100 before lunch, didn't he? Where was that?
Karachi against New Zealand. I recently went and saw his bat at the MCG Museum, and it was like a toothpick. It was almost like a Harrow-sized bat. No ball. But apart from that, there's 4 Australians and an Indian. So no English batter as yet. Century before lunch.
Well, you've got one in the family.
He's very strong there. That's 3 or 4 boundaries. He's just back cut behind square on the offside. Runs continue to flow. Problems for Pakistan.
Well, it said it early in the day. There's not an awful lot wrong with the delivery. Something very similar indeed, almost identical an hour ago, where just that little bit of width with decent length, perfectly decent length, and with the batsman able to trust everything out of this pitch, the pace and the bounce, you just play through the line.
And that'll be 50 for Ben Duckett, his second in Test match cricket. Best of 56 against Bangladesh. He'll want to convert and go big here.
I don't know what's taking him so long. Run a ball. No, he's a much better player now than he was in his first attempt at Test match cricket under testing conditions elsewhere. And again, we're better to play than someone like Rawalpindi with a pitch like this morning. Pristine first day pitch. Make the most of it. Fill your boots, as they used to say.
Yeah, he struggled against Ravi Ashwin, didn't he, on some turning pitches. It would make people presume he was a poor player of spin, and he said since he's had to laugh at that because he feels, as we saw in the T20 series out here, that he's a very good player of spin. He just struggled against one particular spinner on some spinning pitches.
Or let's put it another way, if Ravi Ashwin had changed sides and was playing today, I'd still back Ben Duckett this morning. You'd back anyone. I'd back you, Nas. I'd back you still to be there, but on about 20.
Yeah, but there was talk about Athers and Nasser playing. Was there? Flu?
Yeah, at one stage yesterday, the top four looked like Atherton, Hussain, Key, Gower. So getting worse as we went down the batting lineup.
Yeah, we're getting more fun.
Athers wanted to play as a spinner, leg spinner. He wanted to pull leg spin.
$127 for none.
Well, time for another little factoid for you. First time in England's Test history that both openers have reached 50 off 50 balls or less. It's the new era. Life's too short.
Plenty of batting to come. Anderson, Leach, another thing about this, batting first means that Pope wouldn't have had to spend 100 overs in the field and then bat 3. Not easy as a wicketkeeper batter, so he can just keep in the latter part of this game. And also the bowlers, if they're slightly ill, gives them another day to recover.
And time for Tapal tea, the moment in the Tapal tea lounge. Well, you better gulp it down because it's boundaries galore. The other thing is that there's been a lot of talk about scheduling. Yes, the cricket everywhere all the time, but it's probably worked in Duckett's favor. Duckett, as you were here, David Gower, played in that 7-match, I repeat, 7-match T20 series, and he played beautifully, he played really well. And that probably has helped him as he's come out to open in sort of similar conditions.
Yeah, he was here for that. He's been here for PSL. I mean, he will know Pakistan and Pakistan conditions well enough. Yeah, all these things help. I mean, if you look at the way world cricket is played nowadays, there's hardly a day goes by without a game somewhere.
Reverse. And he got it, actually, because it was full. There's a man out there for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, Zaid Mahmood has pitched it further up this over. I mean, everything has been up there almost half volley length, which I would say is better than pitching it halfway down or dropping it a yard or two too short for sure. But all options are open, and Ben Duckett plays this shot very, very well. You know, of all those in the world, he plays it as well as anyone. And he sees it as a perfectly viable option, whether he's playing 20 overs, 50 overs, 5 days, whatever it might be.
Gets it past mid-on. He looks in fine touch to Zach Crawley. Boundaries continue to flow. 134 for none.
He is as fluent as he can be today, Zach Crawley. You see, we've had a quick view of the side-on shot, that very wide stance of his. Very few batsmen use a stance quite that wide, but it means that the movement forward is only just a little one. It's basically a question of balance, isn't it? As long as you get the balance, get the weight into the shot, all is well.
22 boundaries already in just 19 overs, 15 for Crawley, 7 for Duckett. So when Bazid Khan mentioned slowing the pace down, he didn't really mean of the over rate. It meant the pace of the run rate. Got to try and build some pressure. It's not a pitch that you burst through the opposition. You've got to join the dots, build some pressure. At the moment, it's a boundary and over, and there is no pressure being built.
Run rate is what, 7.05. Beats most power plays in the World T20.
Not good enough. The other option would be to go aggressive. One way would be defensive. The other option would say go to Haris Rauf now and say, right, let's have a little bit of a bumper half hour here. Really go at these two. We've seen Zach Crawley top edge a bumper. Take the pitch out the equation. Go bumper Yorker. That's just short and waist high. That's not short enough. 4 more.
We've now seen both these batsmen playing what is a pull shot off the front foot with time to spare. Absolutely no attempt to go back and across and play what you might call the Don Bradman style, you know, the art of cricket written in 1934 probably. None of that sort of stuff. It's just front foot, rock back, swatted away for 4.
Well, for a side that is full of flair and unorthodoxy, Pakistan are trying to be orthodox here. I would have half an hour of, you know, what would Wasim Akram be doing on a pitch like this now? He'd take the pitch out of the equation, run up and give you some chin music for 20 minutes. Maybe that would rough the ball up a little bit as well and get some reverse going. At the moment, I'm not sure it's a pitch for line and length.
Glad you mentioned Wasim Akram. I learned something from Nas. I listen to everything everyone says, so I just listened to Nas yesterday moan about Wasim Akram getting him out with the ball swinging back and hitting him right in front. And then he tested out the fridges in the dressing room, and they're still trying to repair them. We still don't have any electricity there because of this man. So whenever there's load shedding in Pindi, this man's to blame.
I got a bill for the fridge here after putting my foot through it. Thanks, Wasim, and the umpire.
Let's say maybe it needs explaining for those that were watching, like myself, from a commentary box, that the ball that Wasim bowled you pitched about, I don't know,
3 yards outside leg stump.
Don't ruin your own credibility by exaggerating so badly. 1.5 foot outside leg stump. And the laws at that stage were very much like they are now, and have been for quite some time. It was a little unlucky to be given out.
Yeah, no DRS. I'd have pulled that out the locker straight away.
No, with your luck, DRS would have been on the blink as it has been today. You're still paying maintenance on that fridge?
Hearing a whisper in my ear that DRS might be good, might be available. Not sure how much we're going to need it in the next few hours. Umpire just explaining to the captains and the batters out there. He's explaining it to everyone. He's trying to find Barber just to tell him that we now have DRS.
And Barber's saying, well, can we go back to that second over?
$141 for none.
कैचिंग पे आ जाओ आप कैचिंग पे हो सेंटर आजू भाई सर ठीक हो ऊपर आ थोड़ा सा ठीक हो बस बस
Well, this has been a quite astonishing start by England here in Rawalpindi this morning. And it's to Salman now that Babar Azam has turned in the desperate attempt to bring some control to proceedings. A couple of things just to bear in mind as Crawley's on 79. England's fastest 100 is 76 balls. That's probably unlikely to be tested, but that was a record set many years ago in 1902 by Gilbert Jessup, and no England batsman has ever scored 100 before lunch on the opening day of a test match.
Athers, the way things are going, that leaves him 21 to get in 10. Not completely impossible.
I don't think he's thinking about it. He just want to be out there after lunch. He just want to carry on. The previous inning in Southampton, he played. He got double 100.
It's another sweep from Duckett. It won't be the last sweep shot that you'll see the left-hander play today, as England motor on to 145 for none. Now, there's a bigger crowd in now than there was at the start of the day, when it was quite sparsely attended. The feeling was always that as the day progressed, more numbers would come in. Haris Rauf, his first 4 overs in Test cricket have gone for 32, so he'll be looking to improve those figures if he can. That's the final sweep shot from Ben Duckett, and the previous over from Salman. There's just nothing there for any of these bowlers at the moment. No bounce, no seam, no swing, no movement, no spin. It's all in the batsman's favour, and Crawley and Duckett are looking to take advantage. Duckett, I'm sure, will have in the back of his mind the start that he made in Test cricket. 2 pitches in Chittagong and Dhaka that were real spinner's paradise, really. And he had an almighty struggle. Now, he'll be saying to himself, you know, I had those difficult early experiences, and this now is in my favour. Make it count.
Well, the last couple of deliveries from Rauf, when he bowled to Zach Crawley, he just tailed in a bit, so it might be just a little bit of reverse coming into play. We're into the 22nd over, so just keep a close eye on the shiny side, which is sort of on the right. So the ball should be coming into the left-hander if there is reverse. Yes, there is a little bit there.
Yeah, the pitch is quite abrasive, but also the 2 strips either side of the 22 yards that we're playing on angle as much as anything that brings that ball back into Duckett, but it's quite bare either side of the pitch, and that should help the ball to scuff up as we go through the day. Got to hope for small mercies.
Well, another thing Pakistani fast bowlers got to bear in mind is the length they bowl. Yes, it might be reversing, but you just got to hit the right length. Gone those days, Ethers, when we used to play back in the 90s, and you can just bowl nice and full, and the batsman coming onto the front foot and getting hit on the boot or the pad, because nowadays the modern day batsmen, they just sort of sit back in the crease. They don't really lunge forward. They wait and wait, and they play very late. And for that, I feel that the length is very important. Make them come forward, but from the right length.
And of all the batsmen that you played against, when the ball was tailing and reversing, who would have played you as well as anybody, technically wise?
You did that.
Waqar,
Yeah,
come on. I know we're mates, but there are there's so many other players that you could have plucked out of there. But what would have been the key? Kind of a low back lift, keep that front foot slightly out of the way?
No, I wasn't joking like this, to be very honest. I'm not pumping you up here. Yeah, I got you out a few times. What, another boundary there? No. Just a couple there. Yeah, but, you know, bowling at you, once you just go through or manage to bat against Wasim Akram against a new ball, because he was the toughest with the new ball also. And I guess early on I did get you out a few times, but then I felt that you figured out that how to bat. Just don't really lift your bat too high, keep it low, and make sure you don't lunge forward, don't really come forward and play very late. And I think that's the key.
The crowd trying to get behind the local boy Harris Rauf, but to no avail as yet. 148 for none. Rouge, I remember vividly watching Waqar's first ball in English cricket, actually, at Old Trafford. It was a beamer. He came sprinting in from the boundary edge. None of us had ever seen him before, and he bowled this beamer to a chap called Graham Fowler, who was a Lancashire opening batsman. We thought, my God, what is this?
First a beamer at 90.
I was very nervous. Remember, that was my first year at Surrey. That was Lancashire Surrey, wasn't it? That was my first game, and I still remember Graham Fowler got 100 in that game, and my first wicket was Wasim Akram when I came for the second spell, the third spell. Yeah, I was really, really nervous coming from London, and my first trip to England. Struggled to speak English. I wasn't really sure what I was doing there, and I was roommate with Tony Gregg, the tall West Indian fast bowler. You know, things were tough for me. So, and my first delivery, I tried to just bowl quickly, and it just slipped. And at the time, I didn't even know that if you bowl a beamer, and then you have to apologize. You just got to say, oh, that's how I bowl, and that's a good delivery. Come on, bat.
Well, it's gone very fine. It's beaten Rizwan down the leg side. We'll just keep an eye on the umpire here. Yeah, runs given, so Crawley moves to 83. That 100 is looming. England's 150 is up in just the 23rd over.
Well, he got a bit of glove, and then ball just going from the offside. It didn't go crossing leg side. Very, very close to that off stump. Pakistan looking for some luck, maybe, because at the moment with the deliveries, with the balls or the length they're bowling, nothing is really happening.
Yeah, tough out there for Pakistan, bowling with a slightly inexperienced bowling attack as well. Salman for Southern Punjab bowls part-time.
Was driven in slightly unorthodox fashion by Duckett because it was so wide. He slapped it really with almost a cross bat action, and that's the way to play it when it's so wide. Rather than play it with a straight bat, almost slap it with a cross bat. Duckett is a very, very effective player against spin, a very innovative player.
Well, the English openers are kicking Pakistan out of the game very early in the test match. You know, the way they're scoring runs. If Pakistan don't pick up a wicket, there's going to be more problems after lunch. It's 158 without loss.
Well, it's a rare feat. 100 before lunch on the first day of a test match has only been done on 6 occasions by 6 different players. Some of the greats of the game there: Victor Trumper, Don Bradman, Charlie McCartney, the great Majid from here, of course, more recently David Warner and Shikhar Dhawan, and Zach Crawley is 16 away from joining that illustrious group. If you're just joining us in England this morning, it's very early on in the morning, England 20-7. It's been a remarkable start from Crawley and Duckett, who've raced along to round about 7 and over on the opening morning of this test match on a very flat pitch, it must be said, against an inexperienced Pakistan attack, but nonetheless some of the ball striking has been remarkable for its quality.
Crawley has just under 16 minutes now to get those 16 runs to join that illustrious list. As you mentioned, after just 6, he would become the 7th if he does get that feat to score 100 before lunch. I'm not quite sure if he knows that or he's thinking about it, but the way he's playing, the 100 is definitely on the cards. Whether within the 16 minutes, only time will tell.
He'll be thinking of a few more than that as well, or most would be. It's the kind of day when you get a start on a pitch like this on the opening morning of a series, you're not throwing things too far ahead because you obviously got to take things ball by ball, but you are thinking that there is a real opportunity here to get the series off and running with a massive score. He's already got a double 100 against Pakistan on a very nice pitch down at the Ageas Bowl in Southampton, where Pakistan supporters and bowlers would have seen the full range of his stroke play. When the conditions are in his favour, he can take you apart. And that's really why, Aruj, that England stuck with him for longer than many opening batsmen would have stuck with. Crawley has had more chances than most would get, but it's because they see this upside and all the potential there. Potential's one thing, you've got to convert it in the end, but that's what they've seen, all that upside, and that's why they wanted to stick with him.
I remember reading a lot on social media about Zach Crawley and the English management going with him consistently in earlier days where he wasn't able to convert or show his full potential. But sticking with him has definitely paid off. Obviously the pitch not allowing at the moment to use that full array of shots that he has, but he's made well use of this opportunity.
And as a batter, what you do, you remember all the tough times. You have them in the back of your mind, and you say to yourself, well, when it's in my favour, I will take advantage, because there'll be some tough times again around the corner without question in Test cricket. That's the way that the game goes. 160 for none, 24 overs bowled. Well, man in the foreground who had quite a long evening yesterday in discussions with his counterpart at the PCB about whether this game would go ahead on time. He'll be delighted that it has, that England have been able to put out pretty much the team they wanted to, with the exception of Ben Foakes, but also the start that both these openers have made, and Crawley, who is regarded as a bit of a key protege. Here's Naseem Shah, and you'd say, Waqar, that he's looked the likeliest bowler this morning to take a wicket.
Yeah, he took his time. He adjusted well. It was the first over which really dented him a little bit. Went for 14 in the first over, and then he sort of pulled the length back a little bit and controlled the scoring rate to an extent. Still going very expensive. He's given 31 in his 5.1 overs. So he needs to sort of keep bowling those lengths and keep attacking those stumps. I think that's the only way you're going to get a wicket. With what I'm seeing right now with the field position, there's only one slip and a gully. So the idea is to bowl nice and straight. Try to target the stumps. Anything outside the off stump or a little bit offline has been dispatched.
We're all wearing these red ribbons because we are spreading awareness. It is World AIDS Day, and it's time to equalize, get tested before it's too late. And we aim to have an AIDS-free world by 2030.
It might just get a bit more difficult to score as freely as England have been accustomed to now, as the ball gets a bit older, a bit softer. Babar Azam has set a much more defensive field, as Waqar Younis was saying. There's only a slip and a gully in place now, more of a ring field either side, and it may just become more difficult to pierce that field and pick up the boundaries at the rate England have done this morning. Having said that, Naseem Shah just strays onto Ben Duckett's leg stump, and that is timed quite exquisitely by Duckett through square leg.
Well, it doesn't matter if the ball is hard or soft. If you bowl that line and that region on the legs, it is kind of easy to put away. And the kind of form Ben Duckett is in, he's not going to spare anything on the legs. Excellent batting by both these English openers.
Take absolutely nothing away from how both the English openers have played. They've played their shots, they've timed the ball really nicely. But from a Pakistan perspective, Waqar, there hasn't been enough consistent periods of pressure. There hasn't been enough corridor bowling. They haven't been able to quite get the length on this particular surface. And there have been a few odd short ones fired in from Haris Rauf which haven't really gotten up. Just feel there hasn't been enough pressure been applied.
Very firm drive to end the 25th, 166 for none.
when you talk about Test cricket, you do need experience. That's why you play your players who have played a lot of cricket, like Azhar Ali, Rizwan and the party. They played a lot of cricket, so you do need that experience in Test match cricket, and that's what I feel Pakistani bowling lineup is lacking, and that's what is happening out there, Aruj, because they're not really bowling that length which is required. They're not controlling. I know there've been really some good shots played by these two openers, but they still have to find that right length. Yeah, this is a bit better. Anything outside the off stump, we've seen Duckett just sort of slicing it away to third man or wideish third man for 4. But if you're targeting that off stump or fourth stump, I think that's the way to go. Anything away from the batsman it is easy to sort of hit those big boundaries. See, this is what I mean. This is inexperience. He bowled a good delivery and then suddenly spraying it on the leg side. Is lucky that it didn't go for 4, because Duckett couldn't really put a bat or a glove on it, hitting a little bit of thigh and maybe glove. That's why it couldn't really go quickly. Rizwan did a good job. But if you're an experienced bowler, you'll keep it there and you just wait and wait. And that's not been happening out there from Pakistan.
Yeah, also not easy when the surface is not favorable. Absolutely nothing in the surface on day 1. We've seen up in the 25th over now. It just makes it that much more difficult. The margins of error are very, very slim. You talk about the inexperience, definitely a very inexperienced Pakistan bowling lineup. Haris Rauf, yes, a very good wide ball player, but debut, he's only played 8 first-class games, 4 in Pakistan, 4 for Yorkshire this season. Teammates with Harry Brook and Joe Root.
Well, I can tell you bowling at Headingley ain't like bowling on this pitch, Aruj.
Looks like he had fun. Picked up 15 wickets in the 4, including a fifer.
Yeah, and Otis Gibson was the coach at Yorkshire, so he will have enjoyed, I think, working with Otis, who's a vastly experienced coach, was obviously a fine bowler in his day as well. Shan Masood, of course, is going to Yorkshire to captain the county next season, which will be good for him and them. And it's got to be a real effort ball to get that ball through to Mohammad Rizwan at head height. This pitch is absent of any pace or bounce, really. And from a bowler's perspective, you must be thinking, what can I do? An effort ball, I get it through, and then suddenly, you know, it's one for the over. There's Anna wide, and it's not a lot in the bowler's favour at all this morning. Oh, it's just wide of mid-on. He was slow to it. Muhammad Ali, who looked a bit heavy-legged, just moving round from mid-on there. It was quite high on the bat, off the splice of the bat, and for a moment, Haris Rauf thought he might have had his maiden Test wicket.
Yeah, just looking outside the window here, just felt like he didn't get off the blocks really quickly. And then even with the jump through the air, didn't get off the ground. That could have been a chance. Well, lots to think about for that man on screen now. He's putting in the effort here. He's bending his back. No avail yet.
Crawley pulled out of that shot in the end. 172 for none.
So Crawley won't get England's fastest Test match 100. That record stays with Gilbert Jessop, but he's got about 4 minutes to see if he can join that illustrious band of 6 players who've made 100 before lunch on the opening day of a Test match. The clock is ticking away. We might get what? We'll certainly get 1. We might get 2 more overs. And Crawley stands 10 away from that landmark 100 before lunch on the opening day here.
Yeah, Duckett, on the other hand, will be happy he returned to Test cricket after 6 years, and he's grabbed the opportunity. Just in terms of the English team, Test team moving forward, we're obviously missing Johnny Bairstow here, who's had a prolific run of form, highest run scorer this year, over 1,000 runs. On the other hand, Duckett as well has done well in the first class county championship back home. In terms of moving forward, Athers, how does England shape this? Because you'd imagine Bairstow to walk in to a side. Would it be conditions, or how do?
Yeah, I think they're playing it very simple. Actually, they're just going game by game. What team do we need to pick to win this Test match? For a while, in the dying days of Joe Root's captaincy, they were constantly thinking ahead, and it was partly COVID and thinking about having to rest and rotate players. But I think now that under Stokes and McCullum, it's a very simple process. What team can win this game? And Duckett here as a kind of makeshift opener. He's not somebody who opened all season for Nottinghamshire. They just see him as a player for the conditions. Good player of spin, somebody who'll put pressure on the bowlers at the start of the innings. You know, whether they'll think that way when the Ashes come around, for example, in England in very different conditions is another matter. But right here and now, they think he's the man. And you're right, of course, Johnny Bairstow, given the summer he had, will come back into England's side. One imagines, if he's watching. I hope his broken leg is on the mend. No run, says Crawley initially, but that misfield allows him to get a single to 91, but off strike, and therefore time ticking away to see whether he can get that 100 before lunch.
Just coming back to Duckett again, subcontinent conditions, and he obviously claims he's very good against spin, and we've seen that. You've probably seen him over first-class cricket. How's his game in comparison when the ball is doing a bit on seaming tracks?
Yeah, I think his kind of super strength, if you like, is spin and his ability to play spin. But he has a good first-class record. He's been around a long time. You know, played first place Test cricket 6 years ago for England. He averages over 40 in first-class cricket, and you don't put those numbers on the board if you can't play swing and seam in England, for sure. A good thing from England's perspective, I think, is players like Duckett and Livingston and Brook. It looks as though they want to play all formats. They want to play Test cricket as well as T20 cricket, and England trying to keep all their exciting young players in the system, keeping their options open as long as possible. 174 for none, 27 overs done. We may just have time for one more. Crawley doesn't think so. He's walking off. The umpires now have dropped the bails onto the ground, so that ends a wonderful session for England. After all the uncertainty and the drama of yesterday with illness sweeping through the camp, they have set off like a train here in Pindi. They're 174 for none at lunch. Crawley is 91, Duckett is 77, and it has been very hard work for the Pakistan attack.
What a morning for the England openers after winning the toss and electing to bat first and bat like champions. 174 without loss. Pakistani bowlers struggled throughout the day and throughout the morning, and has been plodded by by the team. Superb knock, superb partnership, and they're looking really, really good. They look to make it big from here on. Last time Pakistan played here against Australia, the first day score was 245, Pakistan batting first, and England already on 174 at lunch on the first day of this 3-test match series. This is how it happened, winning the toss, batting first. 91 for Crawley in 79 deliveries. Duckett equally good, 77 of 85.
As we have a look at that beautiful trophy that's up for play. There were a few edges that flew off the bat initially, but after that it has been a wonderful display of stroke making, timing the ball. Duckett promoted up the order to open with Zach Crawley. And that was an LBW shout. And Pakistan looked very interested. And those two deliveries, Pakistan, had DRS been available, could have been a story different. Runs continue to flow off the bat of both Crawley and Duckett. Duckett more so using that open face, and Crawley didn't hold back. He played the short ball well. Apart from a few edges that flew around, it has been some exquisite timing in the middle. Pounce on the short ball, and once the spinners came in, both batsmen came down to sweep well. That brought up Zach Crawley's 50. England have raced away in this opening session, this first test here at Rawalpindi.
Yeah, left-hander, right-hander at the crease had really worked for England, and Pakistani bowlers struggled with their length. This was the opportunity there, just going away from Muhammad Ali, who was at mid-on. And England sitting very, very comfortable, very happy. And this is the bowling card. Pakistan used 5 bowlers and they all struggled. Naseem Shah looked a little decent at times, but still gone for 5.43. Muhammad Ali gone over 6 for Rauf. And that's the economy rate I'm talking about. So it's been tough going for Pakistan. They have to really come hard, come back after lunch and make sure that pick out wickets and try to sort of sneak back in the game. At the moment, it's all England. Okay, time for a break right now, and then we come back with the post-lunch session.
Welcome to the Inverex Pitchside Studio. It's been England all the way on day one, session one, of course, with the openers, Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, who've taken the side to 174 with nothing in the wickets column. 91 to Crawley and 77 for Duckett. Bowlers have had a hard time in the first 2 hours on day one here at the Pindi Stadium for the 3 Test match series. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Pitchside Studio, and of course we've seen what has happened in the first session. It's been England all the way. Before we bring in my guests, to remind you, it's World AIDS Day. That's why we're wearing this ribbon out here. Now I'm going to welcome the guests alongside me on the Inverex Pitchside Studio. I've got David Gower and Nasir Hussain. This surely wasn't the understanding we had. 174 for nothing. It's just been England. And I guess it's going to be that way in the second session as well.
Well, even for those of us that watched England at home last summer, playing this new very positive brand of cricket, and even though we knew that conditions here were likely to be very batting friendly on day one, predicting 174 without loss up, did get the without loss right bit.
You mentioned it,
but yeah,
didn't you?
it's on record, it's on tape there. But predicting 174 would have been a bit harder. I mean, it's been extraordinary. The shot making has been very, very good. There's been the odd minor piece of good fortune, but it's been a mighty hard day for the bowlers already.
It has been indeed, and of course with Pakistan playing a couple of debutants in fast bowling department, it's not an easy day to start off your career in Test cricket.
It's not. It's incredibly flat, and England's openers looking good touch. The only thing I'd say, you'd like to look down on a pitch and say, right, what is the plan? I've looked down in that first session. I've not been able to work out what the plan is. Is it trying to be defensive and just bowl maidens and join the dots and building pressure, or is it being aggressive and going a little bit bouncers occasionally? They've fallen between the two. I'd like to see either a chat in there now with Barber and his bowlers saying, right, for an hour we are going to be as defensive as we can be, stop them scoring. We know they want to play Baz ball. Let's put the ball in their coat, but just bowl one side of the pitch or bowl straight with a split field. Or he says to Haris Rauf or Nazim Shah, I want you to go at England. 4 bouncers and over, men back, go at them hard. They've done neither so far.
Yeah. Let's talk about England's performance, and top performer of the day has got to be Zach Crawley with his 91 not out at this stage.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
Here we are now. Look at his performance, predominantly on the onside. We'll show you the wagon wheel, but talk us through, David, with this performance today.
Well, we've seen a lot of Zach. One of his problems in his career so far has been staying at the crease, but no such problems today in that department. He's a very, very fluent stroke maker. I mean, that first over of the day, you finished with England 14 without loss, and that's after he'd left the first ball. What he does well is he just changes the weight nicely, gets the weight into the shots. He's very quick on any short balls as well. He's missed out on a piece of history here. He's obviously not a historian, because he could possibly have been one of the very few men in Test cricket to make 100 before lunch on the first day. But we have to leave that honour to Bazik Khan's father, Majid, and a couple of Australians here and there. But this is the perfect start, let's face it. This is the perfect start for an individual and for a team.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
We saw what Ben Duckett can do in the T20 series, the 7 games that they played. So good square of the wicket, I mean, sweeping the way through, and he's been no different in the longer format.
No, he's not. He's had a very good season for his county, Nottinghamshire. He bats a little bit in the middle order there. When you come to this part of the world and someone says to you, the skipper says you're opening the batting, you know, you have to cash in, and he's absolutely done that. He's very organised. Rob Key, the director of cricket, has always been a fan of his and mentioned his name to Brendan McCullum. He was called up in the last Test squad of the summer, and McCullum saw him around the dressing room and in the nets and said, I want this lad. This lad plays the sort of cricket that we want to play. We've seen him against spin, but he looked very, very organised, and his tempo has always been good in whatever format. So left-hand, right-hand combination. It's an area that England have struggled since Strauss and Cook at the top of the order. It's one thing doing it in Pakistan, completely different doing it in England against the Duke's ball, but he'll be absolutely thrilled for his start that he's made on this tour.
Yeah, of course, and you can actually see the first over from Zayed Mahmood, and he reverse sweeps one and lap sweeps the other, and he's just on his way. We'll thank Nasir now for joining us, and we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll look into England's 174 for no loss in detail. Welcome back to the Inverix Pitchside studio, and here we are. If you've woken up late, 174 for no loss after England winning the toss and deciding to bat first here at the Pindi Stadium. I'm being joined by Waqar Yunus now, and the perfect man to tell us what Pakistan bowlers could have done differently, or something that you feel they missed out on in the first session with tough conditions out with even with the new ball.
Look, I think they tried to sort of swing the ball early on, which didn't happen, which didn't work, and what they did wrong was they didn't really learn from that and pull the length back. This carry on giving those half volleys or easy deliveries to put away. There were some really good shots also played from a good length also. It's such a good pitch to bat on. So I think inexperienced Pakistani bowling lineup has clearly shown that it is not easy for them. I'm sure this lunch break will do them good. They will probably sit back and come out with a better plan this time, because the plan they had before lunch didn't work.
All right, we'll talk more about that, what Pakistan can do now in the second session. They want to get wickets, we know that. But before we get to that, let's have a listen to Babar Azam, Pakistan captain, and Nasir Hussain caught up with him before the start of the series, so have a listen.
Babar, before we get on to Babar Azam, the player, I want to know about Babar Azam, the individual. When you were growing up, what got you into the game of cricket, and who are your major influences?
When I started cricket, my age is like 12, so I'm playing cricket in my street, home, and when I'm come back after the school, I'm just playing cricket everywhere. Every time, but my dad is not like it, and he is angry with me. But I continue that things gradually when I grow up, and then I start asking my dad to I play professionally cricket. I concern and I'm play to club level cricket, start and club level cricket. That time I'm too much crazy to play professionally cricket, and then gradually after the 1 month he's take me and go for a club and join a club, and then first time I'm starting with the cricket ball.
You seem a very natural player. Were you coached a lot in your young life? Was it your dad coaching you, or did you have specific coaches?
In that area, my dad role is very important. He's support me a lot when I'm going for match everywhere in Lahore. In Lahore, we have a different lot of ground, so he take me over there and he see my matches, all the matches. He knows how to improve my batting, how to day by day I play more cricket. So he support me a lot. He coaching me a lot till now.
Does he still now?
He still, when I'm off color, he's angry with me.
So when you were struggling slightly in the World T20, would you speak to your dad, or?
Yeah, every day, every match, I speak to my dad, and he tell me to what I mistake, what I do in the match. So I see my old videos. So I comparison to now and then later, so I have a lot of positive things.
Who were the cricketers you really admired when you were growing up? I mean, overseas cricketers and Pakistan cricketers.
My role model is A.B. de Villiers because of I love him. The way he's playing all the shots. So when I'm seeing the TV, and very next day I'm trying every shots in the nets, in the knocking when I'm going in the ground. So I'm trying to copy A.B. de Villiers and try to look like and play like A.B. de Villiers, because that time my ideal is A.B. de Villiers.
And that famous moment that I think you used to walk 3 hours or 3 miles to Gaddafi Stadium to be a ball boy, and J.P. Duminy hits it straight down your throat. I mean, did you ever think when you're taking that catch at that stadium that you'll end up being Pakistan captain and one of its all-time great players?
That time I've only, my dream is see the player front of my eyes. So I tell my Tabu to bring over there, and take me over there for ball picker. So first time I see a bit de Villiers front of in the ground, and I see my Pakistani players and South African players. So after that I have more courage to play as a player in this ground, and trying to play in Pakistan play. So that helped me a lot.
When can you remember a moment where you thought, I'm now an international cricketer? Not just your debut, but that moment where you think, I'm good enough to play this for a long time.
I think in under 19, when I'm playing in under 19 in Australia. So after that, I'm decided, so I'm playing in Pakistan. And when I came in Pakistan team, I have start well, but in 1 year and 1.5 years I'm struggle, and then his starting is not good enough to play for Pakistan, and then I'm decided no, I am good enough to play Pakistan, and try to all my level best to perform. Turn around, I think is West Indies series in Dubai. I scored 300, and then gradually I'm starting professionally and consistent play.
And the trademark cover drive, is that something you've always had? You know, it's one of the great shots because it's so exquisite, and the timing. It's something you've had right from those early days with your dad and playing?
Early stage, my favorite shot is cut, but as I tell you, when I see A.B. de Villiers, as you know, A.B. de Villiers in 2006 and 7, he's playing very good shot in a cover drive. So I'm see and then copy, and I try to playing more practice on cover drive. So, but little bit adjustment. That time I'm standing in leg stump, and gradually later on I'm starting coming in middle stump. So that helped me a lot.
Good to go? Are you good to go for this series against England? It's England again, 4-3 in the T20s, World Cup final. You know them well. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, we are looking forward in historic series. And first of all, welcome to England team. And I think a few boys already in T20 format for T20 squad, and few new faces. So I think he's enjoy a lot, enjoy the conditions, enjoy the Pakistan and hospitality. Yeah, we are looking forward to the series, and everyone is ready for playing in good cricket.
One more question: where do you want to end up? Where, you know, those list of greats I named in Javed and Inzi and Yunus Khan and all of them, where do you want to end up?
My goal is break all the records in Pakistan, and we will. Now is as a captain, my goal is to win trophies. We are win already. We have win a series, but now I'm win the trophies, big like ICC events. And when I'm retired, so that time Pakistan is #1.
Good luck this series.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Excellent.
Yeah, there's a lot more to this interview, and you can watch the complete version of that on Pakistan Cricket Board's social media platforms. You can go to Facebook, Twitter, or on PCB's YouTube channel and watch Babar Azam's complete interview with Nasir Hussain. Now, I've got two gentlemen alongside me. One's been the head coach while he was captain, and of course, a batsman alongside me. I'll start with you, David. If you were to put it in a nutshell, what is it to you watching Babar Azam bat?
It's the timing. It's just the elegance, the flow. I think those that love this game for the aesthetic qualities will love watching people like Babar Azam bat, because the key to, as it were, making it look easy is all the ingredients, the timing, the footwork, the hand-eye coordination, confidence. But when people look good, it just adds to the spectacle. And of course, he makes an awful lot of runs because he is a dedicated batsman, but he has that full range of shots, full array of shots. The cover drive that Nasser mentioned is obviously one of the best, one of the most famous for him alone. And of course, anyone who can play a cover drive with ease against the world's best bowlers is by definition a very, very fine batsman.
Waka, you've been the head coach while he was captain, but talking about him as a batsman, now, of course, the hunger and the want is there. That's why he's getting those runs. But what do you think makes him stand out today in world cricket?
Look, when he first played, and he also mentioned it that it was a struggle for him for the first 18 months, and I was a coach, and we all knew that he's got talent, and he has come through the ranks. Under 19 and then played for A team also. A very elegant batsman, a bit like the gentleman sitting right next to me. I mean, a right-hander version of that. A pure timer, and he wants to break all the records. And I'm sure if he stays fit, he will break all the records, especially for Pakistan. Comes from a very humble background. His father is his role model, coaches him, encourages him all the time, and he's always with him, which is good to see that parents are sort of encouraging kids to play cricket, and his dad sort of recognized this very early in his age, and now he's playing for Pakistan, captaining Pakistan, and I'm sure in the coming years you will see that he will break all those records which he just mentioned.
When you spend the time in the dressing room as the head coach, of course, how does he balance that, the captain's pressure, and then, of course, removing that captain's hat and putting on that helmet and going out there and batting?
Look, I worked very little with him when he was captain. It was Misbah who was a head coach at the time, and he's still learning the art of captaincy. But when it comes to his batting, he's very greedy. He likes to go out and work out, how he's going to bat on certain pitches, and in the nets, you will always see him out there and practicing, is going through his routines, and what a wonderful professional he has been, and I'm sure, as I said, that he will really cherish when he retires what he has achieved.
Now, while we all have been working very hard trying to get these pictures and this game to you, somebody's been going out there and having a good time with the food. And when you're here in Rawalpindi, Islamabad, you've got to try the dishes that are very, very important for you to try it at least once. And Bazid Khan was out there, and he did try some. So let's have a look at this city trail with him.
City Trail, brought to you by Invirex.
It's quite nippy here in Pindi, Islamabad, and all the excitement is because of England coming back and the Test series. I think everything will heat up once that Test series gets going. But I reckon in the cold you feel more hungry. I certainly do. And tonight I'm looking for something which is hot, which is pretty heavy, which is substantial, and I'm going to look around and find exactly that here in Islamabad. ये चीज़ है नहीं करनी है क्या बात भाई कौन से बर्गर हैं डबल पैटी होता डबल पैटी भी है ट्रिपल पैटी भी क्या बात है तेरी कौन सा पराठा भाई पराठा रोल अच्छा पराठा रोल So this is the place where I come when I'm truly famished, Chattas. And remember, this place only deals with high-calorie food. So if you're on a diet, if you're calorie conscious, don't look at this place at all. Because everything is almost made in butter, desi ghee to be precise. So unless and until you're truly, truly hungry, you don't want to come to this place.
सर कैसे आप ठीक है
क्या खिलाएंगे आज
सर आप हमारे पास ट्राई करें देसी घी कढ़ाई है हमारे पास स्पेशल
तो एक तो पराठे आपने देने हैं वो तंदूरी पराठे
जी बिल्कुल
देसी घी वाले और बारबेक्यू में बताएं
बीफ बिहारी बोटी स्पेशल है वो खिला रहे हैं सीख कबाब
ये सीखो आप मलाई बोटी नहीं ठीक
मलाई बोटी भी आगे गई है हमें, मलाई बोटी भी आप देख सकते हैं इसके साथ।
बस फिर जैसे आपको अच्छा लगे ना।
जी बिल्कुल,
लेकिन देसी घी पे जोर हो।
देसी घी पे जोर लगा।
दबा के बेहतरीन, थैंक यू। They brought the food. I think there's still not enough. So I think there's stuff still remaining, but before my cameramen join me, Sharjeel and Oais, maybe another producer, maybe if we allow him to join us, I think I should start. Purified butter.
City Trail, brought to you by Inverex.
Bazil Khan doing what he does best, and that is some good food, and you leave it with him, and it'll be gone in a while. Now, while the England team has been struggling a little bit, is one man from England who's probably made of a different mold. What's been your favorite local food out here? Because I've seen you trying like say 14-course meal last night.
Well, yeah, we were very well entertained last night, thanks to PCB and Manal. And the food just kept coming. We had everything, you know, every meat, some brains, the dal. I mean, the mix of food here is brilliant. And I've always had a rule, actually, you know, from way back when travelling overseas, go with the local cuisine, if you possibly can, because let's face it, there's some very, very good food here. And if you ask a chef what he's best at cooking, well, it's his own food. So leave him to do his specialities.
Yeah.
Just trust him. And I mean, the colouring delights are many.
You didn't bring your own chef.
I
No?
don't need to. No,
Okay,
no,
fair
no,
enough.
no, no. I mean,
Okay.
I leave that other end of the ground. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, a quick one before we get into the second session on day one. Waka, Nasir Hussain was of the opinion, said if you go on the defense as Pakistan, try to plug those run flow and probably have a lot of more bounces in the over and then try your luck if you can break this partnership. Are you of the same opinion?
Look, couple of deliveries sort of bounce higher than the others, so there is a little bit of variation in the bounce. So I'm with Nas on that. Just try to bowl those short deliveries and try to roughen up the ball also, because there's nothing happening out there for the paces, and that's one way of dealing it. I know they've been pulling the ball also, but yeah, I will probably after lunch I'll go and try to bombard with the bounces or short deliveries.
Waka, David, thank you so much for joining us. Time for us to join the action in session 2, day 1 of Pakistan versus England test.
Welcome back to Rawalpindi for the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. And the first session of this series belongs to England. Their skipper Ben Stokes won the toss and no hesitation on a flat pitch to say we will bat first, and that is why. It has been all England, it has been their openers. A wicketless session for Pakistan and their bowlers. Crawley just 9 runs away from a third Test 100, and Duckett, at the top of the order, needs 23 more for his first Test 100. Really good partnership between the two of them. They started well with 4 boundaries in the first couple of overs. Duckett very strong, square of the wicket. Crawley strong on both sides of the wicket. There was a couple of edges, one in the air that fell short of fine leg. But most hit the bat and the middle of the bat of Duckett and Crawley. They played spin well. And it's a time to fill your boots on a very flat surface. Hard work for the bowlers, not a lot of sideways movement. I thought Nazim Shah actually was the one that tested Crawley early on. He had an LBW that was given, not out. And they could get no control. Look at the economy rates there on the right. They knew England were going to come at them with their new brand and style of cricket. And they have not been able to stop the flow of runs from the middle of the openers' bats. Well, it'll be interesting what the chat was at lunch and in that huddle, because I think they did neither one nor t'other in that first session. They didn't try to dry up England and bowl maidens and join the dots and build pressure, nor did they go hard at England with a sustained spell of aggression, aggressive fast bowling, which we've seen from Pakistan over the years. It was very comfortable cricket. And as a captain, you've always got to feel you can do something that alters the course of the day, course of the game. So all eyes will be on Babar Azam's captaincy as well. Akar Yunis, who would you start this session with?
Okay, let's see. Ali has bowled 7 overs. Rauf has bowled 7, so they have had a fair share of bowling. I'll probably look to bowl with the spinner one end and ask him to sort of try to control the rate, and the other end, what we saw is that the ball was reversing a little bit, not much, but just a touch, and ask the bowlers to hit the lengths right and try to attack the stumps. And then, of course, as you said, that Babar Azam's captaincy will be tested. So he's got to put the man in the right position. Zahid Mahmood will start the proceeding. He's gone for a few runs. He's been swept right, left and centre. He's bowled 5 overs for 40 runs. It's going to be a big test. England already well in front in this test match. It's the first test match of the 3 test match series. They have to really pull things back if they want to stay in this game.
So Mahmood with the first ball after lunch. And straight away we have runs to Long Off, who does well, stops the boundary. But Duckett will come back for 2. Just wondering if the fielder landed on the ball there. Haris Rauf may have just landed on the ball, which always hurts. Gives you a dead leg.
Yeah, just there, the ball rolling under him. He seems okay as he walks back to Long Off.
Change of end for Zahid Mahmood. He's bowled the first 5 overs from the pavilion end. He's coming from the far end now, looking for some sort of spin. This pitch is pretty dry. We'll probably see spin maybe going into the 3rd day, 4th day, but at the moment he's not finding anything. So he's just trying to change the end and see if there is anything to purchase.
What's been noticeable is the amount of time the England batters have had against spin. Just sit on the front foot and then rock back and play it off the back foot. Like that. Which means that the spinner may have to try and bowl it quicker or toss it up and tempt him, especially with Crawley on 94. Nervous 90s. Maybe just flight one up there. Say, go on then if you want to hit me down the ground and get to your 100. Long off is hovering in Harris Ralph.
Fairly straightforward for England so far. They've played their shots, they've got into good position, especially Duckett when he's been sweeping and reverse sweeping. And Crawley's just been timing the ball really well.
First over after lunch done, 180 for none. Quite difficult for the bowlers, as you can see there as well, the height discrepancy between the two batters, not only left-hand, right-hand combination, but Zach Crawley very tall and gets on that front foot, and Ben Duckett much shorter left-hander. So your lengths have to change for the two batters as well as your lines.
I think it's still easier for the faster bowler to adjust your lines and length against these two batsmen. One is very tall and one is very short. But when it comes to the spinner, to control that length is very, very difficult. And especially with Duckett playing all those sweeps, the reverse sweep, the orthodox sweep, it is very, very difficult. And especially when you have not played Test match cricket before and you're nervous, and it's just not easy. You need a wicket or two, or maybe just need a couple of maiden overs to sort of get into the game, and they're not allowing Pakistani spinners or the pacers to get into it.
Yeah, Vakar, just on that, haven't been any maidens. We're into the 28th over of this test match. I just feel there hasn't been enough pressure applied by the seamers. You talk about inexperience as well. The Pakistan seam attack today, very relatively new to their first class career. Haris Rauf, only the 8 games. Muhammad Ali as well, 22. Don't have the hard yards behind them. They haven't bowled enough in first class cricket. Obviously, Pakistan dented by the unavailability of Shaheen Shah Afridi.
That one just keeping a little bit low, toe end of the bat, but the outfield is quick here in Rawalpindi, and that will go for 4, and Crawley moves to 99.
He loves Pakistan. Doesn't matter if they're playing in England or here in Rawalpindi. Scored double century in Southampton a couple of years back, and now is on the verge of getting big 100. This one is a big one. This one kept a little low, but kept his eyes really close on the ball and opened the face of the blade at the right time to get that boundary.
No, just sneaking down, I think. No, given out on the field. Now this will be close. Just sneaking down or clipping. We're about to find out.
Director, we have a players review for LBW. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery. Original decision is out. Can we start with spin region front on, please? Okay, close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge, please? Okay, flat line when the ball goes past the bat. Ball tracking when ready, please. Asan, impact is in line and it's missing the stumps. I will advise you to change your decision to not out. You are on screen now.
Well, thank goodness if you're Zach Crawley for DRS. It wasn't available. It wasn't up earlier in the day. It has saved him there. Remember, the on-field umpire's decision was out. If that was just clipping, Crawley would have gone on 99.
Wow, what a moment in the game. They would have had their hearts in their mouth. Normality returns now, still on 99.
Thinks about it. Duckett is sent back. Just a hint of reverse swing there, Wacko, we saw with that LBW shout.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Crawley was a little nervous also because he was on 99. That's why he just wanted to get away and just wanted to clip it for 4 or 2. And the captain is really excited and very, very happy with his decision. Yeah, good smile. I like that. Yeah, he deserves that. He played so well. And you do want him to get 100.
Driven away on the offside. An 86-ball Test match 100 for Zach Crawley. An innings of incredible style and grace. And an innings the young man really needed. Brilliant from him.
What a player. Excellent knock. Aggressive. And when he needed to just stay out there, he respected the good deliveries and he put away those loose ones. 19 fours. 86 deliveries it took him to get to his 100. What a knock.
Yeah, Pakistan a side that he enjoys batting against. 3 Test hundreds now, 2 against Pakistan and a double against Pakistan at the Ageas Bowl. The fastest 100 by an England opener in Test match cricket. That's how good it was.
Yeah, it's been some spectacle from the 24-year-old. And that is the moment that brought up his century. He's driven spectacularly well throughout his innings, and he's still not done.
Well, he's got a very simple technique. He gets onto the front foot, and this sort of pitch really suits him. Big guy, tall guy, likes to get onto the front foot and likes to drive the ball also. And good thing what I've seen in his game, especially today, is just that he was pulling from the front foot. He read the pace of the pitch really well.
Reverse sweep hard in front of square. Sweeper tries to get there. Sweeper doesn't get there. Pakistan now looking a little bit sloppy in the field.
Yeah, plenty of teapots out there on the field. Not the greatest of efforts by the debutant Muhammad Ali at the boundary. And Duckett once again picking up length very early to reverse sweep. And he's also raced to 85 just of the 92 deliveries.
Well, I've never seen anyone sweeping this well. He's a shortish kind of guy, and he stays further low. And he gives you a hint. He shows you that he's going to go and play that shot. And doesn't matter wherever you bowl, he controls that shot extremely well. He's shown us in the previous series for on T20 cricket, and now he's showing us at this level in Test match cricket also.
It's a nice shot as well. I think Naseem Shah will cut that off. He does.
Yeah, Waka, you mentioned when he was here a couple of months ago for the T20 series. Yeah, we'll come back to that. 30 done, England 199.
Just the average of 212 and a bit against Pakistan. Double hundred at the Aegeus Bowl, and then it's been a barren spell for him. There was a lot of talk about him being left out. He was a man under pressure. He got some runs in the last game of the summer back in England, and he has absolutely helped himself here. He's got to remember those difficult times against some of those other teams, playing against the Duke's Ball in England. And he's got to cash in when it is a bit easier, and it is definitely easier here today. But that is when you cash in.
Well, 212 averages against Pakistan. That's fine, Nas. I don't mind that, but that's a bit over. That really hurts.
That last bit, the 0.5. Well, this is now the highest opening stand versus Pakistan for England in Test match cricket. And past Bob Barber and Jeff Puller in Dhaka in 1962. 200 partnership comes up.
I think when he got double hundred against Pakistan, he batted at number 3. It didn't open then. It was an early wicket for Pakistan in that game, and he came in, and it seemed like that he was playing on a very different surface because the ball was hooping around all over the place, and he was just controlling the shots. He was hitting those big drives on that very difficult pitch to bat on.
Yeah, he's been a bit of an anomaly, really, because a lot of people saw that innings, and it was a wow innings, and everyone thought, right, we found one here in the top 3 for England. And it's been a dry, barren spell since then. But this regime and this management and the captain and coach have backed him as the type of player that McCullum likes.
Yeah, and he's been complimented well on the other side as well. Duckett normally batting 3-4 in the first class system back in England. Up the order here. Who's also had a really good first class system back home, over 1,000 runs, held the average probably best in his first class career. But again, contrasting styles in the middle. Duckett more stronger square of the wicket, left and right, also adding to Pakistan's trouble, who I still feel haven't been able to find the right length. Naseem Shah by far asking some questions. That's a tough ask out there.
It's nicely timed. What we've been talking about his stats this year, but look at the stats before this as well. He was a bit labelled slightly a white ball cricketer. It was unfair. He plays on a good pitch at Trent Bridge, but he's also a very fine player. Moved from Northants to Trent Bridge. Again, a hint of reverse for Nazim Shah, but nothing too threatening. 201 for none. Make sure you pick someone when they're in form, and that's what England have done with Duckett. Strike rate of 76 as well, so not only runs he gets, but how quickly he gets them. Like, I'm going to pick your brain here. We're highlighting England, but what about Pakistan? I couldn't imagine yourself or Wasim or Shoaib just running up still and trying to bowl line and length. I'm not sure it's a line and length pitch. Reverse again. We would have seen some aggression by now, surely.
Yeah, time has changed since we played. It is a different ball game. These batters nowadays, they're a lot more aggressive. They're a lot more positive. They look to play those big shots. So disciplines are key in the modern game. But I understand what you're saying.
Well, my point is one or the other. Be really disciplined and dry them up, bowl one side of the pitch or bowl straight, or go the other way and be aggressive. There's been no aggression from a side that historically plays with a lot of passion and aggression. Yes, I know it's flat. Yes, I know it's day one. But if you look down on the plan now, you would ask yourself, what is the plan? It's neither one nor t'other.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that's what I was hoping. I was hoping that coming back after lunch, yes, the damage has been done. That these faster bowlers, they will come and they'll come hard. They'll look to bowl those short deliveries. Because if you bowl full, it's not working. It's not swinging. Nothing's really happening. These two are really set well. So come and bowl short spells, but bowl quickly. Bowl those shoulder high deliveries or head high deliveries. Ask them to hit over the top. Try to go in the air if you want to score runs. Because at the moment, it's very, very easy from both ends.
The other thing that will do is just scuff up one side of the ball as well and get it reversing a bit quicker. If you do bowl it into the surface and slightly cross seam, get it scuffed up. At the moment, there's not a lot of lateral movement. Just as you say that, one just straightens.
And they'll have some of them thinking just as we speak. It's probably the delivery of the day up till now. Perfect line, perfect length, just missing the outside edge of Zach Crawley's bat.
204 for none.
Yeah, the one delivery which spun in this last over. There are few cracks in the middle of the pitch, and the pitch is really dry. Anything hit that area where there are cracks, it might just deviate a little bit or get a bit of spin. And I feel that delivery hit that crack and just moved away, and there was a little bit of extra bounce also. That will encourage Zahid to some extent. Yeah, it was a little bit slower also, and I'm sure that has hit that crack and almost landing on that off stump, middle off somewhere there, and then spinning and bouncing, missing the off stump from not far.
Yeah, England won't mind seeing that. With batting first and runs on the board, they will not mind seeing the odd delivery turn or bounce. They've got a frontline spinner in Leach and a couple of part-timers in Jackson, Livingston. There are two men back now for Haris Rauf, so maybe a change in aggression and length, we shall see. Yeah, the problem is trying to get it up above waist high. It is so flat. Haris Rauf trying to loosen up, couldn't get it high enough.
Yeah, in the end, it turned out to be a nice height for Ben Duckett, who just swivels around and times it into the gap. I just feel that Haris Rauf will probably stay with that ploy, a little bit of sweet chin music. Don't have to get the ball really high for Duckett. Different story for Zach Crawley, who's much taller than him.
Yeah, the crowd started coming in. They normally come after lunch, and you will see a lot of students also coming in the next coming few days. It will fill up by the end of the day.
Yeah, testing times for Babar Azam as well. Slightly inexperienced bowling attack. Things not going according to plan. Wicketless 209 England is raced to. How he changes his bowlers. Still doesn't look like a very attacking field, especially with the spinners on. Got that one odd ball to turn Zahid Mahmood, but nothing really, no purchase off the surface yet.
Well, another issue what I'm seeing from the Pakistani fast bowlers in special, they have not played too much of 4-day cricket or a longer version of cricket. They've been playing T20, just coming back from the World Cup. So Haris Rauf hasn't really bowled that many overs. So how's he gonna cope once it gets into his third spell or fourth spell? Test match cricket is a hard job. This is the moment when Crawley got that 100. It was right on top of the delivery. Yeah, beautiful scenes.
And let's talk about Dafa News cricketing fact. Zach Crawley scored 100 of 86 balls today, the fastest by an England opener in Tests. And the previous record was held by Graham Gooch, who got it in 95 deliveries at Lord's in 1990 against India. One to remember for Zach Crawley.
That's nicely played. That was the area he went to his 100. But this time off the back foot. Another boundary to end the over. It's all England and their openers at the moment. 213 for none.
.33 overs been bowled. 33 boundaries been hit. That's not good bowling. Nothing taking away from these two openers. They played beautifully, but Pakistan have gifted some boundaries also. Yeah, Crawley was just right on top of that delivery. Haris Rauf was hoping that that last delivery will just come in a little bit more.
Wakar, discussion around Abrar, the mystery spinner going around. Him and Zahid both play for Sindh. I just come back to the numbers of this season between the two of them. Abrar's picked up 43 in this season at an average of 22, and Zahid just with a 13. Much expensive average of 45, and there were a few games in between where Zahid Mahmood was dropped and Abrar actually took his place.
It's just past slip, went through the gully region. So that's a couple that's just bounced to Crawley.
Don't think he was in control of that stroke. Previous over, one bounced a bit, and this time around I feel that maybe just a touch extra bounce. So this pitch might be just playing some tricks. Well, Nas talk about the players in form. You know, Duckett was in really great form. That's why he's been given this opportunity. Crawley's been has done well. He's been asked to open the inning, although he bats in number 3. Both of them are not genuine openers. They bat down the order also. And I'm also a big advocate of people in form. If somebody's doing really well in your first class level, just chuck him up there. Just see what he's made of when it comes to play against big boys in test match cricket.
Flat batted through the offside to the sweeper. 34 overs gone, 219 for none.
He's a good bowler, no doubt about that, Zahid, but Abrar Ahmed in such a good form. He's picked up 43 wickets, as you said, Aruj. And he's also picked up 5 wicket haul. So I mean, he knows how to bowl. He knows how to pick up wickets. I couldn't understand why this is not given opportunity to Abrar.
Come back for the second and slightly hurried in the end, but it's been the way that Crawley and Duckett have batted all day. And he's just into the second session. Strolled a bit for that first one, but right at the very end he thought might as well put the skates on because the throw came in quicker than expected. Been an interesting day of test match cricket, David, to say the least.
Is that what it is? You're alluding to something. I have this sense you're alluding to something. Someone might have said something about normal cricket being played for a while. This has been abnormal throughout, has it not? But fun.
New normal?
It is the new normal.
That is, it's quite strange. 221, only 34 overs gone. Quite a few test teams come in and park the bus. Well, England have gone other way, and Pakistan now need to just make sure that they get back into the game. I'm not an advocate for this, but is this the time Pakistan need to be boring, need to set a defensive seal, maybe outside the off stump, but just bowl there, make sure they get a few overs where there's not a boundary conceded?
Trouble is, I'm not sure Pakistan and boring are two words that necessarily fit easily together in the same sentence, at least not from my experience of playing against Pakistan.
Pulled again into the leg side, field spread far and wide, still a single.
Nasser was making the point earlier, lunchtime he was talking about it, and try and go one way or the other, either dead boring or what's been tried right at the moment, which is a field with 3 men in the deep to Crawley on the leg side and bowl it short and see if anything can happen. I mean, whatever you try, I mean, it's just a question of actually being seen to try something. But when you've got a very, very good batting pitch and 2 people well set, the odds are all very much stacked in favour of the batsman, whatever you do.
But how would you change the flow? How would you think now? I've tried most things, but you're still going at 6.4 runs to the over.
This is one way of doing it. Just don't release the ball.
And also Pakistan just playing that one frontline spinner. They had Noman Ali, who played here. You remember that test match against Australia. Got a few wickets, but you needed someone just to hold the fort right now.
Well, I'm intrigued by the Abra situation because a lot of the pre-publicity about this series was about him and the wickets he's taken.
Pulled away and it gets to the fence. Bit of a misfield, but Duckett will not mind. His maiden test match century. Loves playing against Pakistan, whatever the format, but he's batted beautifully.
Wonderful moment for Ben Duckett, who is having a second coming as an England player. He came into the side 6 years ago, had his difficulties, but there are very few players who go through an international career without coping with failure at some point, without being dropped at some point. And what Duckett has showed is that what matters is how you come back from that. And on his comeback, it could not have gone any better for him. He is 100 and he'll have his eye on a few more.
.227 without loss.
Well, it's always a very, very special moment for each and every player, that maiden Test match 100. And you're right, Mike, the tribulations he suffered in his first 4 Test matches might have broken a lesser man, possibly.
I think listening to him before the Test match began actually was quite interesting. He'd missed 75 Test matches in that long gap between being dropped and being picked again. And he said, actually, you know, he didn't miss it that much because the dying days of Joe Root's captaincy, it didn't look like a lot of fun playing in the England team. But now under Stokes and McCullum, as Duckett reverse sweeps, but top edging just over mid-wicket, he said, yeah, once Stokes and McCullum got in charge, once England started to play in a certain style, he said, yeah, I really wanted to get back in the team, and he's back now, and that's the 100 moment. It's a misfield from Naseem Shah out in the deep, but Ben Duckett won't worry about that.
Gotcha. There's that sweep again. We've seen this so many times. That 70-20 I series just swept and reverse swept, and he's carried on in Test matches.
Well, he plays it as well as anyone in the world, doesn't he? Both those last 2 actually, and the first one was a big top edge. This one half a top edge, as it were, but well away in the gap and absolutely no danger. One that he misses. Interesting what you were saying there, because when one debates the attractions of Test cricket and the ambitions of players, I'm tempted to say, well, whoever's captain, whatever the situation in an England team, your ambition should remain active.
Oh, they're definitely going to go up. That reverse sweep, he misses. Is Babar Azam just looking around? I think it's pretty close. Yes, goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a players review for LBW. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Original decision, not out. Can we start with the front on spin vision, please? I'll need ultra edge to confirm bat or no bat. Thank you, Simon. Flat line, can roll it through until it hits the body. Keep going, keep going. Thank you, and ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching in line, impact is in line, Joel, and it is hitting the stumps. So I advise you to change your decision to out.
Yeah, the 3 reds.
Not on, you're on screen now, signal please.
And that means Zaid Mahmood has his first wicket in Test match cricket, but not before Ben Duckett had his first 100 in his Test match career. Brilliant innings. Reverse sweep didn't work in the end. It worked so well throughout those 109 deliveries. Ben Duckett walks back. England lose their first. 107 for Ben Duckett, 233 for 1. Well, Pakistan have their first wicket. Ollie Pope boxing at number 3 is a number that he's taken to really well. But he has the added responsibility of the gloves this time around. But the stage is set, 233 for 1. Some would say that it's difficult because they batted so well. He has to replicate that. But Pakistan now just with something to work with. Yeah, just drifts in, but Zaid Mahmood with his first wicket in Test match cricket.
Yeah, and Ben Duckett's not a big man, even though that ball hit him somewhere kind of armpit high. He was down low in a reverse sweeping position, and there's not a great deal of bounce from this surface.
Yes, stays, drifts down leg side, that's skidded on. They'll have a chat, but this time around Rizwan just suggesting maybe he's going down leg. 5-4. Goes upstairs again.
Copy that, Joel. TV umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we have spin vision front on, please? Need ultra edge to check, please. Thank you. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Joel pitching in line. Impact is umpire's call, and it is wickets umpire's call, so you can stay with your original not out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen, and you can signal now.
A couple of umpires' calls. It just seemed as if it's drifting down leg, but they're worth a review. 233 for 1.
And just a little warning sign for Ollie Pope here in Pakistan that the ball can skid on. Pitches here are quite different to other parts of the subcontinent, maybe India and Sri Lanka, where the ball will hold up off the surface. Here it tends to skid and can keep a little bit low, so you don't want to get trapped on the back foot as Ollie Pope was there.
Yeah, and you could argue that coming in a situation where the leg spin is on and a bit of reverse swing is probably the most difficult time to start your innings. But then you look at the scoreboard.
I can think of more challenging circumstances to come in as England
number 3.
One could probably find a riposte to that argument quite easily.
Marshall holding Sabina Park 1986, that springs to mind. A little tougher.
I mean, the only thing it proves, of course, is that each and every batsman does have to start from scratch. He just slightly misjudged the flight of that one that hit him on the pad. And of course, had it been an inch straighter, that would have been that. And you suddenly become the duck that follows the 200s. It's not the first time.
You mentioned Baz's wicket keeping. Obviously, England batting first. It's fine for Pope to come in at number 3. I wonder what would have happened had England fielded first and they have to have 150 overs or more in the field. Would they have been flexible with his position? It was an issue that Alex Stewart had on the subcontinent as a keeper and opening or top order batsman as well. Physically very challenging when you're batting second. Obviously, it's okay when you're batting first.
I suppose one little thing, there are all sorts of factors. One little thing here is that these are very comfortable temperatures. You know, high of what, 22 maybe today, somewhere around there. It's not, 40 degrees and 98% humidity or something like that. It's a very good time to be playing here. Very sort of benign conditions.
Yeah, you mentioned Alex Stewart and Waqar Yunus especially. He talks very highly of him with the way that he played pace. Obviously, you can't go back and think about how his career would have panned out, but if he just played as a batter only, you reckon he would have scored many more runs?
Yeah, I might not have played as many test matches, though.
Putting aside self-preservation.
Bowling, reverse swing, ball coming back in, and Pakistan get their second. It's Harish Rauf this time with a bit of tail.
Well, moments after the leg spinner picked up his first test wicket, this is a wonderful moment for Harish Rauf. Homeboy, first test wicket, a classic wicket, full, just tailing back in. And Crawley looking to drive straight down the ground, is beaten on the inside. It might just have flicked the front pad onto the stumps. It ends a wonderful innings from Zach Crawley. His third Test match 122 from 111 balls. He's given England, along with Ben Duckett, a fantastic start. But he's done now, and Haris Rauf has his first Test wicket.
England's best batter walks in. Haris Rauf just getting the ball to duck back in. Has been brilliant the last couple of years. Just watch out for that front pad. Yorker. But, successful over for Haris Rauf. England now 235 for 2.
Well, it's not a happy-looking scorecard for Pakistan, with both openers having made 100, but at least they are both out, and two men now in and haven't scored, so a chance just to apply some pressure.
Reverse sweep. It's just the way it is nowadays. It's almost as risk-free as the sweep shot, but a boundary to start his innings going.
When you get to this level, everything you do is about your instinct. And if your instinct, when you see the ball come out of the hand, is there's that little bit of width, go with the spin, there's plenty of space there, and you execute like that, then absolutely no problem. And because I think the big difference nowadays, say compared to 20 years ago, is that people practice this so much more. It becomes so natural. Great effort from Haris Rauf here with this little bit of movement back in. Keeps it a little bit low, maybe. Yes. Does flick off that pad as well.
Well, that's twice now that Pope has just been caught on the crease. He wants to be careful. Got to read the length and remember that the ball will just skid and keep quite low. Both Root and Pope, actually Root more so than Pope, likes to play spin off the pitch, likes to hang back and play it off the pitch. As Pope, for the second time in the over, plays the reverse sweep and plays it beautifully.
Yeah, that's one way of releasing the pressure. Just put it back on the bowler, but Zahid Mahmood would just want him to block a couple more.
Well, I think he wants to bowl straighter at Pope. Two times that he's offered it outside off stump with a bit of width and a bit of flight, Pope's coped comfortably. When he's been a bit straighter and a bit flatter, he's looked less certain.
He goes back again.
Great reaction actually from Zahid, because that was straighter. That was back where we know he should be bowling. And it had to be, well, it was played comfortably enough in the end, but you can imagine that one skidding on as well.
Time down the track and a misfield. Muhammad Ali this time. At mid-on, he's not had a great day in the field, but that means there's another boundary for Ollie Pope. And the ends are 38, 247 for 2.
Kind of echoes the way the whole game has gone today, doesn't it? That first over of the day ended with England 14 without loss. Boundaries started to flow right from the first over. In comes Ollie Pope. A couple of dodgy ones when he goes back, misjudges the length, struggles with the line, but everything else appears to be boundaries. And there's the one thing today, all three England batters have got off the mark with a boundary, and Root yet to get off the mark.
Getting in is the key, particularly at this stage when the ball is, what is it now, 38 overs old. There's just a hint of reverse swing and leg spin at the other end. Getting in is the key.
It's been poor from Muhammad Ali today in the field, especially. From memory, I think he's let 3 deliveries slip away to the fence. Yeah, and as DJ just pointed out, the boundaries, there's not been a moment or a couple of overs if Pakistan actually exerted some kind of pressure, not just getting them out, it's just being able to stem the flow of runs. Yeah, just as Joe Root blocks a couple, it's a Tapal T moment.
Ah, the nod of approval.
It just seems that he's working with a bit of reverse here. That one just shaped as if it was going away. Generally just angling the ball back in. That just seemed as if the balls just hinted to go away from Joe Root. I think DJ spotted that it's going with the shine, isn't it?
You sure it's going? Yeah, it's by no means extravagant swing, that is for sure. But a little something will give indeed a little encouragement. And with the pace that Haris Rauf has, just needs that little something extra.
Solid block. 247 for 2.
Interesting to see how Haris Rauf goes physically. He's only played 8 first-class games, has played mainly limited overs cricket, and is on the back of a long stretch of T20 cricket in the World Cup, of course. He's a strong man, but coming back for spell after spell after spell is a very different challenge to bowling just 4 overs in a T20 game.
Just want to ask you, did anyone notice something strange about that last over? Like the complete absence of
Maiden.
runs. Yes, it was the first maiden of the day. A run-free over. I knew they'd play proper cricket at some stage today, albeit briefly.
Mentioned the last over about Zahid bowling a bit straighter and flatter at Ollie Pope. I have a memory of Pope struggling a little bit against Yasir Shah when Pakistan came to England a couple of years ago in that COVID series. I reckon Yasir got him a couple of times and got him by bowling quite straight. I think an LBW, and he was looking to cut one. So that's how Zahid should look to bowl at him.
Yeah, Yasir Shah bowled slightly quicker than Zahid Mahmood anyway, and Zahid has a very straight arm for a leg spinner. Yasir maybe slightly shorter than him and got through his action quicker. He got that ball to skid on a lot more, and he'd get a lot of wickets like what you mentioned, LBW and bowls, because of that. Zahid, with whatever first class he's played, he's been the more conventional leg spinner who relies on the googly a lot, but generally bowls it slightly slower.
And the mystery spinner, David asked the question earlier, but a couple of wickets got in the way. He must have been close to playing.
Yeah, he should have been. He's got a fantastic record this season, got 43 wickets at an average of 22, and the word around that first class circuit is that he's bowling slightly quicker, which is better, and he's more accurate. He started off, he bowled slightly slow, and that's why he's got picked. Now it's more difficult to pick because he's bowling flatter through the air and quicker. But I reckon he'd be quite happy not playing on this slow pitch anyway. He'd much rather play in Multan or Karachi, where the ball sort of goes through a little bit more. 249 for 2, and it's strings.
better half hour for Pakistan just before drinks in this middle session. Both the England openers have gone, having got hundreds. Crawley 122 and Duckett 107. A bit of reverse swing. Here are the wickets, the reverse sweep from Duckett, given out LBW on review. And then the reverse swing of Haris Ralph, his first Test match wicket. What a moment for him. He was pumped. Economy is still high, but at last they have a couple of wickets. One for Ralph, one for Mahmood. Ali into the attack, see if he can reverse it. From that length, just banging it in, and that'll be 4 runs. 250 up for England.
And the boundary count continues just after drinks as well. Stands tall and just times it, Joe Root. A gift nonetheless to start off proceedings after drinks.
Yeah, that is the trademark shot of Joe Root. He does stand tall. He likes that back foot punch through the offside. And again, this time it will go to backward point.
Normally when you pick up 2 quick wickets, you expect your bowlers to control the game and need those maiden overs or bowl more dot deliveries. Not the case. Straight away, Pope hitting 3 boundaries after once Duckett got LBW. So the plan is very, very simple. If the ball is there, hit it. Look for the boundary.
That should be at least 2. And Joe Root will come back for 3.
I think Babar need to be a little bit more proactive, need to talk to his bowler or give them the in and out field where they can stop those singles also and can also dry those boundaries. Boundaries are coming way too easy.
Extra fielder goes on the leg side, slip in a gully. So the message is bowl straight, bowl at the pads, LBWs and bowls. England will be making note of when this pitch just started to turn or bounce a fraction, only a fraction, and definitely making note of when reverse swing came into play. Just after lunch, 32, 33 overs, there was reverse. So Anderson, Robinson will be looking at that. Stokes is very good when it reverses. It's not big, but any lateral movement on this surface helps.
And if you're wondering where you can get some beautiful Pakistan t-shirts, T20, Test cricket, all formats, you can visit shop.pcb.com.pk and get some official merchandise. Hashtag wear your passion.
Also gets past square leg. This one might make the boundary. Fine leg tries to get there, he does. It's Nazim Shah again, he's been busy in the field. Another expensive over from Ali. He's going at nearly 7s today, 260 for 2. Crowd has slowly built throughout the day. They're expecting a full crowd, a full sellout at the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Nice conditions for watching cricket. It's not baking hot out there. Very pleasant. Straight away, Root on the reverse. Much more control than maybe a Duckett reverse sweep. This was just helped on its way.
Well, all these English batsmen, they have worked hard on their reverse sweep. I was thinking that it's only Ben Duckett who plays that shot really well, but no. They all have done work and they understand the conditions. They know the pitch is slow, so they have to really get on top of it, lunging forward. Yes, better delivery, much better pace. You bowl slower, it doesn't come on. Yes, when you bowl quicker, you might not get much spin out of it, but at least you will bowl those dot deliveries, you'll build pressure.
Yeah, we heard Athers, David and Baz discuss this just earlier on about the difference of pace between Yasir Shah and Zahid Mahmood, and how Yasir is quicker, gets the ball to skid and gets a lot of decisions, trapping the batters right in front with bowls and LBWs. Just feel Zahid doesn't quite have the entire artillery to him, slightly one-dimensional. And hence why there was a debate around whether Abrar would make the cut or not. He has had a fantastic first-class season this year, Abrar. Got the word mystery attached to it because he just bowls a top spinner, which is deceptive, and need the googly as well.
Yeah, there was a big talk about Abrar playing this test match before this. It was all over the media, social media. They were all praising for what he does with the cricket ball.
Fine sweep. He had the reverse sweep earlier in the over. Root going through his repertoire of sweeps. 42 overs gone, 268 for 2. Just the 14th time that England openers have scored hundreds in the same innings in Test match cricket. This is the first time against Pakistan. And two very pleasing players on the eye in the middle at the moment, Ollie Pope and Joe Root. So plenty of work still for these bowlers, with Liam Livingstone carded to come in at 8. Plenty of batting to come. Yeah, when Stokes took over as captain, it was a position that England had struggled with at number 3. Joe Root doesn't like batting at 3, he prefers 4. Ollie Pope rang up the captain and said, I would like to bat 3 in your side. Ollie Pope wasn't in the side then. And Stokes said, yep, you want it. It is your role. We believe you can do well at number 3. Obviously a different role for him. He has to keep as well in this game, Ollie Pope. And that's why he'll be thrilled that they're batting first. Just get his head round batting. Short arm jab, and I reckon that will be 4. It is.
And not having the best of debuts here, Ali. Straying in line. Ollie Pope, who's been timing it really well since he's walked in. And dispatches that one to the boundary as well.
This is when you start looking around, actually, and a young man making a debut, who's going up to him. This is where they miss. I mean, he may not have been making his debut if Shaheen Shah Afridi had been fit, but Shaheen would have been up to him now. A senior bowler, someone that come and put an arm round him, It is a team that's lacking a bit of experience. And no one has gone up to him apart from the skipper just for a word of advice.
Well, getting back to your point regarding Abrar not playing this match, spoke about that all these talk about his mystery and bowling so well, in really good form also, picking up 43 wickets this season in what, 6 games. He's picked up 7 5-wicket hauls in his career so far, and in only this ground, this Rawalpindi pitch, he has picked up 5 5-wicket hauls, and it is difficult to understand why is he not being picked. Zahid, who's not been in good form, only picked up 13 in the season, and you've given him the opportunity, not to the guy who's been in such a sublime form. 5 5-wicket hauls on this very ground.
Yeah, a total of 40 wickets at this venue in the 5 games that he's played in his first-class career.
Well, the great Shane Warne, I mean, when he played all around the world, and he's had success everywhere in the world, and whenever they played at Sydney, and the track record of Stuart McGill was just outstanding on that field, and they played both of them in one game, or every time they played in Sydney they played him. So I'm not sure if they've if Pakistani management, they've gone through the stats and or worked out that who bowls better in what situation. I think they missed the trick there, not playing him. 43 overs been bowled, 273 for 2.
With Abrar was been speaking about the fact that you tend to pick players who are in form, especially when you're going for a slightly inexperienced bowling attack in your seam bowling department. You just potentially go with something that might change the game. And Abrar just seems to be doing the magic, at least in the first-class setup. Bowls with the middle finger as opposed to leg spinners who generally bowl with a third finger.
Down the pitch. Bit of a hack in the end. The drift did him. He came down thinking the ball was on Midland off, and because it drifted in, it ended up on Midland leg and it tucked him up. Watch this ball drift in just about there, and he had to work across it in the end.
As with Ollie Pope, he's had a bit of a up and down test career, especially during the Ashes. Had a bit of a technique change, moved around to the off stump, and then appears to have dished that and gone back to more conventional, more of a conventional technique. Your take on that entire?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of batters went through that phase in England, because in county cricket in England they almost played for a long time up until this last season was almost a different game. The ball was doing so much. Medium pacers were getting a lot of wickets. A lot of them felt they had to cover that off stump. And Ollie Pope did that, even though his first-class record, especially at the Oval where he plays, is absolutely magnificent. And it just meant that one of his strengths is the offside. And when you stand on off stump, it takes the offside out of the equation. So he went back to a more conventional method. And he's been very successful since. He's a fabulous player. He's grabbing his opportunity at number 3 at the moment. Picked the wrong one. 275 for 2. There you go, the googly, which he picked. It didn't spin much, but you get a bit of overspin from the wrong one.
Yeah, he picked the googly quite nicely, but he wasn't really too sure about it. It was not really on top of that, but he managed it nicely because of the slowness of the pitch. Ball didn't really kick off the surface. It reminds me of Ian Bell a little bit. Young Ian Bell, very quick on his feet. Looks like him too. Players like him too. Good find. Very good find.
It's gone low. It has to get lower. Waka, what does this pitch do? I mean, last time there was a test here against Australia. On the last day, it was 259 for none. So that obviously didn't deteriorate. Does this one generally deteriorate? Was that an anomaly? Does it usually spin on the last day?
Well, this is the first time I'm seeing a pitch like this here in Pindi. Normally, there's a little bit of more grass on the pitch. Even against Australia, there was more grass and the weather was a lot cooler and the pitch did not break at all. So on the 5th day, you could bat and bat. It was no problem at all for the batters. But this one, we're already seeing that the odd one keeping low. Some have spun a bit. And I think if you give a good revs on the ball, you will get something out of it. Maybe not for the paces at the moment, but later on I think this will gonna start keeping low, and the LBWs and bowls might come into play a bit more. So the idea is to just bat long, get as many runs you can get, and then look to bowl nice and straight at stumps with a good field positions.
Oh, we've seen that. We have seen that on a number of occasions. He did it at Lord's, he did it at Trent Bridge, and he did it for 6 this time. He misses it. We saw him practicing it in the nets a couple of days ago, actually.
Just not bouncing enough. He got into position, he's got it perfectly there, but just didn't bounce enough. And Rice smile on his face as well after. Joe Root.
Test match cricket.
Clips that through mid-wicket. Much more orthodox on this occasion from Joe Root. He'll pick up a couple. Rouge, you make a good point there. Those 6s he played in England, the bounce. So when you reverse scoop, I'm no expert at that shot, by the way, the reverse scoop, but on the bounce he can pick it up. Here it's a slightly more difficult shot because it skids low.
And the ball just starting to keep it low more now. hint of tail back in now. I think the wry smile on his face was just recognizing that it is Pakistan.
That's a shot. That's a shot, Joe Root. Save your legs, mate.
Normally, if he's playing in England and on this sort of delivery, he'll probably play more toward the cover point. But this time he realized that there's no much bounce, so I have to play nice and square, nice and straight a bat. Beautiful timing. The feet were in the right position. Excellent shot.
.23 for Root and Pope, 281 for 2.
Unless you want some of that?
No, I actually wanted some of what Bazid Khan was having in our lunchtime fill, actually. That looked absolutely delicious. Trust Baz to go out there and get that sort of gig.
Oh, yes.
Bazid would eat anything and everything. Don't worry about that. I know he was there at a very posh restaurant, but he can eat anything. You know, he loves his meat, and take him anywhere.
Good use of the feet from Ollie Pope. Just opens the gap up on the offside. Boundaries continue to flow. 50 partnership between Root and Pope.
Yeah, he flighted that one, Zahid Mahmood, but Root was quick. Pope, apologies, was quick to get out of the blocks. Makes a nice half volley for himself. The timing has been exquisite all day.
No, going down.
This is what it is. There hasn't been enough good comebacks after they've been hit for boundaries. There hasn't been enough periods of the game where they've tied the batters down. It's been smooth sailing for England.
In fact, not at all. There hasn't been a period where they have, ball those or string those dot deliveries. Only one maiden over has been bowled in this entire 45.4 overs. 44 boundaries. I'm just asked Mazhar to find out how many boundaries been hit in a day in the past. I'm sure they'll be targeting that.
And good running as well. Just testing the fitness of the Pakistan side now.
.44 boundaries before tea. Still got plenty in a day to play. Only lost 2 wickets, and now these two have put in a partnership of 50, and they're both looking well set.
Oh, close, very close. Yeah, given. Joe Root misses the sweep. Will he review it? Looked very straight. He will review. I reckon he's struggling.
TV umpire to director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with the front on spin vision, please? Can we? I will need Delta Edge to confirm bat or not. Roll it through until it hits the body, please. Thank you. Ball tracking when ready, no bat involved. Pitching in line and impact is in line, and it's hitting the stumps, Joel. So you can stay with your original out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. Just still wait. Signal now, signal.
Yeah, good decision on the field. Not a great decision to review from Joe Root. That looked absolutely plumb. It was absolutely plumb. Root goes for 23. 286 for 3. Well, 286 for 3. Just the 46 overs so far. And the feeling is, if you're not making 100, you're missing out. So Joe Root going for 23. And he'll be ruining that decision to go for the sweep shot. But England might be ruining the fact that he reviewed as well. Anyway, reward for the leg spinner. Conditions, as we well know, have been very much in favour of the batsman here today. So all those 3 wickets hard earned. So 122, 107, 28 not out. Root gone for 23. Brook yet to face, of course. Just as we play with the figures of this game of cricket, the game of cricket, of course, loves statistics, numbers, the whole thing. 286 for 3 from 46 and nearly half an over. A run rate of 6.17. Disgraceful. It's come down from 7.
Yeah, and Pakistan look at this and say if they'd gone at 4 and over, England would be 186 for 3, and you'd take that. It's just because there have been so many boundaries, been so quick, the scoring rate, that although they've lost 3, it's still a very dominant position for England. Yeah, Sensodyne, sensitivity moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth.
286 for 3. Well, 47 overs. Should be just past the halfway mark. So we've got the run rate accelerating rapidly through the day. Well, not accelerating, but has been at a high rate through the day. The over rate possibly understandably down. Wondering what the light is going to be like as later in the day.
Around about 5 o'clock, 5:05 sunset. So you probably get those lights in effect just after 4. With the artificial lights, I don't think you still get to 5 o'clock because it gets dark pretty quickly.
Experience tells me that you can play in the dark here in Pakistan. Bazid?
Well, that's only in Karachi and only with Steve Buckner.
I know it was a long time ago.
Yeah. We needed England to win 1 test. Just won 2, have they, England and Pakistan?
Amazing, 2 in Pakistan. It's an incredible statistic, isn't it?
And both of them resulted in series wins. But away tours, or sort of home tours for Pakistan versus England, if we count UAE in that, England haven't won any.
This is interesting from Harry Brook, who shapes to paddle sweep initially before changing his mind. This is a great opportunity for Brook, who's only played 1 test match at the end of England's summer against South Africa. And he gets an opportunity because of the injury to Johnny Bairstow. Rather freak injury at Panel Golf Club when he fell down the side of a green and broke his leg, smashed his leg badly. Dangerous game, golf.
You don't need to tell me, Mike. Normally it's more dangerous in my book to your mental health than physical health. I mean, when is the book going to be written on freak cricketing or cricketers' injuries? I mean, my favourite is always goes back to Derek Pringle, who basically pulled his back, sneezing, writing a letter. Combination of all 3. Had to ring up, so I'm sorry, I'm not fit. Well, that's over the top. That's just very, very sweetly played. Picks the flights, just uses his feet nicely. It's a nice flow of the bat. All made to look ridiculously easy.
Yeah, he's a very good player over extra cover, Harry Brook. Even in T20, when we see him on the charge at the end of an innings, that's often the way that he goes, into out, over extra cover.
Cheeky. Now, has that got the speed on it on the ball? Not quite. Yeah, you sense with Harry Brook, he's one who likes to sort of play around with the bowlers, just tease them, really. 294 for 3. The opportunity is there for him, and he knows Pakistan, like so many English players, young English players who've come here for PSL. So they get an experience of Pakistan, of the way the country operates, the way the pitches operate. They have a look at the bowlers. So it's not quite what it might have been for an Indian cricketer coming here, say, 20, 30 years ago, where it's very much a first experience of all of the above. Harry Brook, one of the more talented you will see, I think, of this new generation of England batsmen.
He is. He doesn't play in traditional doer Yorkshire fashion, you might say. He's a real dasher.
Yeah, just on Harry Brook, he played so well in that 7-match T20 series in Pakistan. He batted beautifully, and also he's got a PSL 100, so the fact that you're alluding to players having history or knowing the conditions. The only problem here is that Even 20 years ago, the immunity of the English players wasn't great. It still hasn't improved. You can't still digest any sort of Pakistani food, which I find quite baffling.
No, they've brought their own chef. They might be eating their own food and getting ill. Anyway, all's well that ends well. Only one change England had to make this morning. Ben Foakes, the only one who is not well enough to play. So Will Jacks makes his debut. I was honoured to give Liam Livingstone his cap this morning. I thought that was Ben Stokes taking the mickey, really, asking me to present Liam Livingstone. Two more different players you can't imagine.
So not exactly like for like, but the strongest contrast.
I did look up how many sixes I'd hit in Test cricket, and it was the grand total of 5, which, you know, he'll surpass in one Test innings, I should think.
Well, that'd be one of those good questions for a higher or lower competition. You know, Michael Atherton hit, you know, what number of sixes in Test match cricket? Was it, you know, higher or lower than 5? I wonder how many people would go lower.
So isn't there a like for like in terms of the bowling? Liam Livingstone leg spin, Michael Atherton leg spin. Did you ever bowl off spin though? He does both, doesn't he, Livingstone?
No, he does both. The obvious connection is Lancashire, my home club, but he is a Cumbrian boy, actually. He's up from Ben Stokes's neck of the woods, and they'll be very proud of their man this morning. His parents are not here, but they'll be watching at home, as will all those around Barrow, where he was from, up in Cumbria. Tremendous moment for him and for Will Jacks. Ollie Pope presented Will Jacks with his England cap this morning.
World AIDS Day, so those red ribbons signifying that. We need to be safe and eradicate the disease as quickly possible. 2030 is the target.
Very fine. Runs away very quickly, as we've seen all day. Just flicks off the pads, so leg buys, but the moment he gets onto this output, it doesn't lose pace at all, it seems. Is there a steward's inquiry on the number of sixes that Michael Atherton's hit in Test cricket? I mean, the International Statisticians Union appears to have a slight dispute here. Arman Mazza reckons it might only be 4. Is there?
There might have been an all-run 6 somewhere.
No, that's equally unlikely. Maybe overthrows. Maybe there's some overthrows somewhere. Now, we've talked at the start of the day about very much a lack of swing. It has increased a little bit since lunch. I wouldn't say it's exactly a pandemic.
It's just a sign, really, that the new ball is your friend here as a batsman. You know, that graph would be completely the other way in Australia. You'd have the higher bars for the first 15 overs, and then there'll be a gradual reduction until the second new ball is taken. But here in Pakistan, the new ball is an opener's friend.
Battle very fine. Just a little bit offline, and that's the result. Up comes the 300 in the process. At the gentle run rate of 6.14. 303 for 3.
Well, Pope is starting to look a bit more settled now. He had one or two nervy moments against the leg spinner right at the start of his innings when he got trapped on the crease, but he's been batting for just under an hour now, or starting to find his feet out there, get a sense of the pace of the pitch and variations that the spinner has to offer.
Good check, good check.
He's very happy to use his feet. Someone like Zahid is not the quickest of spinners, so he will give it a bit of flight, and good batsmen will pick that from the hand as much as any of the other variations. Little flatter, little shorter, not out the middle of the bat, but very quickly onto the shot anyway.
Yeah, David, as long as we're on the dispute between international statsmen, I've turned to Twitter. And the recent first-class games in Rawalpindi, first innings totals 210 all-out, 188 all-out, 269, 384, 278 and 185. So what we're seeing here is not the normal what we do see in first-class cricket. Let's come back to it after the over 305 for 3.
.305 for 3 then. Exactly 50 overs now. A good take from Rizwan, but way off target.
So whenever a boundary is hit, when the Osaka displays on the LED board, the batsman gets 10,000 rupees. I'm sure there have been plenty of boundaries today, but has anybody hit it yet?
Anyway, back to the serious stuff. Those first-class scores you were talking about here at Pindi, what's the explanation then? What's your theory?
Yes, first inning scores those are, and normally when you come to Rawalpindi, there's a bit of moisture, a bit more grass on the pitch, and that gives a bit of sea movement for the faster bowlers, and it's always been a ground where lots of fast bowlers want to come and bowl because of that very fact. And what that does is, with that moisture, there's indentations on the pitch, and those then sort of play tricks on the 4th day or on the 5th day and becomes difficult with that up and down bounce. But once it's devoid of moisture, as we saw in that Australia test match as well, there was no development in terms of the pitch. Normally you think that if it's very dry, it'll just crumble, but Pindi has a different outlook to it. The moisture on the first day helps it sort of being up and down on the last day, which I find quite interesting, which has always been the case. But this test match and the one before, against Australia, it was devoid of any sort of moisture at all.
Just the one slip and a fine gully, nice big gap between the two of them. And that gap was all that was needed for that little guide down to third's boundary.
Yeah, it was deliberately played by Pope, who just guided it down. Sometimes he gets a little bit jabby at the ball. If he's a bit out of form or a bit frenetic, which he has been in the past, he can be a bit jabby there outside off stump, but he was in control, nudging that down to the boundary.
Seems almost inevitable sometimes that a bowler will correct. So correct from being just outside the off stump and allowing the guy down to third man to being trying to get a bit straighter and then being worked through the onside.
Well, that's been the disappointment to me, Muhammad Ali, today. At his pace, he has to be very accurate, and he's been a little bit both sides of the wicket. He is the workhorse of this lineup, allowing Naseem Shah, or should allow Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf to bowl shorter, sharper bursts, but he's got to be accurate and he's got to hold a line, and too often he's just been straying to leg.
$313 for 3. $313 for 3, 51 overs gone. Situation all in England's hands at the moment, really. I mean, the run rate has been so good throughout the day that if you're looking ahead to the end of the game already, possibilities. One of the things, if you're going to somehow get the right result out of a match like this on a pitch like this, as we see it on day one of the things you have to do is make sure the pace of the game is rapid. That's certainly what's happened so far today. Run rate still just above 6s. There's a man round the corner. Almost into the action.
Yeah, you don't think of that position really on a pitch like this. You think of that position when there's a bit of bounce, but it nearly carried, not that far short of the outstretched left hand. It's a bit fine, I reckon. Slow pitch, you kind of feel it will go a bit squarer than where he is.
Yeah, I agree. Well, it's almost a formula, isn't it? More pace, you go finer. The slower the pitch, and whether you're talking about spinners or the pace men or the quick men, you still put the fielders a bit wider when it's a slowish pitch. $313 for 3. Very much the shape of England's future at the crease at the moment. Both young men, both with enormous talent. Pope having had a An up and down start to his Test career. The last few months has looked much more relaxed, much more solid.
Well, like many of these players, David, it was the combination of Stokes and McCullum who, coming in a leadership role, seemed to transform not just Pope, but many others. Pope, that was one of their first moves, really, putting Pope to number 3 after a very difficult Ashes series the winter before, when his technique had really been put under scrutiny, and suddenly looked a different player, as many of them did.
South Shakil with the ball. So the first action he's getting is left arm spin. He's middle order batter, stylish middle order batter, but he can roll his arm over when he wants to bowl. Pretty straight, as most left armers nowadays do. Yeah, you talked about that combination, and yesterday having a chat with Ben Stokes, and the one thing that he did chuckle about was when I mentioned Jimmy Anderson actually smiling on a cricket field, and he loved that.
Yes, the measure of leadership. Can you get Jimmy Anderson to smile and enjoy his cricket? He does, really. It's all a bit of a show from Jimmy.
That's nicely tucked away. Finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. And it's a brave effort. It's a pretty good effort, but one in vain in the end.
Yeah, this is so good from Brook, just easing it through the leg side. There's not a lot of spin, not so good from Zaid Mahmood, because you expect him to save that. But it's a nice little piece of timing through the onside, just letting the ball come on.
This time he's gone the other side of mid-wicket. It is nearly tea time, but it's always tea time if there is Tapal on offer. And is the place to be. It's good running. It didn't quite get to the pitch of it, hence held back on the shot, just nudged it towards mid-on. And we're up to 319 for 3 now. Couple of minutes to go until the tea break. Tapal or otherwise, but obviously Tapal preferred. And then officially a couple of hours after that, as we've heard from Bazit, the lights might be an issue as we get towards 5 o'clock. 6 men used so far then, just that first over of the day for Shakil. Gentle left arm spin. Pope now picking the lines, picking the lengths. Just remember when he first came in, a couple skidded through at him, hit him on the pad, but now it seems as though he's reading Zahid very, very nicely as well.
Zahid.
Well, he's pulled it away nicely. Doesn't matter whether it's the last over before tea or not. If there's an opportunity to this generation of England batsmen, it's got to go.
Yeah, he read the length very quickly here. Harry Brook. It was fractionally short and he was quickly back. And sometimes it can be a difficult shot here when the ball skids through, but Brook stayed low, stayed on the shot and hit it beautifully.
Closing up on the other team. That's good effort in the field. We've seen a few misfields today. We've seen the ball, once it gets past the fielder, racing away time after time after time. Oh, just to the right of that leg slip. That'll go to the fence as well, but just for a moment, Simon thought he was in with a chance. He skidded through, it's off the bat, and it's just gone fine. Well, he had very little chance. So almost when it's down the leg side, it's that leg slip is almost taken out of play because of a lot of bat on it. This goes back, rocks back, turns it to the leg side. Another single for Ollie Pope. He moves on to 48. England go on to 332. 3 wickets lost, and that should be tea.
Well, it's a better second session for Pakistan by dint of the 3 wickets that you can see there. They were splattered all around the ground in that opening session by Crawley and Duckett that conceded 174 runs. The run rate is very healthy in the second session, just a fraction under a run a ball, but at least they've taken those 3 wickets, Crawley, Duckett and Root, and therefore the scorecard, although still very much in England's favour at 332 for 3, not quite as devastating for Pakistan as it was at lunchtime. 2 for the leg spinner Zahid Mahmood on debut, and 1 for Haris Rauf, his first test wicket, a good ball to get rid of Zach Crawley. So hundreds for those 2 openers. Root failing relatively given the circumstances. Pope is 2 away from a half century, and Brook has settled nicely.
Yeah, 233, that opening partnership, then 51 Root and Pope, and 46 now Brook, and Pope still carrying on. 50 boundaries already, 49 fours and a 6. And Pakistan, just for those 3 wickets, have come back slightly in the second session. They're dramatic on 99, the appeal given out, DRS, review. There was a lot to think about there, and a lot of dramatic stuff ended with then Crawley just pushing it through the offside and getting to his 100. A fabulous 100 from Crawley, attacking batting at its best. And it was all about pull shot and square from Duckett. He got to his 100 via misfield, but he wouldn't mind that. His first test match 100. And the openers put Pakistan to the sword. Then he fell with a reverse sweep, which was also reviewed, but ended up with 3 reds. Bit of tail, bit of reverse swing. Got Haris Rauf his first wicket in test match cricket. Ollie Pope started off with a reverse sweep. And down the ground, misfield again. Joe Root also joined the fun with those reverse sweeps, a classical cover drive. Boundaries kept flowing throughout the game. One sweep that Joe Root missed, and he was right in front. Zahid Mahmood with his 2nd wicket. And then Brook has looked extremely comfortable off the front foot on the back foot. The end of 2 sessions. Pakistan have been put to the sword. A couple of wickets for Syed Mahmood, one for Haris Rauf, but it's been tough. They've been taken to the cleaners so far. In this 54 overs and time for a cup of tea, and we'll be back with more action in 20 minutes time.
Another run fest session, starting from 174 at lunch and taking it to 332, but Pakistan had their moments. 3 wickets, 2 for Zahid, 1 for Haris Rauf, but they'll feel that they've had a share of session 2 on day 1. Duckett getting 100, Crawley getting 100, 200 plus opening partnership between the two have really set England into a really commanding position in terms of score. They've lost 3 batters, but they're still in it. Welcome to Inverix pitchside, and here I am We'll talk about session 2 and a bit about the session that's coming up. What can we expect? I've got our guests over here alongside me. I'm going to bring in, of course, David Gower and Waqar Younis. Lots to talk about in terms of England batting. And of course, a bit with Pakistan of getting 3 wickets. But then let me take you to England, 174 for nothing in the first session. The scoring rate hasn't stopped. So if the batters have gotten out, then one coming in does not let the momentum slip away.
It's the way they play. I mean, 158 in the session in the afternoon. They haven't let up on the pace at all. It's still 6 runs and over, which every time I see that figure, I shall find it almost hard to believe. But they set the same sort of pace or a similar, but not quite so frenetic pace in the summer back in the UK. The combinations here are a good batting pitch, a very fast outfield, 1 or 2 fielding mishaps, and a real willingness to go after the bowling. So everyone who comes in will have a couple of, look at a couple maybe, and then it seems the clever shots come out.
Yeah, and with Liam Livingstone coming in at number 8, you'd expect a lot of more runs coming in. Let's talk about Pakistan's moments of joy and 3 wickets, and we'll also bring in Waqar Younis with that. Let's have a look at the fall of wickets.
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
Here we are.
Yeah, I mean, he plays that shot really well, Duckett, and it was a good call from the captain and the bowler to take the review, and this was nice and straight. Yes, a very productive shot for him, but downfall also comes on that, and this was a beauty, nice and full, and getting that stumps uprooted, and another decision going in their favor, Pakistan.
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
That was really one excellent delivery from Haris Rauf, pace on it and got Crawley. Let's talk about some expert predictions, and I'm going to ask them to predict about, of course, what's going to happen in the session coming up.
Expert prediction brought to you by Invirex.
All right, let's start with David Gower. So if I would ask you for expert predictions, by the end of the day's play, what are you expecting on the scoreboard?
Okay, I'd like to rename this a wild guess from someone who played the game once yees and years ago.
But you guessed it right.
I guessed it right this morning. No wickets this morning. That was a sort of slightly patriotic guess as well. I think I'm not sure what time the game is going to finish today with the lights, but I know the pace will continue. So say there's another 25 overs, there'll be 25 times 6. That's whatever run. It's another 150 runs. I think the pace will stay the same. Whether wickets they're not going to tumble. I can't see wickets tumbling as such. But another couple hours. So I'll say another 150 runs for 2.
For 2?
Yeah.
Another 2, okay.
Yeah.
How about you? I mean, if you talk about terms of wickets, Pakistan would be happy closing the day at what in the wickets column?
Look, they would love to bowl them out, which I doubt big time.
Okay. We're now talking fantasy.
But I think, Pakistan have done a little better in the second session, and they'll be hoping that, come back in and fetch. They've got to keep taking wickets. If they keep taking wickets, the run rate will come down. At the moment, it's out of hands. This is very much in England's favour and control. So I don't really see Pakistan doing too great.
Yeah.
But anything around, give them another 100 in the next session.
Yeah.
I think they'll be happy if they can fetch maybe 3 or 4 more wickets.
Sounds good. So that was our expert predictions for the session coming up.
Expert prediction brought to you by Invirex.
All right, so let's just talk about what can we expect in session 3. With starting off with Pakistan's bowling. They faced 54 overs, which means 54 overs old. We've seen Haris Rauf and Mohammad Ali getting a bit of reverse already.
Yeah, the reverse swing is there, but the thing is, do they have enough energy to just come and bowl that well, bowl those good lines and lengths, and control the run rate, and also on the also picking out wickets? That is a big question mark, because the thing is, Rauf hasn't played any longer version, so he was out of the park for a little while, so he's getting tired. Naseem Shah, same story, playing World Cup, coming in, not playing any longer version. So they're going to be really, really tired and stiff. Can they just come in and bowl another 5-over spell and be a little bit aggressive and try to pick up wickets? That's the only way I feel Pakistan can bounce back in this game.
All right. So here we are on the Invirex pitch side studio. Of course, these red ribbons that we're wearing, World AIDS Day, and it's important to recognize the importance of how you can avoid getting into that. if I'm going to bring in England's way of playing, and you said the scoring rate and everything, you know this is a good batting track, and Pakistan will also have their opportunity to run scores. So is there any score or any particular target in mind that England would be keeping by the end of the day's play, or they're just having a license given to every batter to come out and express themselves?
Well, again, I have to keep reading this to remind myself that it's true. It's already 332.
So many numbers.
So if my wild guess stroke prediction is right, and we're up to, what, 480 by the end of the day, if you're talking about 600, well, that gives you still a lot of time in the game.
All right, here we are. We've got action lined up for you in session 3.
Welcome back to Rawalpindi for this, the last session of day 1 of the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. And the day so far belongs well and truly to England. The run rate and the boundary count has gone through the roof. Centuries for Crawley, his 3rd in Test match cricket, and Duckett, his 1st Test match 100, 107 in 110 balls. The other wicket, Joe Root, went for 23. Mahmood has 2 wickets, Ralph has 1. Let's have a look at those 3 wickets. First one was Ben Duckett, just having got to 100, played the reverse sweep, was given not out on the field. A good review from Babar Azam. Rizwan said to him, I think that's straight skip. He was right. And this was straight reverse swing from Haris Ralph, his 1st Test wicket. First sign of some kind of lateral movement today. And then Joe Root given out on the field by the umpire. He reviewed it. technology proved it was hitting 3/4 of the way up, middle and off. Expensive bowlers, look at the economy. None of them have been able to give their skipper control. The wicket takers, Mahmood has 2 and Haris Rauf has 1. Umpires make their way out to the middle for this final session. Just an important thing in this session will be the light, and when the light fades and when the lights come on and when the umpires take a light reading, because that will be the reading for the rest of the test match. I feel on this pitch time is going to be important. England, to get 20 wickets to win the test, they're going to have to continue this rate of scoring to buy themselves time to get 20 wickets. Arooj, what do you think Pakistan could do better in this session?
Yeah, I think we've spoken about it all day pretty much. It hasn't been either pinning them down with pressure and consistent lines, nor has there been enough attack. It's been somewhere in between. They've still got 7 wickets, but what Pakistan will look at is a scoring rate which has been above 6 throughout. And the way England are going, 60% of their runs have come in boundaries. I think work's cut out for Babar Azam. He'll probably look to get Naseem Shah quick into the attack. Haris Rauf as well, attacking the stumps. Now that the ball is reversing a little bit, it is something that they will look at. Zahid Mahmood to continue to bowl his leg spin from one side. And Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf.
It's going to be Naseem Shah meticulously working on that ball, trying to get it to reverse. A little bit of a delay here. Just with the keeper. Rizwan's not happy about something, just a bit of communication with the bowler. Rizwan just setting the field now. Sweeper either side.
And keep an eye out for the ball that reverses, just gets it to tail back slightly to the right hander off a good length. Naseem Shah, probably the angle he'll be looking at.
Yeah, LBW and bowled is the way I reckon this test is going to go for the seamer. Try and bring the stumps and the pads into play. Let's see if Naseem Shah can do that. Nearly did first ball. That's the line he wants to bowl. Of all the Pakistan seamers, you'd say he's got his line the best. This sort of line, off stump.
Fast arm and a slightly slingy action make for a perfect combination to exploit reverse swing as and when it exists, as that ball gets old. Think back to Waqar Younis, very similar. Fast arm, low arm, skiddy.
And we had a couple out here on our tour, Michael, didn't we? We had Darren Gough, who had a low slingy arm, and a very underrated cricketer, especially this part of the world. Craig White had that slingy action that got it reverse swinging. I think it's vital. And also because they're slingy, it's not seam up. It sort of scuffs one side of the ball and gets it reversing even more.
Yes, Darren Gough was never underestimated by himself.
I was talking more about White. Nicely timed, nicely placed. Should just be a couple, it is.
Now, young Naseem Shah had the misfortune of being interviewed by you, Nas, didn't he, the day before the game?
I'm
on
sure it's a
behalf
misfortune.
Of PCB TV. What did you manage to get out of him?
Ollie Pope has just strolled to 50 there, just by clipping it through the leg side. 10th 50, 50 in 54 deliveries. Brings a smile to his face.
Wasn't particularly Nazim Shah. It was all three of them. I did Nazim Shah, Haris Rauf and Babar Azam. And all three of them said that their dads didn't want them to be cricketers, which I found remarkable. Having been born in Chennai myself, my dad wanted me to be a cricketer. That was the end of the conversation.
Your dad kind of whipped you into being a cricketer.
There was no option, but I found it interesting that they were like, go and get a job first. Haris Rauf ended up worked as a salesman, didn't he, for a long time. So he's a good story. Nazim Shah's an excellent story. He spoke well of Mudassir Nazar as well, and how important Mudassir Nazar has been to him, and his injuries that he went through and the remodelling of his action. Spoke incredibly emotionally about his Test match debut in Brisbane. Obviously the week before his debut, his mum passed away. He really is the future, this lad.
Just a hint of movement away there. Not very much, but at least it's something. On a day like today, and on a pitch like this, you just cling to something. You can just see it go. It almost went actually a little bit off the seam there, but just cling to something, any kind of movement to give you a little bit of hope on a very difficult day for bowlers.
.335 for 3.
Mentioned that he's the future, Naseem Shah, but it's quite a role he's got here, essentially leading the attack, isn't he? He's still extremely young. It's a pretty inexperienced Pakistan attack in general. Haris Rauf much older, but playing his first Test match. By Pakistan standards, it's an inexperienced attack, and this young man is leading the way, really, and that's quite a responsibility to have at his age.
It is, and the point I made about the future is for all the recent fast bowlers at Pakistan and past fast bowlers, the last one to play 50 Test match and take 200 wickets was Waqar Younis. And that's been a while. Sorry, Wiki, to mention that. Hard sweep, man out there. He's picking it up from the boundary rope. England continue to get boundaries. Another 50 partnership between Brooke and Pope.
Talking about Pakistan's fast bowlers, I was looking around the ground yesterday, and enclosures for Imran Khan and Shoaib Akhtar, of course. Now, I was just doing a little bit of research about Shoaib. I'd forgotten that he only played 46 Test matches, Aruj. I mean, he missed as many as he played in that era, probably more so, and only to play 46. Such a storied cricketer, really.
Reverse. Rizwan's aware of it and ready.
Yeah, local lad as well, Shoaib Akhtar. I don't think his body quite was with him in that long career. Well, not so long career as you mentioned, 46, but the battery of fast bowlers in Pakistan is quite sublime, isn't it? I just speak about Naseem Shah, still only 19, spearheading in this Test match in the absence of Shaheen Shah Afridi. Was only 16 when he picked up a hat-trick at this venue a few years ago as well, Naseem.
I think people in England are fascinated sometimes by the stories of how cricketers came to play. Nas talked about speaking to 3 leading Pakistan players there whose fathers or parents weren't that keen for them to play, but like Haris Rauf, you know, going to the fast bowling open clinic that the Lahore Calendars had 5 years ago, and suddenly you know, he becomes a superstar of the game. On life-changing moments happen, you know, so unusually sometimes. He had a few balls to make a bit of an impression in that open trial. He clocked over 90 miles an hour, and before you know it, he's playing for Pakistan. Amazing.
Had never played with with hardball cricket as well before, and he really didn't want to go. His friend took him along, and Aqib Javed happened to be there. He bowled quick, and through that player development program that Lahore Qalandar had, and then fast-tracked into the BBL, played for Melbourne Stars. Dale Steyn at that time was injured, who he replaced, and he hasn't looked back since. Still a long way to go, of course.
342 for 3.
The reason I mentioned that people in England are fascinated by it is because generally players in England come through quite formal pathways, and of course here they can come from all over, and you know, often self-taught as well, and therefore might have slightly unusual actions because being self-taught and not coached formally. Not talking about all cricketers here, but there are a significant number of these stories, and I think people in England find that fascinating.
That was a bit more slingy round arm from Nazim Shah.
Talking of Shoaib, who would we put in the top, what, half dozen quickest bowlers of the last generation or so? He'd definitely be in there, wouldn't he, Shoaib?
Brett Lee, Wood, Mark Wood.
Sean Tate, who's here?
Yeah, Shane Bond.
Another sign that it's just going now is that Nazim Shah's hiding the ball. You'll see this often with bowlers. You'd see it with Wasim Akram and Jimmy Anderson. That when it is reversing, they give no sign of which side the shiny side. And they hide the ball with both hands as they're running in. It's not easy because it doesn't come naturally running in like that. But you can see him looking at that ball. He'll decide which side the shiny side is now, and then he'll hide it. There you go. Slingy outswinger he tries, setting it up for the in-swinger.
His bowlers can hide the ball as they're running in, and you're quite right, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to hide it from the batsman, but there will always be a moment where the batsman sees the ball, and providing you're looking closely enough and you're quick thinking enough, once he removes that hand from hiding it, and it's just in his bowling hand as the arm comes over, you should be able to give yourself a head start and know which way that ball is swinging. This is going to swing out, shiny side for the outswinger.
Two things about it. One, wasn't there a fast bowler, was it Andy Roberts, they reckoned could flick it in his action? Was it Roberts or Croft that could flick it from one side to the other, or is that just myth?
No, I think he could. I watched him do it because I heard the old wives' tale, if you like, and I said, can you show me how you did it? And what he happened to be able to, as the arm came over, he could flip the ball round. So even if you'd seen it, by the time it came round, it might be very different. It's an incredible skill.
Fast bowling masterclass from Michael Atherton there. And the other thing is, I always go back to Akram, because his arm was so quick, it was very difficult to pick that ball out of the hand. The speed of Akram's arm coming through, with my mince pies, you just couldn't see it.
You averaged about 2 here. You couldn't see very much.
I mean, on these
here,
minefields, on these pitches. but no mid-wicket, so mid-on will have to give chase. And I reckon that is yet another boundary for England. They continue to score. A remarkable day, 350 for 3. What is actually remarkable about today, 350 for 3, the run rate, the boundary count, it's England have done it without really playing a shot in anger. Count the amount of times there's been a hack or a slog or a batter losing shape. They've done it with style and grace. Whipped. When you see the replay of this, watch his bottom hand come through the ball and get bat speed. And that's how he finds the boundary.
It's a very good shot, because if it was short, it wasn't that short. But he's quite slow through the air, the pitch is quite slow, and that means that Brook can kind of hang back and then whip that bottom hand through and get it away. He's already hit him over mid-wicket for 6. Just got to watch for the one that's a bit quicker. That's the danger ball. He floats it up. He's quite slow through the air. It's almost as if occasionally tries to set the batsman up, and then he'll bowl one a bit quicker, and that's the one you have to watch out for.
Pope wants 2, he taps and goes and gets home.
They were quick to realize there could be 2 on offer. The long levers, both in his arms and his legs.
Back cut, so the fielder, the sweeper's in front of square, and that will be 4 more.
Incredible number of boundaries in the day. That's more than 54s now to go along with the 6 that Harry Brook hit a few overs ago. Flat pitch, not particularly small boundaries, but a very fast outfield, and that combination plus the bowling, which hasn't been quite at its accurate best, and then England's intent, and put all those things together, and there's a rash of boundaries.
Staggering number, over 60% of the scoring has been in boundaries. There's a lot of boundaries. It's been a laborious, hard, toil day for Pakistan out here in the middle.
362 for 3. Brook 30, Pope 70. Not a lot happening out there, even with the hint of reverse swing. It's minimal, really, not a lot of spin. Time a factor in this game. Keep an eye on the light situation. They'll take a reading this evening if and when they go off, and that'll be the reading for the rest of the test, and that could come vital day 5. And when you're trying to take those 20 wickets on a flat surface,
So I reckon what Naseem Shah will do with Pope is generally try and hold a line outside off stump. And then that surprise ball, that quicker inducker, make it an effort ball. You kind of drag him across his crease, and then the effort ball, that the ball reverses in towards the stumps. That's what Pope has to watch out for. I reckon Jasprit Bumrah did him like that a couple of summers ago for India when the ball started to reverse. Brilliant bit of bowling. He kind of held a line, and then a ball of about 3 or 4 miles an hour quicker, and boom, right into the stumps.
Was that the Oval? It might have been at the Oval. That's one of the reverse swinging grounds in England, but I think it was the Oval. He was set up by Jasprit Bumrah.
Just the previous over he bowled that line outside, took the ball away on 4 occasions. The last one just coming back in, which Ollie Pope didn't quite middle. And I just feel I rate him quite highly. Still only 19. I think he's one of the bowlers in the Pakistan lineup who's matured very quickly, has adapted to the longer version of the game. It's where he started off first and then made his way into the white ball setup.
What did you make of England's side, Michael, and the balance of their side on this pitch? To have Livingston at 8, is that a luxury? Would you have liked another bowling option?
Well, both Livingston and Jacks are Bazball picks, aren't they? Classic Bazball picks. A lot of upside, bit of risk. Livingston not having played first-class cricket for the year, but your question is whether England could have, should have gone for Jamie Overton, the extra pace instead of the extra batsman, once Folkes was not fit. Which way would I have gone? I think I might have gone for Overton over Jacks.
Or Rayan Ahmed, would you want the second frontline spinner, or is he not quite ready yet, Rayan Ahmed?
Don't know is the answer.
Yeah, I don't think they know, and they want him around.
Like most people, haven't seen enough, but what a selection. 3 first-class games, and then he comes to the Lions in the week-long camp at Abu Dhabi, then added to England's squad, and they say they're prepared to throw him in, so good luck to him. We had a chat with him this morning, didn't we, Nas? Both of us quite perturbed to know that he's a bit younger than some of our children. 364 for 3.
I was enjoying chatting with him until he mentioned the Donald Atherton duel that he's watched on video or YouTube or whatever the youth of today watch their output on.
Well, it can't have been live because he wasn't born.
That kept a little bit low. All little things that England will be looking at. Reverse swing, Anderson and Robinson, Stokes will be looking at that. Variable bounce, Leach will be looking at that from the spinner. There was one that went past Crawley's edge that bounced.
I reckon he was eyeing up a sweep there, Harry Brook. He was looking to sweep and then realised the ball was just too full, and he had the presence of mind to change his shot. Just there, he's thinking sweep, and then he thinks, no, I better just nudge that to mid-on.
Harry Brook has been impressive. Saw him the first time live when he came to play for Lahore Qalandars last year. Got a fantastic 100.
It is amazing how, how oppositions or venues add to your game, really. Someone like Harry Brook has struggled historically in Australia, and when he went out to the World Cup, he didn't have a great World Cup. Whereas you compare him in Pakistan, where he's played a lot of PSL cricket. He's done very well. Then he did very well in those T20s, and again here he started well. Same with Crawley. Who's the opposition Crawley's got his double 100 against? Pakistan. So just an opposition or venues that you enjoy playing at just lift you, and that's definitely done for Brook and Crawley today.
You can very easily add Duckett to that list as well, somebody who enjoys Pakistan conditions. Yeah, he amassed a total of 238 runs in the recent T20 series against Pakistan. Shared venues between Karachi and Lahore.
They have just milked it in that over. Just 4 singles and a 2. It's 370 for 3. Clipped between mid-wicket and mid-on. That is 4 more. Beautiful shot from Ollie Pope.
It's a lovely shot, this. Just brushed it away, really. Naseem Shah looking for that in-swinger. He started it too straight. It's drifting middle and leg. And Pope just leans on it and turns his wrists. Beautiful timing and placement.
Plenty of boundaries being hit, count well over 50, and every time a boundary is hit, and if the Osaka displays on the LED boards, the batsmen get PKR 10,000. Just watching that replay of Ollie Pope timing it through mid-wicket from side on, just the interception point, got it right under his head, let the ball come on. It's pretty much been the order of the day from all the English batsmen, timing the ball. It's been wonderful to see.
When he's struggling a bit, he's a bit frenetic and a bit jabby, and he goes at the ball a bit. And it's usually a good sign for Ollie Pope when you rightly say that he starts to play it a bit later, a bit under his eye line. It's often a sign that he's feeling settled and comfortable and that his fundamentals are in good working order.
Might go away for 4, it does. Fine leg has been pretty wide. Nazim Shah has his head in his hands.
And ground fielding hasn't been quite up to the mark. Straight in line. Brook got a bit of bat on that. I think it was Muhammad Ali again at the boundary. Fails to stop this one.
Too straight again. They've not got their line right all day. It is 377 for 3. Yeah, that scoreboard is not wrong.
Touch. That's it.
It's a fair click that England have gone along through the day. And they've carried on with each and every partnership. This one also going at better than run a ball. Into the leg side, the off spin of Agha Salman worked away for a quiet little single. Yes, it's been a benign pitch, true, but England have made sure that they've not wasted any opportunity. I'd go as far as saying that they've created a lot of opportunities to score runs.
I agree entirely. That's what they do now. They try and keep the pressure on the bowlers all the time. I mean, like there you see the willingness to use the feet. And Harry Brook has used his feet well to the leg spinner especially, as has Ollie Pope. And with that particular occasion, it didn't quite get there in time, so just able to nudge it away for one. But they will take each and every opportunity they create.
And that shot's been played so many times today. A little reverse sweep has become a norm. There's been a lot of shots played, but that's the go-to shot off the spinners for the batters of the England top order, middle order.
If you were being horribly conservative and you went back decades, people would warn you against even the orthodox sweep shot. The modern game, very happy to say, it embraces the sweep shot, the reverse sweep shot. We saw Joe Root today playing, whatever you want to call it, a reverse scoop or something of that ilk when he was on something like 17. And I mean, I have to applaud it. You have no choice. You must applaud it. It's bringing something special to the game, Test cricket. 377 for 3. Sorry, we have two screens up here. One shows the scoreboard, which is actually giving the correct score at 386 for 3, and another slight technical issue with something we call the fruit machine, which is showing something that must have happened days ago.
Yeah, maybe England are scoring too fast for it. It's just been all day.
Maybe it's caught the bug. Fruit machine's caught the bug. Maybe it's fruit fly that's spreading this thing that afflicted the England team.
Talking of the reverse sweep, David, in your career, have you ever attempted to play that?
Now, I don't want to reveal this to anyone who's listening. I did play it twice.
And?
On a Sunday, in what they used to call the Sunday League, but under the influence of strong drink. It was a game I thought, sorry, in all seriousness, it was a game that should have been abandoned hours beforehand. But
So
somehow...
you played better than you ever did.
I played, no, I wouldn't say better, differently. The the context, it was a weekend in Cheltenham, as you know, a lovely town, Cheltenham. And it had rained all Saturday, it had rained all Saturday night, it had rained all Sunday morning. And as captain of my county, Leicestershire, I'd gone to the ground to inspect conditions, and it looked like he couldn't play for a month. Very, very nice man called Roger Moore, not the actor, had a tent, and he was serving food and something called Pims. And we thought, well, why not? And then the surprise element was that Cheltenham is, basically the ground is on a bit of a slope and fast raining. And it stopped raining halfway through the afternoon, but we didn't notice. The umpires, one of whom I remember being Merv Kitchen, were paying attention, and about, I don't know, 4:30 they came into the tent and said, "Captain, we think we can get a start," reducing it to the 40-over game to a 10-over per side game starting at 5:10. I can promise you there were certain members of both squads unavailable for selection. I did my best to captain Leicestershire. We won the game, I'm happy to report. Not by many. More runs here. This has been the story of the day. Anything that you can just push the bat through on a drivable length will disappear.
Yeah, lovely cover drive. He's quite a classy player. Minimum effort, just through the offside, guided it through. He's into the 90s. With that glorious, stylish cover drive.
He's a very busy player, isn't he? If it's there, he will punch it through the cover. Anything straighter, nudges it away on the onside, and runs really well between the wicket.
Well, he's one of those players that was adjudged to be very, very talented at a young age and destined for great things. Got into the test side, showed a lot of promise. Then, I think it's good for a player, actually. A few problems. You do learn through the tough times. So when things don't go your way, you learn through the tough times. And I think the good news about that is you then should become hungrier when you come out the other side. You learn that there will be bad times. You learn more to make the best of the good times. And let me just promise you one thing. This is a very good day and a very good game and probably a very good series to try and push the average up, try and make a whole shed load of runs.
Oh, a bit of reverse swing through the defenses, but didn't hit the stumps. A good Yorker to end the over. It's 393 for 3.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing you'll see from Haris Rauf in the one-day game. It's a skill that transfers beautifully to Test match cricket. Bit of reverse, perfect Yorker length. Just needed to be that fraction straighter. You're going to beat the bat, you just kind of need it to be straight. But full marks for the attempt.
Approaching 400 are England. Drives through the offside. Extra cover is his area. Beautiful looking shot. 4 more.
Love the way he uses his feet. And saw a little bit of flight outside the off stump and just pounced on it. And with no real backlift, he just punches it through the cover. What a player. Just a risk coming into play the last second.
In such a situation, Wakar bhai, we've got 4 debutants, 3 of them are bowlers. And obviously Test cricket is hard, but they wouldn't have expected it to be this hard.
Yeah, especially for Muhammad Ali, you know. I've seen him bowl and he's a decent bowler. And because the slowness of the pitch and the quality of the batsman, he wasn't really expecting. He's bowled well in the season. He's got wickets. The confidence was up. I think that's the reason he was given the opportunity. But it's a tough game, Test cricket.
Goes through the offside. It's been stopped. So just a single. Pope goes to 98. It's 400 now for 3.
Well, yeah, if you're going to force anything out of a game like this, you need to score your runs quickly. England has certainly done that. Just saw Ben Stokes on the balcony. Very happy, no doubt, with the progress in the game from all the batsmen, basically, who've just kept the same pace going throughout. So landmarks all around. We've already seen 200s made individually, 400 collectively.
Just a single goes to 99. Haris Rauf is getting a bit of tail. Well, you just want to get back on strike with Ollie Pope.
Since about 20th over, we are seeing a little bit of reverse swing. But the thing is, the lines were missing. The lengths are not right. They're just trying too hard at times. And in that, they're just leaking too many boundaries and runs are just flowing. And Pakistani bowlers are just putting pressure on themselves by doing that. You have to start sort of 4th stump or 5th stump outside the off stump and try to sort of bring it back to the stumps. If you go a little straighter, it's easy to nudge it away for 4 or a couple of runs on the onside. You're better off bowling from outside the off stump rather than just going too straight. And I think Pakistani fast bowlers are a little guilty of just bowling both sides of the pitch.
Yeah, you go back to that same point. Pakistan haven't fielded 4 debutants since 2003. And once you have 3 debutants in terms of your bowling unit, it's a big ask, especially where a team gets on top of you, and then you need a character or somebody who can really come hard at the opposition, get you back in the game. And that also comes with a bit of experience, especially test matches. And you just feel that Pakistan, obviously Naseem Shah, leader of the attack, but he hasn't played a lot of cricket as well. So it's a very, in terms of matches, test matches, a very, very young bowling side. Oh, what a shot that is. Short and dispatched leg side. And that's gone all the way. Harry Brook just climbed into that.
One of the great attributes that Harry Brook possesses are these quick hands. Just see how quickly that bat travels from the backlift through the striking point to the follow through. And that's what gives it the momentum. That's what means it clears the boundary, not just, but by some distance. And he's very quick on that.
Well, another advantage Brooks got here is that these two, Haris and Brooks, they both play for the same team here in Pakistan in the PSL, Lahore Qalandars, so they know each other really well.
Turn leg side, just a single. Brook goes on to 49. And now Ollie Pope, he's on 99. Maybe just the opportunity for Babar Azam to slow the game down, just make him think a little bit. Haris Rauf maybe hang the ball outside off stump, but he's trying to get the ball to reverse swing back into the pads. Ollie Pope, 99. Blocks one into the covers. We'll have to wait at least another over. 410 for 3.
Both men one short of a landmark. In Ollie Pope's case, we've seen Crawley out today, 422, Duckett going so well, 107. And you can imagine that actually that both men would have been disappointed, because with the conditions, the chance of a really big score is. See, we know Crawley's one big score was the 254 at the GS Bowl when he first started. So he knows how to make those big scores. Duckett, coming back into Test cricket, would have loved to have gone on to make something even bigger and better. And I think Ollie Pope is well aware of all these things. He's the sort of player who's matured a lot in the last 6-7 months even. That last English summer was a very good summer for him.
Into the onside, and Brook gets to his first Test match 50. It's come off 52 deliveries. He likes batting against Pakistan and likes batting in Pakistan, and he's played beautifully.
Tell you this, he just likes batting. And he has a lot of promise, which is starting to fulfill in his second Test match here. A long way to go, of course, but he could be one of those that could be around for a long, long time and make many, many runs.
And now it's up to Ollie Pope, 99 not out. Goes over the wicket. Into the leg side, and that's third Test match century for Ollie Pope. He's taken to number 3. He's batted beautifully today. Started off slightly tenderly or struggled with the spin, but after that he's been superb. Sublime driving through the covers, and another England batter today, third England batter today to cross 100.
Yep, and there is support in the stands that's come all the way from the UK to watch this England team. A lot of people very, very happy to come to Pakistan and see Test cricket here. And the runs just continue to flow. I mean, no time just to compose each other. No time for either Brook or Pope just to say, OK, we've got our landmarks. Let's have a breather for a second. Just straight into yet another reverse sweep, straight into yet another boundary.
Yeah, very clear in his mind what he wants to do. What these two batsmen are doing, they're putting bowler under pressure early in the over, and then you get defensive as a bowler. Don't know what to do, just going round the wicket, over the wicket. It's just too good, these two at the moment.
Yeah, England on to 417. The highest score in Pakistan in today's play is 418, so they've leveled that. And it's 418. India versus Pakistan was a previous record, and that threw the offside into the fence makes sure that England now have scored the most runs in a day's play in Pakistan. Lovely back foot punch through the offside. 422 for 3 of just 66 overs.
High quality batting. Round the wicket, the off spinner just dropped slightly short, but it's been driven through extra cover with a very straight bat. That takes some doing.
Yeah, shots like that just depend entirely on balance and timing, and not trying to hit the ball too hard. But with someone like Harry Brook, who's naturally a well-built, powerful sort of batsman, you just use the timing, that's all you need.
Now, with the run scored 422, here's Ollie Pope just clipping it into the leg side, and Delight all flows. He likes batting at number 3. He's made that position his own since that McCullum and Stokes era. Just unlocking a few talented batters are England.
Just got to be very careful, Baz, when you pronounce error. We pronounce era to make it distinct from a mistake. And at the moment, the Stokes regime, the Stokes era, is anything but a mistake, of course.
Correct. But just with the amount of runs that have been scored, just pick Waqar Younis's brain here. You've talked about Pakistan not being able to apply pressure. Yes, they've maybe bowled both sides of the wicket, but with the field set, have you ever sort of wondered of a situation where you pack one side of the field and just bowl there, just play a bit boring, make sure that that run rate comes down, because it hasn't come down at all?
Well, the smart captain will do that, because you have to really control the run rate. You don't want the team to just run away with the score, and you're just far behind in the game, which Pakistan is right now. They should have learnt it straight after the first session when they scored 174 without loss. They should have gone a little bit aggressive at times and then pack one side or just bowl one side of the pitch. And as you know, and you spoke about it too, that the inexperienced bowling, you know, they're just trying too many things. I thought Muhammad Ali, this spell is just getting the right length and right line, just from outside the off stump, just keep bringing the ball in. What I've seen from Naseem and from Haris, they were just trying too many things. They were just trying to take the ball away also with that reverse swing. And with the slowness of the pitch, it was easy to bat against. So if you just stick to one thing, just keep bringing the ball in and just target that off stump line, I think you'll be better off.
Punched into the offside, and 67 runs. It's 4-2-4 for 3.
One way of sort of trying to put this in perspective is to say, for instance, say if Shaheen Shah Afridi had been fit, who is one of the world's best, how much of a difference would that have made? And the answer is probably not an awful lot. Yes, he is a very special bowler, but even he might have found, or would have found, I suspect, these conditions would have taken a lot of the effectiveness away from him. But if you're inexperienced completely, Muhammad Ali, for instance, and you're not quite sure what it feels like to try and get back control on your debut on a flat pitch, when things seem to be against you, it's a different prospect. But the other point about that, if you try and hide the ball, say outside off stump, if you're in Australia, the Australians used to do this years ago, but you can bowl a bit wider on pitches that bounce more, and therefore a batsman will have to take more of a risk if he's going to try and reach it. Whereas on a pitch where the bounce is predictable and not that great, it's easier still to get bat on ball. So you can then still get bat on ball, you can still score runs, and the tactic becomes less effective. At least that's the way I understand it.
No, I know what you're saying, but all I'm trying to say is pulled away for 4. Easy pickings. So I'm trying to say that just because it's reversing, and I've done it all my life. So if you start from just outside the off stump and finish it on off stump, I think you have better chance. If you go a little straighter or ball middle leg, you will be punished. Or you go even outside the off stump. On this sort of pitch, it'll be a big struggle, and it's a struggle for the spinner here also. Saud Shakil, who's just bowling his second over, he's also struggling. Looks like that is a little stiff. Been out there for a long time in this cold weather.
What, from bowling his first over?
just
Hours ago.
Just being running around and fetching the ball and throwing back to the bowler.
Another one down the ground, so 3 already in this over. They're probably the best.
Well,
he is stiff, isn't he?
Right, I'm going to change the tack to say it is very, very good batting, because it's not just the timing, it's the placement. You've got men in the deep who are just not involved in the game because the placement takes the ball well away from them. So there's not much more you can do as an orthodox and ordinary left-arm spinner.
Dismissed again, leg side goes to the fence. I think Harry Brook wants his 100 quickly.
Well, I thought Salman Agha was struggling with the ball in hand. Saud Shakil is not getting it right at all. Couple of short deliveries put away, and then Fuller and a full toss. Pakistan is running out of options. They've been demoralized, I would say.
Better go and see the physio.
There'll be a lot of massages, physios will be there tonight.
Another one. Another one through the offside. So he's motoring along. 80 of 63. Yeah, might well smile, Will Stokes, because Harry Brook is just, even with this, he's upping the ante, and that's saying something.
I'm sure he's gonna look to hit this one also for 4 to make it 6 of 6.
Goes leg side, and he does exactly that. 6 fours off the over. Oh, why won't you smile? Why won't you be happy? It's an exhibition. 448 for 3.
Well, there are many things in this game hard to predict, but Vakar absolutely spot on there. And I've got a feeling that Harry Brook himself was thinking, yeah, there's got to be a boundary here somewhere. But it was a less than ordinary over, if I can be as polite as possible. It was a less than ordinary over. And it might be yet another 1 over spell for Saud Shakil, unless everyone else is just unavailable.
Or they're just looking on the other side. They're not really looking at the captain. Yep, big smile. Extraordinary batting.
Yeah, it's been extraordinary. And you thought that it couldn't get any worse, and then you get an over of 24. And even with that run rate now 6.57, and one situation it was going at 7s, and Harry Brook, I think, has the idea to get it back to 7.
I think it'd be nice to see that previous over ball by ball again. It was a beauty, wasn't it? He was just aiming to hit boundary every ball.
Well, it's fine by me if you can stand it.
David, once they show it, I want you to explain what went wrong or what was just great in those shots.
All right, I will predict that each and every shot stems, first of all, from very quick analysis of line and length, and at Saud Shakil's pace, that's easier than against one or two others, but it's knowing where you're going to play the shot instantly. Dare I say it, the odd full toss, the odd short ball makes the equation rather easier. If you're going to throw in a bit of variety, you still got to land the ball in pretty much the same sort of place if you possibly can.
450 for England. There you go, David.
Right, here you are. Short, and he's so quick. I mean, he's spotted that length instantly. Full toss, rather more easy, but he just times it. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. That's a beautiful shot. The straight drive, a little bit short, not quite as bad as the previous one, but again, very quick with the hands. And then that little bit of width, a little bit too short again. So you can certainly point to bowler error virtually every ball. And that final one was just, well, he was going to hit it for four, whatever happened. But I have to say, it is just the speed of analysis of the line and length that gets you in the right position to make it look ever so easy. Anyway, thank you for teeing that up, Vakar. It's very kind of you.
So you reckon only that last one is actually trying to hit a four, planned to hit a four?
The rest was all Shakil's doing, is it?
Well,
yes.
When they do say you should play each ball on its merits. And I'm not going to make any further comment on that.
451 for 3. And it is time for drinks.
So you do this. Step away, please. Stop it down. No, hold. Me. Hold. Not holding? No. Supposed to hold. Wasn't pressing. Yeah, 6770 my side. Right the better. बंद करने दो बंद करने दो
Oh. Oats, 100 in. Right. Okay. Oats, 100 in. How's that? 9. Nope. Well, the light is closing in Rawalpindi, and the day can't end soon enough for Pakistan, whose bowlers have been flayed all around this ground today by some incredible batting from this England lineup. We've already seen 300s, one from Crawley, one from Duckett, one from Pope, and Harry Brook, playing his second test match, is just 15 runs away from what will be his first test 100 if he gets there. Partnership between Crawley and Duckett set things alight at the start of the day, and Brook and Pope have made sure their work has not been wasted in the final session. The wickets that have fallen fell in the afternoon, and Pope it has been who's gone through to a gorgeous 100 in the evening session. Eyes now on Brook to see whether he can make it a fourth 100 for England on this remarkable day. 451 for 3. We've only had, what, 69 overs. The run rate is a tick over 6.5. And we've seen some incredible batting. Not least in the previous over before drinks, when Brook took the left armer Shakil for 6 fours in the over. So that has propelled him towards 3 figures. What a moment it would be if he can get there.
Only the third time England's top 3 have got hundreds in Test match cricket. Brisbane 2010 and South Africa at Lords in 1924. I can name the ones in Brisbane. I can't go to 1924. It was what, Strauss, Cook and Trott in the second innings at Brisbane. That would have been a slower pace. Everything has been at a slower pace compared to today.
Well, Brook is hitting the ball so sweetly now. He's full of confidence, particularly against spin. He has read length so quickly today. Anything short, he's pulled ferociously to mid-wicket. This was looped up and a little over pitched, and he's driven firmly through the offside. So he's to 89 now.
He manipulated the field brilliantly. In particular, Brook, those reverse sweeps that he plays means that the man on the boundary has to be squarer. Then he hits it in front, and Babar Azam's just followed the ball all day. Lights coming on. Umpires at that last drink break got the light meters taken out there, so they'll be looking at those light meters, and they'll take a reading for the test match.
Batsman struggling to see it. .459 for 3. Muhammad Ali now. It's been some punishment for Pakistan's bowlers. It's been a dispiriting day, really. Just looking at the figures, none for 73 in his 15th over. Ali and Naseem, none for 73 off 13. Punishment all around. 1 for 78 for Haris Rauf off his 13. 2 for 160. Zaid Mahmood from 23 overs. It's going to be a debut that some of these players, the ones on debut obviously, are not going to forget in a hurry. Kind of day that can set a tone for the series, really, and suddenly you kind of wonder what's hit you. This team have come at you. Well, it was good to see England back in Pakistan for the first time in Test cricket in 17 years. None of these England players, bar Jimmy Anderson, know what it's like to play Test cricket here, but judging by Ben Stokes there, they've had a fun day.
Judging by Barber's reaction, they could have waited a few years longer.
Right, gentlemen, let's just take a break for a very important message. It is a Sensodyne sensitivity-free moment because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
.91 to Harry Brook.
Saw extremes of emotions in that little clip being played from England, who would be absolutely ecstatic with the performance here on day one. But a lot has to be said about the way Pakistan bowlers have bowled. Again, taking nothing away from the brilliant batting that has been on display, but I think they've let themselves down. The inexperience, the lack of first-class cricket, all of that playing a huge role here today.
Just slipping down, was it? Just had the impression that was just moving past leg stump. Baba sends it upstairs. He's not had too many opportunities to do that today, so why not?
TV umpire to director. We have a plays review for LBW. Original decision not out. Can you assist me with a front foot, please? No problem. Thank you. Thank you. That's a fair delivery. If you can go to spin vision, please. And I will need ultra edge to confirm. Okay, I've got flat line, so no bat involved when ball passes bat, and your tracking when it's ready. The impact is in line and it is hitting the stumps. So back to on-field umpire. Hassan, you'll have to reverse your decision. You're on screen now.
Splendid review by Babar Azam, and it brings a first Test wicket for Muhammad Ali, beating Ollie Pope, skidding the ball through. First impressions here was that it was sliding down the leg side, but Pope had got across his stumps, and that can be a dangerous thing to do here when the ball reverses. And that ends a lovely innings from Ollie Pope, his third Test 100, 108 from 104 balls, and Pakistan have their fourth wicket. Well, the architect of this Test match renewal for England, and the man who has encouraged the kind of approach that we've seen here, with England bouncing along at over 6.5 runs and over. The architect of it comes to the crease now. Can't think that he'll want to take too long to settle himself in either. This was the end of Pope. Good ball, straight, nipping back or angling in, and Pope just a little bit across his stumps.
Well-deserved hug in the end. A little bit of joy or relief as well. First Test wicket for Ali. .462 for 4. Well, on the back of that wicket of Ollie Pope, Babar Azam brings Naseem Shah back into the attack. Ball is 71 overs old. If there's going to be any reverse swing, he will find it with his action and his skill, but it's the end of a day in which a lot of punishment has been handed out. What has he got in him in what is likely to be, I would have thought, the final spell of the day, given that the light is closing in? Yeah, gentlemen, I think you need to go down there as well. Enjoy a Tapal tea moment at the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Naseem operating from the media stand end now for the first time. He's bowled all his overs at the pavilion end. I wouldn't say there's a great deal of difference, really. There's just very little breeze across the ground. The pitch is the same at both ends. There's no real reason why a change of ends should work, but you never know.
Just talk about reverse swing and how it pans out in different venues in Pakistan, because generally the strip here, there's about a couple of pitches on either side. Generally the field is more lush in Pindi. You get a lot more when you move to a south towards Karachi.
Yeah, but the point you were making earlier, just before that wicket of Pope, was a good one actually about Pakistan's bowling. I feel they've bowled both sides of the wicket today. And as a captain, that is a nightmare because you can't set a field when they're bowling both sides. And what you end up doing, and what Babar's ended up doing today, is setting fields for bad bowling. And in fact, in the last 10 minutes, just bowling straight with a split field, they might do it differently now with Stokes in. But you will see England quickly when it starts to reverse, even if it's a hint of reverse, go split field and just bowl straight, hitting middle and off stump.
Round the wicket, Naseem to Ben Stokes. He'll try and take it away as he did there ever so fractionally, but there's just no bounce in this pitch. I can't imagine we're going to see many catches to slip throughout this game. You'll see maybe more LBWs, some bowls. There aren't going to be too many catches that carry through to slip.
Yeah, and for that reason, that slip could go wider. It's a run-saving position. Saw Crawley get off the mark early today, first over of the day with an edge down to third man. If the new ball isn't carrying to slip, 72 over old ball isn't.
Outfield has been like lightning today. There have been so many boundaries. That's a reflection partly on the bowling, as Babar there, you can see that he's irritated with the line that has been bowled. So many balls have gone through mid-wicket for 4.
Well, Babar's frustrated for the point I just made. Both sides of the wicket. He bowls outside off and he goes down to third man for 4. He goes a bit straighter. Babar's set an offside field and he's clipped through mid-wicket, and you can see the skipper's reaction. I cannot set a field to this.
Oh, that's delicate from Stokes. It was deliberately played, actually. He just let it run onto the face of the bat and guided it down past slip. So he's up and running. He's into double figures in double quick time, and England are 477 for 4.
And that slip needs to go either down to third man or a wide slip, because it is a run scoring opportunity at 477. Stokes will just run it off the face of the bat, as he has done then. Dangerous times. Tomorrow morning could be interesting. Stokes tees off on England 150 for 5. He's going to tee off, if he's there tomorrow, at 500 for 4. They need him out tonight just to get some kind of control for tomorrow morning. Livingston still to come. Jacks.
You know you want to, Nas.
That young man makes a good point. I'm loving every moment. 22 years we've been away, myself and Ath, and we're enjoying every moment, especially the cricket at the moment. We've seen that in the summer of England, where Stokes would charge the seamer.
too high this time, possibly pitched outside leg stump as well.
Let's reiterate that message one more time, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. So sensitivity free movement. Go get yours now. Not quite sure this is the field to Ben Stokes. I mean, with the ball not carrying, Ali not the fastest of the bowlers, and he played the late cut deliberately in the previous over. I'm not sure the ball will carry. Probably look to block the offside, him giving himself room.
Yeah, it's an optimistic field with a couple of slips, that ball being 73 overs old. As we've mentioned, it's not really carried through when the ball was hard or new, but absolutely no problems with trying to get a man out when he first comes to the crease, but it's how you get them out in these conditions, and catches behind the wicket, I think, are probably the least favoured option.
Obviously, you can't do this one.
That shot was how he got out on his Test match debut. Came into the side at the Oval against South Africa and scooped one in the air to deep fine leg, 480 for 4.
That's why he might have had a smirk on his face, actually. I think Stokes had a little word with him after that shot that he played.
Quite a worrying sight if you're Pakistan at 480 for 4, with Liam Livingstone going through some loosening exercises. He's on debut, of course. Will Jacks is on debut. The good fortune for Will Jacks that Ben Foakes not fit or available today, so he gets a first cap as well, and both of them probably play even more aggressively than any of the top order we've seen so far.
Every time Pakistan take a wicket, the problems probably become even more problematic for them, considering they've still got Livingston in the tank, Jacks to come, who's got 100 in the 100 back in England. So it's not just about how many. I guess they just have to pick all of them up very quickly.
Michael, you did a pitch report for Sky in England. What do you think of this surface? How do you think, looking ahead in the game, you think it will deteriorate? I mean, that becomes vital now that England need 20 wickets on it. How do you see it going in the days ahead?
You know, I kind of remember the tour we were on. It was a long time ago, and we came to each of these grounds. I think the grounds then were Lahore, Karachi and Faisalabad. We thought the pitches would break up every time because they started dry and bare, but they didn't really. They spun a bit more as the game progressed, but they didn't really break up as you imagine they do in India and Sri Lanka. So if I was a guessing man, I'd say it's not going to explode by the end of the game. Obviously, it's a long time since we've been here. We don't know the conditions intimately. Did notice actually on the far left of the square where England were netting ahead of this game, as the pitch got more used and as they practiced on it day after day after day, there was a little bit of uneven bounce. So whether that is replicated in the middle, who knows. But without wishing to sound partisan, just in terms of the spectacle, I hope the pitch does change, because that's the whole point of playing a game over 5 days, that conditions change and offer a different challenge from day to day.
From the recent test match, Australia over here, the pitch absolutely didn't break at all. Fourth innings, I think it was something 250 for no loss, and it looked like it would carry on for another 5 days. Having said that, this one looks a little bit more drier compared to that, so it's already kept low. I still don't think it's going to break up that much.
A day that Harry Brook will never forget. You dream of playing Test cricket for England. If you're a batter, you dream of scoring a Test match 100. He's done it here in Rawalpindi in his second Test match. What a day for Harry Brook. What a day for England.
And what an exquisite shot to get to 100. A classic cover drive, which pretty much sums up how England have played today. You look at the scoreboard and you think it's been a bit of a slog and a hit. This shot sums up how they've played. They've played with intent, with grace, with style, and they've played some remarkable cricket. First Test 100. Don't run yourself out. There's plenty to be had. Don't go again. Get back. He does. 488 for 4.
Thank you.
So 48 for 88 for 4. Hard to say, almost hard to believe, but it's definitely there. It's all fact, it's not fiction. The first time ever in Test match history 4 batsmen have scored 100 on the opening day of the match. All sorts of stats have been flung at us today. That one is the most unique. Well, Ben Stokes, late to the party, but enjoying himself, it seems, as much as anyone. Not holding back whatsoever.
Yeah, plays one over the top with good measure. I don't recall any of the England batters as yet hitting the ball over the top with the paces on, but Ben Stokes, well, he wants boundaries, just wants to carry on. 20 of 10 for him.
Where is the old tactics gone? Ball couple of bouncers, umpires will get together and start thinking of leaving. It is dark out there. The floodlight has taken quite a fact. But because you're bowling nice and full, they're not having any issues. This is how Brook got his 100. Beautiful cover drive. He's been driving the ball really, really well the entire day. Special player, special talent.
This is almost ridiculous. We're at the end of this first day's play here in Rawalpindi. The lights are on, the light is dim elsewhere, and yet Ben Stokes is unrelenting in his approach to this game.
As if we hadn't seen enough boundaries, just comes down the track, lofts it over long gone all the way. May well be the 75th over of the day, but it's still going. 498 and into the 75th over. Well, England got 503 in a day's play, 1924.
Before you say it, I wasn't there.
power through the offside, another boundary.
Well, it brings up the 500, a remarkable statistic in its own right. 502 for 4 in exactly 74 overs and 4 balls. So yes, the world records for most runs in a day's play by any team, 509 by Sri Lanka, rather more recently than 1924. That's England's record of 503 against South Africa. Yeah, that Sri Lanka total was against Bangladesh in 2002, Mazza tells me.
Yeah, what a wonderful hitting. Cutting the ball with full force. He knew exactly what the bowler is looking to do and smashed it through that cover point.
He was unwell 2 days ago. Or, well, bringing out the entire repertoire, it seems. The short ball, that instinct of Ben Stokes just to do whatever's needed at the time, just guides it over the top of the slips. 506 for 4. .406, 404 that last over, 18 from the over. Now is the sun setting on the day's play. Umpires have got together, and it would seem their decision is that enough is enough. Maybe a little bit like a boxing referee saying, no, let's stop the punishment now. The difference being that both these teams will return tomorrow. And if you look ahead through the game, I suspect it's bowlers from both teams who might find they take a bit of punishment. But on day one, it's been Pakistan bowlers who've been put to the sword by some excellent batting. A combination of a very benign pitch, testing conditions for the bowlers, but some brilliant batting nonetheless. Records broken throughout the course of the day. Ben Stokes, who walks casually from the field right now, instantly said they're going to bat first on winning the toss. It's the first time in Test history that over 500 runs have been scored on the first day. So very, very close to world records for any day. Just another 5 minutes sunlight and those records would have been broken, but nonetheless, first time ever that day one has seen over 500 runs scored. So Ben Stokes will be delighted with his team's performance. Harry Brook there heading up the stairs, playing his second Test match, and has already notched then his first Test match 100, which it doesn't take much to say is likely to be the first of many. Pretty much the perfect day for England, winning the toss, batting first. When you finish day one on 506 for 4, you have certainly set the pace and set the example beautifully.
Yeah, what a day. 506 for 4. And a big partnership up at the top. 233 of 216, better than run a ball. 51 runs partnership between Root and Pope and Brooks got 176. Came in no time. It's been a wonderful day for England with the bat in hand.
Well, even that partnership of 44 between Brook and Stokes. Stokes has made 34 of those.
Yeah.
And Brook has been no slouch. So I have to say it's been an extraordinary day's play in many, many ways. Right from the start of play, in the first over, which went for 14, it was Zach Crawley who started to set the pace, but he was good against the pace, he was good against the spin. And throughout the day, and in this third session, it's handed down for the likes of Harry Brook and Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope delighted with his 100 today, first 100 in Pakistan, of course. And for each and every one of these run makers today, the perfect start to the series. But the judgment of line and length has been outstanding, I think. It might be a benign pitch. It might not be Pakistan's finest ever bowling attack. But at the same time, the judgment of line and length, especially from Harry Brook there, was outstanding. He and Pope both looked untroubled until right towards, well, right at this moment. It took a review to get the decision to confirm the ball would have been hitting the stumps. Ollie Pope at that stage looked immovable. They just left the stage for Harry Brook. That's a beautiful shot to get to your first ever Test match 100. Wasn't enough for Ben Stokes, coming in with just the tail end of the day left and playing in that Stokes style, just taking the attack to Muhammad Ali, with whom you must have some sympathy, I have to say, on his Test match debut. You look at the bowling figures, I'm sure some better bowlers than these would have also taken some punishment as well, just the way England played. But you have to have sympathy for those making a Test match debut under these conditions. And you've got to give a pat on the back. I mean, Saeed Mahmood, for instance, 160 runs maybe, run rate of just under 7 runs per over. Wouldn't be happy with that, but 2 wickets to his name. Haris Rauf, 1 for him. Muhammad Ali, 1 on Test match debut for him, but 1 or 2. We're rather looking forward to batting. So as the sun goes down here on us in Rawalpindi, at the end of this spectacular first day's play, we still have 4 days to go, and we will join you first thing tomorrow.
Well, it's been complete and utter domination by the England side, touring after 17 years. And what a way to start the first day of the Test match. Harry Brook, Ben Duckett, so many centurions overall. The pitch and the conditions assisting the batting today. But obviously, what a moment for them coming after 17 years. And really, it was a masterclass of how you should be batting in these conditions. 4 centurions for England. Zach Crawley started the proceedings at the top with that 122. Ben Duckett also starting off really well. In particular in these conditions, he's known to play his reverse sweeps, and we saw all of that on display today. Made 107. Ollie Pope also chipping in. In the end, England started off well and ended off on 506 for 4. Pakistan, they would probably be disappointed with that bowling effort. Not a lot went for them today. Naseem Shah at the top. Zahid Mahmood was obviously the star of the show, taking 2 wickets. But not a lot went for Pakistan today overall. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show. Well, it's been a day that has certainly belonged to England. For Pakistan, they'll obviously be looking back and reflecting on what they can do to correct things for that day too. I've got a very special guest in here with me, Zahid Mahmood, and of course the usual suspect, Bazid Khan. Zahid, पहले तो ऑब्वियसली थोड़ा सा पर्सनल परफॉर्मेंस पे आपकी बात कर लेते हैं. 2 विकेट्स, इतनी देर लगी आपको टीम में आने के लिए, इतनी आपने फर्स्ट क्लास मैचेस खेले हैं, तो पहले सिर्फ ये बताइए कि हाउ डू यू फील अबाउट द फैक्ट कि आप फाइनली पाकिस्तान के लिए टेस्ट मैच खेल रहे हैं?
सबसे पहले बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. एंड देखें, हर क्रिकेटर का ख्वाहिश होती है कि मैं पाकिस्तान से खेलूँ, टेस्ट क्रिकेट खेलूँ, और मेरी भी ख्वाहिश थी और अल्लाह का शुक्र है आज मेरा डेब्यू हुआ. 2 विकेट्स मिली. कोशिश करेंगे कल कुछ अच्छा करें और आके कम बैक करें और जल्दी से जल्दी आउट करें इनको.
जब वो आपको कैप मिली, इट वाज ऑब्वियसली अ वेरी स्पेशल मोमेंट एंड इट्स ऑलवेज अ स्पेशल मोमेंट फॉर एनी प्लेयर. तो उस वक्त क्या फीलिंग्स थी, थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताएं.
जी बिल्कुल, जो ड्रीम होता है वो पूरा हुआ, तो उस वक्त मेरे लिए एक बहुत एजाज़ की बात थी और मेरे लिए एक जो ख्वाब था मेरा वो पूरा हुआ. तो जो मतलब उसके लिए मेरे पास अल्फाज नहीं है कि मैं बयान करूं.
बाजिद, क्या कहेंगे? पाकिस्तान ऑब्वियसली आज डिसअपॉइंटेड होगा जिस तरह से स्टार्ट किया इंग्लैंड ने, 4 सेंचुरीज उनकी तरफ से, तो आज एक बड़ा लंबा दिन रहा है टीम के लिए.
नहीं, ऐसा दिन तो हमने कभी पहले देखा ही नहीं. ऐसे लग रहा था कि वो जैसे बुक क्रिकेट होती थी ना, कि खोलो चौका खोलो छक्का, तो ऐसे हो रहा था. They played really well. Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary the way that they played. The only मतलब उसमें सिर्फ जो disappointing चीज़ ये थी कि पाकिस्तान किसी स्टेज पे वापस आ नहीं सका. They couldn't even control the run rate. जाहिद से अगर मैं पूछूं, जाहिद ने खैर 2 आउट भी किए. पिच ज़ाहिर हमें नज़र आ रही थी बहुत मुश्किल थी, लेकिन कभी स्टेज पे बात हुई थी कि शायद मैं राउंड द विकेट से बॉलिंग कर लेता हूँ, थोड़े रन रोकते हैं, ऐसी कोई डिस्कशन हो रही थी अंदर?
जी बिल्कुल, डिस्कशन होती रहती है. कप्तान थे, कोच से, और उससे ही सब कुछ मैं अपनी तरफ से भी करता रहता हूँ. देखें, जब एक टाइम आया था जहाँ पे मुझे आउट मिले थे और वहाँ पे कुछ मतलब अच्छे बॉल होने शुरू हो गए थे, कुछ अच्छे बॉल निकलने शुरू हो गए थे, तो वहाँ पे कंटिन्यू किया. थोड़ा बैड लक था, एक आधा जो मिस हुआ, तो उसमें कोशिश कर रहे थे कि उसी में ही आउट करते जाए, क्योंकि उस वक्त राउंड द विकेट आना उस वक्त मैं समझ रहा था कि ठीक नहीं था, क्योंकि उस वक्त आउट हो रहे थे और अच्छी बॉलिंग हो रही थी.
दूसरी डिस्कशन ये हो रही थी कि 4 डेब्यूटेंट्स थे पाकिस्तान के, लेकिन अमूमन ऐसे होता है कि बॉलर्स इतने ज़्यादा डेब्यू नहीं करते. ये मेरे ख्याल कितने सालों के बाद ऐसे हुआ कि 3 बॉलर्स डेब्यू कर रहे थे टेस्ट मैच में. तो ज़ाहिर आपका पहला मैच था, हारिस रऊफ का पहला मैच था, मोहम्मद अली का पहला मैच था, तो वो थोड़ा सा इनएक्सपीरियंस तो नहीं कहूँ, लेकिन टेस्ट मैच का अपना एक प्रेशर होता है, और फिर ऊपर से ऐसी अच्छी वो बैटिंग हो रही थी, वो थोड़ा एडअप हो गया.
जी देखें, हमने फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट इतनी खेली हुई है, यहाँ पे भी इतनी क्रिकेट खेली हुई है, रिसेंटली भी टूर्नामेंट खेलते आ रहे थे, तो मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि इतना ज़्यादा कोई, मैं अपने लिए कह रहा हूँ कि ज़्यादा कुछ होना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैंने भी इतनी फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट खेली है. तो थोड़ा बहुत लाजमी अब इंटरनेट टेस्ट मैच है, लेकिन मुझे फील हुआ था कि इतना कोई ख़ास वो नहीं था मेरे लिए, अपने लिए.
शुरुआत कैसे की आपने? सॉरी जंपिंग इन.
सॉरी
शुरुआत कैसे की आपने इस सफ़र की, इस जर्नी की, क्रिकेट की जर्नी की?
जी बिल्कुल, मैंने शुरुआत तो हैदराबाद से की थी, फर्स्ट क्लास क्रिकेट वहाँ से शुरू की थी। उसके बाद खेलता रहा, काफ़ी देर फर्स्ट क्लास खेली और आज अल्लाह का शुक्र है मैं पाकिस्तान टीम में टेस्ट मैच का डेब्यू हुआ।
अच्छा, सिंध से पहले, इंटीरियर सिंध से पहले आप क्रिकेटर हैं, जो टेस्ट क्रिकेटर हैं, जो यहाँ आके खेल रहे हैं, तो दैट्स आल्सो स्पेशल इन कंसिडरिंग कि वहाँ से भी कोई ऐसा प्लेयर आया। बट आज हमने देखा आप जब बॉलिंग करा रहे थे तो बेन डकेट की भी विकेट आपको मिली, जो कि रिवर्स भी बड़ी अच्छी मारते हैं, T20s में भी हमने देखा होगा, और फिर उसी पे जो है आपने LBW भी किया। तो क्या प्लान्स थे, कोई थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताएं कि आज की जो बॉलिंग स्ट्रैटेजी थी ओवरऑल, वो क्या थी पाकिस्तान टीम की?
जी, उसके काफ़ी मैंने मैचेस भी देखे हुए हैं और उस पे वर्क भी किया हुआ था कि रिवर्स वो अच्छी मारते हैं। तो कोशिश यही थी कि बीच में बॉलिंग करता रहूँ ताकि वो जहाँ पे भी मिस हो तो वो लेग बी फोर का चांस, मतलब LBW का चांस हो। तो वहीं पे करता रहा, उसने काफ़ी वहाँ से अच्छे शॉट भी मारे हैं काफ़ी, लेकिन वहीं से ही फिर वो जो प्लान पे था उसी से ही सक्सेस हुई।
बाजिद, आप क्या कहेंगे? ऑब्वियसली जब इस तरह का दिन गुजरता है टीम का, तो ड्रेसिंग रूम कैंप में डीमोटिवेशन भी होती है, उस तरह से स्पिरिट्स उतने हाई भी नहीं होते, बट व्हाट डू यू से इन द ड्रेसिंग रूम व्हेन यू आर कमिंग ऑफ द फील्ड आफ्टर सच अ लॉन्ग एंड हार्ड डे ऑफ toiling?
एक तो you want to get off the field as quickly as possible, but the other thing you need a character in the dressing room as well. अब जैसे अब ये वापस जाएंगे, जायद बताएंगे कौन अब इनको जुगते में लगाएगा या कौन ऐसे हंसाएगा ताकि वो मूड थोड़ा सा क्लियर हो। मुझे पता है कि मैनेजमेंट में तो हैं काफ़ी सारे लोग, टीम में कौन ऐसा बंदा होगा जो अब जाके आपको हंसाएगा और खुश करेगा?
One and only Imamul Haq.
Imamul Haq.
Imamul Haq. I'm not surprised with that answer at all. But like we're talking about Pakistan's performance, obviously, and not a lot went their way today, but there were a couple of wickets. Zahid Mahmood also got 2 wickets, so let's have a look at the fall of the wickets today.
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
ये रिवर्स स्वीप जो पहला रिवर्स स्वीप उन्होंने मिस किया, और फिर रिव्यू अब जायद से भी पूछेंगे, रिव्यू फिर एंड में किसे लगा ऐसे कि रिजवान काफ़ी कन्विंस थे। देन बिट ऑफ रिवर्स स्विंग, ये वो मोमेंट था जब ऐसे लगा कि शायद पाकिस्तान वापस गेम में आए। फिर जो रूट का विकेट, और जो जायद को स्पेशली विकेट्स मिली हैं वो बॉलिंग स्ट्रेट इन टू द स्टम्प्स मिली हैं। और ये आखिरी विकेट, ये भी मोहम्मद अली अगेन, इतने डेब्यूटेंट से कि सबको एक डेब्यूटेंट को विकेट मिली।
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
बड़ी जब मैच सिचुएशन होती है ऐसी, जब एक अपील होती है और अंपायर नॉट आउट देता है, बट देन यू गो फॉर द रिव्यू, यू फील कि नहीं ये आउट है, तो कितना ज़रूरी है फॉर अ स्पिनर कि जब आप देखते हो और आपको पता चलता है कि ये आउट है, एंड यू सॉर्ट ऑफ बैक योरसेल्फ जब ऑन फील्ड अंपायर डिसीजन के अगेंस्ट जाता है?
देखें, ये जो पहला हुआ था लेग बी फोर, मैं उसका बता रहा हूँ कि बाजिद भाई ने भी पूछा, तो उसका यही था कि जैसे हिट हुआ तो मुझे फील हुआ कि वो पिच भी मिडिल हुआ है और सीधा जा रहा है, स्टंप को हिट करेगा। तो रिजवान भाई भी यही बात कर रहे थे, फिर मैंने बाबर भाई को कहा कि ये स्टंप में हिट होगा तो रिव्यू लेते हैं, तो पहला रिव्यू इसी ऐसे ही लिया था।
आप कल के लिए क्या उम्मीद कर सकते हैं पाकिस्तान फैंस जो देख रहे हैं? ऑब्वियसली अब स्कोर तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो गया, बट हाउ डू यू कम बैक फ्रॉम दिस?
इंशाल्लाह कम बैक करेंगे और कोशिश करेंगे सुबह आके जल्दी इनको आउट करें और रन्स भी रोकें, और इंशाल्लाह आउट करेंगे जल्दी।
Chale, thank you so much, and congratulations on your debut. And yeah, we'll be taking a short break. And there's a lot to discuss from a Pakistan perspective. 4 centurions for England. It's been a great day for them. We'll see you on the other side. Well, the England camp is going to be overjoyed with their performance today, with the way they've got 4 centurions, 4 centuries, and they're right on top when it comes to this test match. I've been joined by David Gower and Arooj Mumtaz. DG, I mean, what's not to love about this England team? That's the question, because we've seen them in the T20 format. You spoke about Bazball in the pre-match show. We've seen a lot of Bazball today.
We have indeed. Before I came out here for this series, I was wondering, can they play the same way? I assumed they would try and play the same way. And I suppose you have to say this first day of the series has been the most emphatic demonstration of what they can do. The fact they made it look so easy is just a real credit to the way all those batsmen have played. You have 4 centurions, as you say so quite rightly. I do sympathise with the bowlers, because that was what I'd call the most benign of pitches on the first day of a test match. And for the guys coming in for their first test match to have to bowl on that was a supreme test. But the quality was there from England, and we are in no doubt about how they want to play this test series now.
What about Pakistan? I mean, how do they approach tomorrow, Arooj? I mean, it's sort of important to reflect on what happened today. We know that the pitch was obviously not helpful, but could they have done anything differently in terms of their bowling?
Yeah, I think so. I think there was, yes, like we've all mentioned, that the pitch obviously did not help at all, period. England's intent in their approach in batting was there, but it wasn't aggressive hitting. It wasn't coming racing down the wicket, or it wasn't lapping everything. There was a lot of conventional stroke making as well, which was aided by the fact that Pakistan didn't get their lines right. They didn't get their lengths right. Till the very end, they were struggling to get a measure of the wicket where what length worked. The other problem was obviously because of the inexperienced bowling attack, there was bowling on both sides of the wicket, and eventually what I thought what Babar Azam was doing, he was reacting to where the ball was being hit, which wasn't really in his control. So I think there's a lot of factors for Pakistan to think about. England have well done enough, I feel, already, but they're not done, and it just sort of scares you a little bit, because there's still Livingston to come. There's still Will Jacks to come, who's got a reputation as well. So England could be looking to mammoth a huge total in no time, and that's where the worry lies.
They have, you know, a lot of resources, like Arooj rightly pointed out, and one of the resources which stood out today was Harry Brook, which is why he's also our top performer of the day.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
Well, we saw him in PSL. That was the first time we saw him in Pakistan, Harry Brook. But we know exactly what he can do. Pretty much hits on all sides of the wicket. You know, can hit over cover, can hit over deep mid-wicket. And really, it was a case of him using his power and timing and really finding the gaps today. What a fantastic knock, and really put England in a good position on day 1 of this test match. Well, as we've seen him in the T20 format, but his test career, only 2 matches, but he's got 100 and he's not out right now. And like I said, England is dominating the proceedings on day 1 of the test match.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
It just wasn't Harry Brook though. I mean, you look at one of the guys and then you think, oh, there's so many others, plenty to come. You know, you've got Ollie Pope. We've seen what Ben Duckett can do. But really, it was Zach Crawley who set things at the top, you know, set the tone at the top for England today, David.
Yeah, that first over of the day went for, what, 14? And you thought, OK, this is rather setting the tone rather early. Zach Crawley is one of these people who, every time I watch him bat, I think he has so much talent. And yet, for the last couple of years, since that mammoth 254 against Pakistan in England at the Ageas Bowl, when you thought this man has a long and prolific career ahead of him, he's found so many ways of getting out. On a pitch like this, he did the sensible thing, used his talent, so used the timing. And I think everyone today, from him to Duckett, to Pope, to Brook, who's made their runs, they've all timed the ball. So they've not tried to overdo it. The only man who tried to basically blast it was Ben Stokes in the last half hour or so. The rest of them have played what I call really good, proper cricket.
He seems to love scoring against Pakistan, though, Arooj. Zach Crawley, he's got a double 100 against Pakistan as well.
I think, I mean, like DG said, it was the tone that Pakistan obviously didn't get on the front foot very early with the ball, and it just allowed England to get away, which also suits their style of play. This is how they have evolved into playing. They back themselves as aggressors. They play their natural game, and they've got the backing to do so. And you look at that, 4 centuries on day one, 500 on the board, and you almost, when you look at the scorecard, you'd probably think, if you haven't seen the match, that there was some sort of aggressive, dynamic, crazy hitting. But like DG said, it was very conventional, but with obviously an aggressive intent. And I keep repeating, I think Pakistan bowlers have themselves to blame. They just didn't get the length right.
I think there's one thing we always have to say at the end of a day like this is you've got to try and wait a little bit to put it entirely in perspective. And for instance, had Pakistan had Shaheen Shah Afridi available, I don't think he'd have been ripping through England's top order and taking 5 wickets, because that was the story of the conditions. And when England bowl, let's see what happens then, because Pakistan have batsmen who are very capable, as you've seen many a time before, of making big runs. So I think once we've seen the next 2 days play, for instance, we'll have a much better picture of what the reality of this game is.
Yeah, I think just on that, just coming back to the centuries and stuff, you look at the scorecard and then suddenly you talk about Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope, and you talk about Ben Duckett, and Saud Shakil's over, which went for 24, suddenly put Harry Brook as the fastest centurion of the day of 85, and you're like, again, coming back to the scoring rate, it's been bizarre. And you're almost like, do Pakistan match up to that? Now, for Pakistan to match up to that and probably get into the game of some sort of sense, they'll have to keep up with the scoring rate, which might not be easy.
I mean, in essence, though, whatever the score at the end of this England first innings, Pakistan know they'll have a lot of runs they need to make to stay in the game. But actually, the pace isn't necessarily as important. It'll be just the sheer number of runs that become important at that time, just to make sure nothing goes amiss in the last couple of days of the game.
We're talking about intent when one guy who's got a lot of intent is Ben Duckett. We've seen him again in the shorter format, just in the white ball, what he can do in his different array of shots. But it's almost like he, quote unquote, swept Pakistan away out of the game.
Well, yeah, he's very good at it. In the end, it cost him his wicket. But up until that moment, I would say his timing was good, his judgment was good. I mean, the test for him in many ways was just getting through the new ball. Luckily for England and for him, the new ball did very little. And so he was able to settle very quickly. And against spin, we know he's very, very good. He will play those sweeps and reverse sweeps day in, day out.
We're talking about him having, sort of all the dimensions that one needs when it comes to batting. What about those 6-4s that we saw today? Plenty of entertainment for the crowd, because you've got to say that it was a pretty supportive crowd out there, considering how Pakistan was performing. There's lots of cheers
and at that point
for Harry Brook.
And at that point in the game, they were supporting England because they were just being thoroughly entertained. I mean, in all honesty, Saud Shakil was bearing the brunt of that. Obviously, by no means a frontline bowler, but he did bowl, if there's a polite way of saying this, pretty
less than ordinary.
Less than
it was
ordinary.
A less than ordinary
lines.
over, I think.
And it was what fast-tracked Harry Brook to then get that fastest century of the day in amongst the 4. But I guess it was just pure entertainment. The crowd got right into them, and Saud Shakil was probably lost for answers, really.
A lot of inexperience in that bowling lineup, Roj. You've got Haris Rauf, who's played, 8 or 9 first-class games. Then there's Naseem Shah, who's relatively new in this particular form. And Muhammad Ali making his debut. So I know DG touched upon how having Shaheen might have not mattered as such because of the conditions, but there is a lot of inexperience in the side.
And you see the greats talk about this. I've heard Wasim Akram and Waqar talk about this a lot, that first-class cricket and miles in the legs, bowling repeatedly over long periods of time is what Test cricket needs. And you could see Pakistan slightly inexperienced. Like you mentioned, Haris Rauf 8 first-class game, Naseem Shah is 28, Muhammad Ali just 22 first-class games. So as collective unit of pace bowling, they were obviously inexperienced. And you've got a 19-year-old in Naseem Shah leading that pace attack, who I thought was the pick of the bowlers, got the length slightly better, got the ball with a hint of reverse swing. But there's one way of looking at it as well. It provides an opportunity for someone, probably not the best condition to put them in, to expect to display their skills. The surface definitely not helping. Ollie Pope, because we're touching upon all the centurions and everybody who's contributed, he's been a part of that England lineup for a bit now, and he's definitely made some valuable contributions, including the one today.
He has, but he's learned the hard way, because say 3 years ago when he was playing his first few games, he looked like a man of immense talent with a big future. And he got 100 in South Africa a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago now. and he looked like a man who would make a lot of runs. Then it suddenly turns on him, and the game suddenly becomes hard. And he tried to experiment with batting on off stump. It didn't work. He changed that. He had an injury as well, so time out of the game for injury. This last summer, he really settled in. So whether it's the Stokes-McCullum era, whatever it might be, whatever it was, they put him in at number 3, which was interesting because he'd never batted up there even for Surrey, his county. He's used to batting at 4, maybe 5 even. So given that responsibility, given a real pat on the back, he's responded so well. And that's been the making of him.
Well, I'm asking all the questions here, but I can tell you that all the people that are watching also have a few questions lined up for you. One in particular, let's have a look at Have Your Say.
Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex.
So, Aruj, this one particular question, I know you've got a big smile on your face here as well, but I think it's a question that a lot of people want to know. Why is Abrar Ahmed not playing today?
I'm also still asking the same question. So if you're looking for the answer in me, I don't have it. But again, I think it might sound harsh, but you sort of all go with players in form, right? Abrar and Zahid Mahmood both play for Sindh in the recent Qaid-e-Azam Trophy. There was a point where Zahid Mahmood was asked to sit for Abrar. Abrar's got 43 wickets in his first-class career, and when conditions are such where you don't see the surface offering a lot, and he's called a mystery spinner, he's got those googlies, he's got those top spinners, it just made sense for you to use him. Zahid also on debut, so I just thought that Abrar should have got the nod ahead of Zahid.
I mean, it's an interesting debate, DG. You've got somebody like Zahid Mahmood who's gone through the grind in the first class arena. He's played a lot of games, and then there's Abrar Ahmed who's the mystery spinner. How do you make that decision, how to play? I mean, you've got the experienced guy versus somebody who's bringing something new to the table.
Yeah, I mean, the experience didn't really work today, did it? I mean, he bowled tidily for a lot of it, and there were moments where you could see him looking for that something special. But in my book, if you have someone like Abrar, and I'd read so much about him in the build-up to the series, I mean, I expected him to play from everything I'd read, and he was the leading wicket-taker in Qaid-e-Azam, and I'm thinking, let's have a look. And the thing that a visiting team will not like about that is they won't have seen him. They won't know much about him. You might see video footage, but actually seeing something from 20 yards away for the first time, and you're not necessarily picking the varieties, that is the threat. And on a day like today, to be honest, where there was precious little threat, even the odd little bit of magic would have been both interesting to watch and maybe more effective. So, I mean, I have to say I'm disappointed we haven't seen him.
So the mystery,
and I hope we do see him at some stage. Yeah.
So the mystery about the mystery spinner remains unresolved. That's the way to put it. I mean, I hope you guys have got your answer. That was I Have Your Say for you.
Have Your Say, brought to you by Inverex.
Right. So if you were in the England camp right now, you'd be going back home, having a few drinks, just relaxing, planning your day to.
Sparkling water.
Sparkling water. I'm not going to mention what it is, but I'm just going to say, how do you come back tomorrow? I mean, what's the plan?
It's very straightforward. I think Ben Stokes, his plan is already etched in his mind. He will be delighted with the pace of play today. They know that they have firepower still to come. I mean, obviously, Brook and Stokes himself will start with positive intent tomorrow morning. If they get out, there are still stroke makers to come. So they will be aiming at a very, very big total. Normally we'd say, 500 would do, 550. But they'll be looking at 600 and beyond. They might even, if things go really well, continue to go well, think about 700. Yep. From that point in, because they've made those runs so quickly, and there'll still be time left in the game, you can imagine the scoreboard pressure on Pakistan in their first innings. And then if things still go England's way, interesting things can still happen at the end of the game. But it is the pace of the game that has been so key today.
Well, they'll obviously be looking at the forecast and thinking, we're in a good position because there's no chances of rain whatsoever over the next few days. Aruj, you're in the Pakistan camp. How do you go back? How do you regroup? And how do you come to tomorrow, obviously, with a better plan?
Yeah, I think the one thing they can look at is obviously where they've bowled throughout the day, where their seamers bowled, especially with the new ball. The new ball is just not too far from now. So I think they can plan it that way, that what we can do better with the new ball. They could go one of two ways. They could either be contain and bowl disciplined lines, because you know England's going to have the attack on. So I just feel, and I would like to see Pakistan come out with the attack, where you look like someone like a Ben Stokes. You know he's going to go for his shots, and that gives you an opportunity to pick up wickets. There's no point just tying them down, because they will play their shots. They've already got 500, 700 looks very likely on the card. So I'd like for Pakistan to come out, look to attack with that new ball, a little bit of sweet chin music, still again keep it on one side of the wicket, be disciplined with the lines and lengths, and look for those wickets, because with their attacking style of cricket, you've got more of an opportunity to pick them up.
Yeah, definitely we'll be looking to attack tomorrow, because there is plenty of action lined up for you. Remember, this was day one of the test match, and we've still got plenty of days. No chances of rain. Let's have a look at what we have for you tomorrow. What time are we starting tomorrow as well? It'll be live at 9:20 a.m. from Rawalpindi Stadium. This is day 2. Well, thank you so much. As always, it's great to have DG and Arooj on our show, on the Pitchside Show. But we'll be seeing you tomorrow with a lot more action, and hopefully a better, more entertaining day of cricket.
It's been 17 long years since England toured Pakistan for a test series. Nicely played. That's just short and waist high. That's not short enough. 4 more.
An 86-ball test match 100 for Zach Crawley.
With a reverse sweep.
His maiden test match century. Loves playing against Pakistan. Bowling. Reverse swing. Ball coming back in. Oh, close. Very close. Yeah, given. Third test match century for Olipur. He's taken to number 3. He's batted beautifully today. Started off.
A day that Harry Brook will never forget.
ladies and gentlemen, huge clap for Dandaket 15. All right, ladies and gentlemen, huge clap for Dandaket 15. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, huge clap for Dandaket 15. All right, PCB Stadium, huge. All right, PCB Stadium, huge clap for making 100 by Zach Crowley. All right, PCB Stadium, all right, PCB Stadium, huge clap for making 100 by Zach Crowley. 100 by Zach Crowley. What a fantastic game by BC. Ladies and gentlemen, 100 up by Bender. Huge clap by everyone. Yusuf. What a fantastic game by BC. Ladies and gentlemen, 100 up by Bender. Huge clap by everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, 100 up by Bender. Huge clap by everyone.
स्टंप के मेरे सामने विकेट थी नजर नहीं आ रहा ये आप जाएगा मारने जाएगा यहाँ इस तरफ से कैच कैच बोल किधर है Ride him over. इधर
All right, count. Use that point. People making a century. For making 100. Use that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Oh! One of the nations performance by Putin and ladies and gentlemen, 1100 by Harry Brook. Lose that by 82, ladies and gentlemen. One of the nations performance by Putin and ladies and gentlemen, 1100 by Harry Brook. Lose that by 82, ladies and gentlemen. One of the nations performance